It is 5:30 and I see Ms. Harrison on the screen, so we do have a quorum present. So we will call the Round Rock Independent School District Board of Trustees regular board meeting on Thursday, December 17th, 2020 to order. Our first item is the Pledge of Allegiance.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
At each regular board meeting, the board will afford the general public an opportunity. Oh, there we go. At each regular meeting, the board will afford the general public an opportunity to speak to the board regarding matters of concern or interest to the district. Other than the character of any student, staff, or board member, concerns or complaints regarding specific individuals should not be raised in public forum. They should be considered separately according to applicable board policies. The board requests that comments on any subject, whether positive or negative, be courteous and respectful. I would like to remind the audience and the viewers that the comments of the speakers reflect their own positions or opinions. The board may not discuss or act upon any matter that is not listed under the action item portion of the agenda. Therefore, board members may not discuss the comments of speakers. Please understand that a lack of response from the board members does not indicate agreement or approval of the comments. Each speaker will be given 3 minutes to address the board. Ms. Vessa, Vice President of the board, will be the designated timekeeper. She'll hold up a sign that says 30 seconds, and then a sign that says time, and then your time will be up. Our first speaker is Chelsea. Chelsea, if you can just unmute, and your 3 minutes will start.
Sorry, I clicked the wrong button. Hello. I'd like to ask tonight for some very tangible things that I believe will help protect the physical and emotional well-being of our students. As a child, I lived across the street from a police officer. I played with his children, and knowing that he was my neighbor made me feel safer. And as an adult, I saw that same officer in a coffee shop near where I work, and I still felt better knowing that he patrolled my area. But I have to recognize that that is a privilege that I have as a white middle-class female. I have to recognize that if I had been born Black or brown, my experience would be different. Many of our Black and brown students have shared that police officers engender fear in them, not safety. The sight of one can be triggering, not comforting. This is not a criticism of individual police officers, but an acknowledgement that the best intentioned police officers in the world have still been working within a fundamentally biased and inequitable criminal justice system that disproportionately has a negative impact on our Black and brown neighbors. If we want the RISD Police Department to be different, to be better, we need real equity. If we want them to be a model for change and equity and justice, then we need them to be in plain clothes. Students of every race should be able to walk to class without the fear of the men and women walking past them in bulletproof vests and guns. Other school resource officers have been able to do their jobs in khakis and polos and concealed weapons successfully. Why not here? If we want to be a trauma-informed district, we need to recognize that while all police officers should receive ongoing training in mental health awareness, they should not be expected to hold the responsibility of being the mental health providers for the students. That job should stay with the counselors and the social workers. Trying to make police officers wear too many hats does a disservice to them and to our students. If we want the RISD Police Department to be different, to be better, we need real equity. This requires transparency and outside accountability. We need an oversight committee that includes parents of Black and brown children. We need that committee and the public to be regularly updated to the types of discipline being handed out and the races of the children they are being meted out to. How else will we be able to recognize where disparity exists and be able to take steps to rectify the situation? I spent a good portion of Tuesday evening reading the bios of the individual officers on the RISD Police website. I believe they genuinely want to help our students. We need to make sure they are working within a system that best supports them.
30
seconds. We can do this by presenting them in a non-threatening way with casual clothes and by making sure that we have people looking at the results from an outside lens. Thank you.
Thank you. And Chelsea, can I get your last name real quick so we have it for the official record of speakers?
Boyd. Or sorry, that's my legal name. I'm recently married. My new name is Mock, M-O-K.
Awesome, thank you. Our next speaker is Mark Kostenbader.
Hi, yes, thank you. I'm a parent of a recent graduate from Round Rock High School, class of 2020, as well as a sophomore. And I was wanting to speak on the what I see as a gap between in-school instruction, which is definitely better for my child because he's a former SPED kid. He's no longer receiving 504 accommodations, but he still has challenges and doesn't do well at home yet. I don't feel comfortable sending him to school due to the pandemic. And the way the instruction is working right now, it just doesn't. He's going to burn another semester at home, failing his classes. It doesn't work for a kid like him. So, I feel like we're kind of in a no-win situation in terms of choices. He did have a credit recovery for a biology class over summer school that he did really well in. And it seemed like the type of instruction he was receiving for that class was much different than the type of instruction he's receiving now. My impression was that it was fully computer-based, self-paced online training. He passed that no problem. I didn't have to prod him or get on him or anything like that. And it was my understanding that he was going to go into some credit recovery this next semester for the classes that he's failed this semester, but that there's not enough room, or that the credit recovery courses are being reserved for juniors and seniors, which I understand if there's a limited allotment of seats, why you would want to get your seniors graduated and your juniors caught up. But my question would be, why are there a limited allotment of seats? Is it a money issue? And if so, is there some appeal that can be made to the state or beyond for additional resources to make sure these kids, my kid, stays on course with respect to his education, versus having to make that selfish choice of sitting in school and possibly risk his infection and my infection, or having him stay home and fail and just basically
30 seconds.
Burn up another 4 months. And the other thing that I wanted to speak on real quickly is for the teachers, prioritizing them for vaccinations. I saw something coming out saying that might be happening, as well as providing them with some hardship pay because of all the work their extra work they're putting into this effort. And also, I see that asynchronous learning is being discussed, and so that's the other thing I wanted to hit on. See that there's been a survey on that already, so that looks like that's being taken care of. But I vote for asynchronous for.
No way, really?
Hold.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Michael Ota.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thanks. And you said my name perfectly. Thank you. I just wanted to thank the board for giving me the time to speak. Before I get into my main topic, I just wanted to mention a couple of things. I would like the board to consider a policy change on allowing outside services. I am a parent of two current students in Round Rock, but I'm also a practitioner of behavior therapy, and Round Rock is the only district that I'm not allowed to come in and work with the students. Also, in last week's board meeting, I would caution against making qualitative conclusions based on quantitative data. I am also a PhD student, so I know a lot about statistics, and some of the statements made were just not statistically sound, so you might want to rely on experts for those conclusions. I second the last speaker's assessment of the E2020, which he was talking about, and also Google Classroom. I think these are two platforms that are very good and well tested, and I would like to see that more readily available to students. But what I really wanted to talk about, because I know a lot of students are struggling, but I wanted to talk about my own son, Carter, who has autism. He goes to Chisholm Trail Middle School, and in the time that we've been in virtual learning, since the spring, we have seen more growth from him than in that short period of time than in all the years that he's been attending Round Rock. He is more social, he is more independent, he is taking ownership of times when he's not doing the work that he's supposed to be doing. And I saw in the legislative slides the priorities, one of them being about extending virtual learning beyond COVID. And I would hope that the board would consider advocating for that, because the options of being able to learn in different modalities is something that would serve my son very well. For instance, a day for him in a high school environment or a middle school environment is very taxing, socially and sensory-wise. And so if he had the option of being able to go to school part of the day and then be home part of the day, it would help him self-regulate and continue on with the success that he has been experiencing. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Annalise Maynez.
Hello, my name is Annalise Maynez. I'm a 7th grade tech student at Cannon Vista Middle School. I'm speaking again on behalf of my 7th grade language arts teacher, Ms. Polari. Her husband has stage 4 cancer and is battling it for more than 3 years. He is currently at very high risk to COVID-19. Canada Vista Middle School wants her to return to in-person learning at Canada Vista Middle School, but it would kill her husband if she is exposed and brings the virus home. This week, nobody on the boys basketball team wore a mask at a basketball game, and they were all close together. Masks are not mandated during extracurricular at Canada Vista, and the schools have had several COVID-19 cases, and some of them have been teachers. Even today, there was a COVID notification sent home for Canada Vista Middle School. Ms. Polari took an FMLA from work and either does in-person teaching or risks her husband or will lose her job. I love Ms. Polari's education, and many of her students from this year and her past years have signed a petition because of how good a teacher she is. The petition has 2,999 people who want her to go back to Canada Vista and do it in the safety of her home. We do have a certified tag teacher, but she juggles 2 classes. For half the 20-minute class period, we had to watch a teacher teach the on-level students, then switch to us. Even then, our material is hardly challenging and not what up to we're used to from Ms. Polari. This is my class a huge disservice, especially since we're doing the STAR test this year. One possible solution. Could a sub stay in person to watch the kids that are going for in-person school so she could still teach virtually? Only 35% of the students are going back in January as a possibility, and only 20% of the Canada Vista student population are currently attending. Please let Ms. Polari do online teaching. Thank you for your time and listening to my concerns.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Tasha Zander.
Hello. Good evening, trustees and administration. Thank you for allowing me a chance to speak. First, I want to thank you for all of your hard work during this unprecedented time. You are making hard decisions, trying to keep students and staff safe while also trying to please the majority of parents. I do not envy your position. That said, there was a comment made at the last board meeting that caused me, as a parent of an elementary student, quite a bit of anxiety. It was mentioned at the meeting, and again on your message board, that it should be a priority to minimize the number of virtual students and push more students to be back on campus. While I definitely understand that for some families, virtual learning is not working, there are families such as ours where virtual learning is working wonderfully. Our teachers are doing an amazing job of keeping our child engaged and learning. We have chosen to keep our son in virtual learning through the spring because it was the best decision for our family. We want to continue to minimize the risk to our family and also feel like we are in a situation where we can help our school and teachers by keeping one body out of the classroom so they can continue to socially distance the students who need or want to be back on campus. As you have mentioned, with too many students coming back to campus, the ability to meet the spacing requirements becomes impossible. If you push students to come back to campus when those families are not asking for that, at what point do all of the safety measures you have taken on campuses become impossible to enforce? Again, I do understand that mental health is an issue, and that for some families, being back on campus is best for their students' mental health, but this is not the case for all. Please continue to allow for virtual learning so that parents have a choice during this pandemic and can make the best decision for their students and families. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And our last speaker is Tennyson Moody.
It's Tennyson Moody.
Sorry.
No worries. Been hearing that my whole life. Hi, my name is Tennyson Moody. I have 2 children who attend Chandler Oaks, and I serve on the PTA there as staff appreciation and a member of the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion team. I am here to talk to you today about your search for a new superintendent. We believe there are some vital qualities that should be requirements for this individual. We want you to find someone who can fulfill this role, looking at it through a lens that is educated and wise about racial and all equity, especially in a school system. While there might be someone in our midst who could fulfill this role and be a comfortable choice, we believe this search should be a nationwide search to give us the best chance of finding a prime candidate. Dr. Bayan Farhadi, who is a postdoctoral visitor at York University, said, "Racism is not just what is said or what is done, but what is not said, what is disregarded, what is ignored, and what is willfully neglected. In the past, Round Rock ISD has disregarded, ignored, and neglected its students, teachers, and families when it comes to addressing diversity, equity, and inclusion. That is not meant to cause offense, but to provide an opportunity for growth. I grew up in a mostly white, highly religious area in what is considered to be a rather oppressive religious group. My understandings of racism and LGBTQIA came from a sheltered and judgmental belief system. So my own work to try to become more educated has been an emotional and mental roller coaster, as I've learned and am continuing to seek out education on such topics so I can be a support and an ally for those who are oppressed in this country, and be an example to my children on what it means to not only be not racist, but anti-racist, and to be an ally of those who identify as LGBTQIA. I was lucky enough, however, to spend a lot of time through peer tutor programs as early as the 4th grade, working with children with disabilities, and even spent many years as a paraprofessional and CNA in programs for adults with disabilities. I'm so grateful for those experiences, but they also taught me of my own privilege and the need for equity across this nation. As I started this year on the PTA, it quickly became apparent that while many would like to believe our current policies and practices support children who are Black, brown, differently abled, or who identify as LGBTQIA, those people are wrong. We're not asking for anecdotal responses. We do not just want a committee title so the school or school district can say they are doing something while simultaneously blocking every progressive step that we are trying to make because someone feels uncomfortable. I know how uncomfortable it is to feel that you are wrong and feel as though you don't understand something, especially in the educator's role. But educators should be the first to know that in order to grow, you must first be teachable. Find someone who can be a support to the teachers in our district who are Black, brown, and more melanated in a way that they have not had support in the past. Find someone who can provide a platform and give room for many voices that have historically felt unheard and ignored. It is not just about different languages, holiday celebrations, color of skin, physical or mental abilities, or the origin of your ancestry. It is much more than that. It is about having the ability to pursue one's dreams with the only person who can get in the way being oneself. No one should have less of an advantage because their skin color, because they're in a wheelchair, or because they identify as gay or lesbian. Those are things they cannot change. Find someone who understands what real equity is. Find someone who is legitimately educated in DEI issues and has proof of the work they've done to make a difference for people. We have so many positive attributes in this school district. Imagine how much better we could be if we were genuinely equitable to everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. So we did not have closed, so we will go to the superintendent's report, monthly financials. Dr. Presley.
Thank you, President. I'll turn it over to Dr. Oddix, who will give our monthly financial report.
Thank you and good evening. Were sent to you, and they're posted online for the financial, not only the numbers part, but the financial write-up as well, and have sent a couple of times answers to questions again this morning, sent it to each of you as well. So starting with the general fund, in the month we had total revenue of $4.5 million, had total expense of $39.4 million. Expenses for the month are $2.3 million better than budget. Year to date is $4 million better. On the revenue side, we're under budget on revenue, mainly driven by a timing issue on the state funding side. I had a $6 million variance in the month of September. Year to date, that's at $4.6 million. And our other local revenue is down because, due to COVID, got decreased daycare tuition, rental income, and athletic gate receipts are the main drivers in that category. We're hopeful that the state funding will, that it's a timing issue and will sort of self-correct over the course of the year. The biggest variable there is the state has done a hold harmless through the first 6 weeks, but for us, a $13 million question is, do they extend that for the rest of the year? There's been a lot of advocacy from districts, Chamber of Commerce, all that sort of thing, asking the state legislature to extend it for the rest of the year. If they do, that helps us by $13 million. If it doesn't, that's the biggest variable. When I talk later on about the forecast being at a $27 million shortfall, that's half of that is driven by that question of whether that hold harmless is extended for the rest of the year. So finally, on the general fund side, had fund balance at the end of the month of $99.1 million of the unassigned fund balance. On food service, And so there's quite a bit to talk about, and it's in the write-up there. Total revenue for the month is down $2 million. Year to date is under budget by $3.4 million. The obvious thing that's driving that is we've only got 31% of our students on campus, where normally there'd be 100%. So, not only have that issue that only 31% of the kids are on campus, fewer meals means less revenue. We're also we have right at 3,200 fewer students than what we originally projected to have this year. So that's another variable on the. You might think, well, but it's food. So if someone's not eating, it's just why isn't that variable cost? I don't have the revenue, but I don't have the expense. So why are we forecasting to lose like $6 million for the year? But one of our biggest costs is labor. And so we as a district made a decision. We're not going to, lay anybody off as a result of, even though the number of kids are down, we're not laying any staff off. Now, through attrition, we haven't hired back staff, so that's lowering our cost as people leave. The payroll shrinks and kind of gets closer to what our current need is based on the fewer students. So literally talked to our director of food service last night, Yana Koliva, and she updated the forecast. What I sent you based on the September numbers was a $6 million forecasted shortfall, given that now as of yesterday she has her November numbers and reforecasted based on that. There's an improvement that instead of $6 million shortfall, it's $5.35 million shortfall. So it's trending in the right direction, but that's our main concern there. It's really quite a thing, because in food service, when we started the year, woke up, January 1, the biggest problem we had in food service was that the Texas Department of Agriculture was on us that we had to spend down our excessive fund balance within food service. And so had to literally create a plan. Well, thanks to COVID, that's no longer our problem, because we are burning through our fund balance. But on the positive note, to give perspective on that, when we close the books on June 30, and at next month's board meeting, we'll be bringing the CAFR to y'all, the annual audit to you for approval. And we close the books on June 30 with a $7.7 million fund balance. So even if we lost $5.3 million, we'd still have enough money in the food service fund balance that we wouldn't run out of money there. So kind of perspective there. A couple of other things just to note. We're in our last year of the contract with Aramark. We'll be going out to bid on that contract. One of the things just to note, our current contract is one where we pay Aramark for, it's like a cost plus. Whatever the costs are, they have a management fee on top of that, but that's what we pay for. So where what TDA is mandated, and I literally just got their latest update that they sent out statewide yesterday, is that going forward, bids will be a fixed meal price. And so just the English version of that is, if history were to repeat itself with that fixed meal price, as meals go down, well, we're only paying a cost per meal. So if the number of meals went significantly down, we've got downside protection on that. So anyway, just FYI there. Ultimately, that will, later this next year, we'll be bringing that to the board for approval once we evaluate the bidders for that contract. Next, in terms of debt service, really nothing happened much in terms of debt service. Our main activity on debt service, we make semi-annual payments on our bond payments. One on February was due on February 1st, the other one on August 1st. One thing to note, and it's in the write-ups, I'll be coming to the board in February with information to you about a plan to remarket. We've got one of our bonds is the 2015 variable rate bond, and we'll be bringing that option to you to remarket it, basically refinance it, and it'll benefit us financially, but I'll bring the details of that to you in February. On the bonds, we had expenses of $12.3 million for the month of September. Year to date, $30.1 million. Our fund balance across all of our outstanding bonds, remaining funds left to spend is $453 million. Next, in terms of our capital projects, we spent $2.1 million in the month of September and $3.2 million year to date. That fund has right at $28.2 million of fund balance there. Next, in terms of sort of a COVID update in terms of expenditures, through the first 5 months, so from July 1 to December 2nd, we spent $3.3 million. $725,000 of that was from the Capital Projects Fund. $2.6 million was from the general fund. We've also encumbered, basically saying, hey, we've got a bill that we know we've got to pay, we just haven't paid it yet, of another $1.5 million. So through the first 5 months, between both of those funds, we're at $4.8 million of either expense or encumbered expense related to COVID. And some examples of what those expenses are that capital projects paid for would be air purifiers, bipolar ionization, bottle fillers, and plexiglass. Out of the general fund side, it's a lot of PP&E, hand sanitizer, Germ Blast, the firm that we paid to go in and treat each of the campuses. Then plexiglass, technology, hotspots, Wi-Fi, Zoom. Those are the main drivers there. So basically spending for the virtual education that we're allowing the students that are staying home to attend school. Then finally, in terms of the forecast, just to give a little detail and explain it in the write-up, and then in some of the questions that the board members had, gave some additional detail there. The current shortfall of $27.1 million is mainly looking at saying it takes, as a starting point, our amended budget deficit as of right now is $13.9 million. Then the other big variable, like I said earlier, if they don't extend the hold harmless, that's another $13.2 million of lost revenue. We've had some good news in terms of Williamson County has given us $100 per student that resides in Williamson County, but not in the city of Austin. So we've got 30,554 of those students. We're getting $100 from Williamson County per student for that. So that's right at $3.1 million. We've got CARES funding that we as a district got as well. The 169, we recognized $2.7 million of that in our last fiscal year. So we've got a remaining payment of just under $200,000 left from that CARES Act there. We also have a 2015 property value audit that was worth $2.6 million worth of additional state funding. Then in terms of the CTE, of having to spend $4.4 million more than what's in the budget, to give you perspective there, that story starts back with House Bill 3. So a fundamental change that House Bill 3 did is it said, if I'm the state, I'm also going to fund you for 7th and 8th grade students that are taking CTE classes. You'll get credit for that. And the weighting, like you might have, so got some new board members, all that sort of thing, some things, and you'll hear a lot more of this kind of terminology when we start in the next month. We'll have the next year's budget presentation, first meeting on that. But the state has a basic allotment that says, okay, for your normal tax rate, we're going to give you $6,160 per child. Well, for a CTE student, that gets a weighting of basically take $6,160 multiply by 1.35. So it's more money for a CTE student. So it was good news in that as we got those additional students of getting to get the benefit of those 7th and 8th graders, that's more money in. Also, high school students that were taking a computer science class also qualified to get that additional funding as well. So bottom line, that allowed us to get about $8 million more year over year than we did before House Bill 3. Okay. Now, the handcuff on that money is that if I'm the state, it's like, okay, here's $8 million more in funding, but you've got to spend 55% of that on CTE-related cost, whether that's the teacher in the classroom or you're building or spending money that's specific for a CTE course. Okay, that qualifies, but we're on the hook to do that. And so we budgeted that revenue. That revenue was in our 1920 numbers, where we got into basically, our problem was that over the course of the year, as we were trying to count those kids, because it's not as easy as just, well, I'm a CTE kid, because all that counts is the actual classes that you're taking. So you have to have a system that says, okay, that's in a class that counts, and so it totals all those up into basically an FTE amount. Well, working with our software vendor, short story, and I talked with Delyn and said, hey, try to give me as much of just an English version that I can be the messenger and explain. Cherry Bonds is on this, so if you kind of need to go into the weeds, I can either get you a board update or we can get something from Sherry, what I don't know. But the piece is we had a problem, worked with our software vendor to basically create the process that we could track the kids. And so bottom line, we didn't get a true count of what those students were until the summer PEIM submission. And so we'd already lived the year before the attention came up that, hey, here's your new count and you're getting this additional revenue, which was in line with budget, but not, on the ongoing piece. We were below our budget on the student counts before the summer PEIMs, but once it hit, then, okay, that's the situation. So we've got more revenue. Expenses didn't keep up. So that is the backdrop. Okay, what are we going to do about it? What do we have to do about it? The state bases the game off of a 3-year average. So they say, look, that spending, you've got to do that based on a 3-year average. So we've got sort of, quote, the gift of time. Okay, we're behind. Everybody knows it type of thing now. So now we've got to increase the spending. So, a month or two ago, basically told Cherry, look, you need to create a plan and try to, just for planning purposes, I'm saying, look, we've got to increase spending, about $8 million between not only because we can't do it all this year, but between this year and next year to get where we need to be, it's like $8 million of increased spending. So come up with a plan of, what can we do this fiscal year, and then what's the remaining plan so that as we start our budget process for next year, we can cover that ground as well. So she's working that piece, but that's the backdrop in terms of why there's $4 million in the forecast for this year of the need for incremental spending. Next, in terms of the shared operating costs from food service being something that we're now putting on the general fund side, saying the general fund needs to eat that cost, is that historically what we've done is we've said, look, if the lights are on in the cafeteria, we're going to make food service pay its share out of the food service fund for those shared costs. And so we budgeted them basically $1.8 million for food service to eat that. Well, given the shortfall that they're in, that shortfall doesn't include that $1.8 million. So we're basically going to this year have a plan of the general fund's going to subsidize food service, by that $1.8 million and just say, okay, the general fund's going to pay that money this year. So those are each of the main items on the forecast that was in the financial piece. And I'll take a breath and open it up for any questions that you might have.
This is going to come as a shock to everybody. Ms. Vessa, you have?
Well, thank you, Kenneth. And yes, I'm sure it is a shock to everyone that I'm the one with questions. And it's really, where do I start? I guess I'll start with what we just talked about, which was the CTE spending. And so we basically at this point have 1.5 years to spend $8 million. Is that correct?
The piece, like I said, it's a 3-year average deal. And so kind of the what I'm doing, and it's not, we haven't gone at the state and said, hey, what's the absolute most amount of time that we could have. But in terms of just logic, I've got a spreadsheet, put together that says, okay, rearview mirror, here's our revenue, here's our expense. And then if we were to catch up, what would it take to catch up? And so to catch up between this year and next year, we need to increase spending by $8 million. And so I've got half of that embedded in this year's forecast. In terms of the budget that y'all be looking at when we meet in January, I've got the other $4 million embedded in that budget plan for next year.
So are we going, I have actually, some ideas on this and things that I've just heard about in terms of, so is there going to be a process to present, or should we put that on an agenda, future agenda, or is that just going to be part of our budget? Is she going to be presenting during our budget planning what she plans to do? Because, that's $8 million that, we have available for a program that is, a very, very important program to our district, a great opportunity to use those funds to advance that in a strategic way. And I'd like to make sure that there's board input, there's community input, there's, program input from both the CTE teachers and the principals and area superintendents and people in the CTE program. So I just was hoping that we could also make sure that as we go through the process, we have a good, plan for getting input as to how we can use these dollars, which, have a great opportunity to benefit our district and improve our CTE programming and offer more opportunities.
Yeah, I'll say that, Ms. Bonds does a great job of communicating and getting input from her teachers in the CTE world as well as principals in all of our campuses. And so probably would be best to do is have her, I know she's been working on the plan, have the board get a look at that and then answer questions that maybe you have through that. So I know Sherry's working on that, so we can definitely do that.
If I can I jump in for just a second?
Sure, that's Ms. Bonds.
Yes. Forgive me, I'm not sure if you'll be able to see my face and how that all works with doing the Zoom from here. But to answer some of your questions, thank you so much for having me on this evening. We were presented with the $8.1 million, like Dr. Audick said, just about a month and a half ago. My team and we have been working on looking at areas where our campuses have talked about needs in the past and projects that have been submitted through different ways to the construction department that are CTE related. So we've been working on a list and then with construction, identifying cost estimates so we can understand if the requests that have already come in that we've been aware of, where they might fall in or not. And then our plan is to work with our principals, get their input, and expand that if we need to. But like Dr. Audick said, some of these things are on a little bit of a faster spending timeline than we might typically be. And so we'll try to swap things around, maybe construction happening later down the road if that needs to happen, equipment purchases and replacement and those types of things in this fiscal year, just so that we can work toward that average of meeting our 55% over 3 years.
So I have a question there, though. Like, you're talking about capital expenditures, those tend to be, obviously in a program such as CTE, you're going to regularly have to have a replacement schedule for some of these capital needs. But in general, they're not the same as ongoing expenses. And so I guess that this isn't like a one and done. It's not like this law says, okay, you get this money for 3 years and then it goes away. This is an ongoing increase to our CTE programming. So every year we're going to have to spend 55% of the additional dollars that we receive on CTE programming. So I would really be wanting to make sure that we're thinking long term in addition to short term, because I know we have some money we have to use up now, but also more longer term of like, okay, how are we going to enhance our ongoing programming to utilize these dollars to the best of their ability to enhance our opportunities for our students?
Yes, ma'am. The 55% is not new. And just for those that are listening, I know that y'all understand that from the bond or the budgeting work you've done over the last few years. The 55% is not what's new. It's the fact that the state awarded that 55% or the extra 35 cents to our middle school students as well as computer science. So that's where the additional revenue came from. So the 55% spending requirement we've always had, and the state actually in the last legislative session dropped it. It used to be 58%. So we used to get 3% more, but now we're at that standard of 55% for right now. So it'll continue as we have in the past of meeting the needs of our classrooms most immediately. And we welcome input from anyone and are open in our process.
Ms. Weston.
Thank you. A couple of things. First, Dr. Audick, I think you said it well. If you could restate the end of what you said on this. You said that this additional $8 million for 7th and 8th grade CTE and computer science students comes with a handcuff, that 55% of that, what was the rest that you said?
Has to be spent on CTE.
Okay.
CTE program.
That's what I thought. So earlier today, Trustee Harrison on our message board mentioned looking at our job openings, and I thought that was interesting. And I will say that as a parent who knows several students, 7th and 8th grade, in CTE courses and in computer science courses at the high school level, a lot of times we have job openings for those kinds of jobs. And so I'm wondering, can this money go towards making the salaries of those particular teaching positions more competitive in the marketplace?
Yes, and to give you a short answer, yes, the big picture piece, and to just kind of give perspective on our overall process, is that TASB does a market study analysis and since I've been here, it's been for every position every year. It used to be we take a fourth of the district and look at a fourth and see if it was in market in the next year. So it'd take 4 years to go all the way around and make sure that you're paid right and you're paid. It took 4 years to see that all these 4 people got paid right in their job. Now we're looking at that every year. And so we've already met with TASB. They'll do the market study. They'll come to the board meeting, and at next month you'll see the actual calendar laid out, my proposed calendar for the whole budget process between now and when y'all adopt the budget in June. They will come at a board workshop in April and present, hey, here's our recommendation to, and whether if CTE's out of whack, if anything's out of whack.
Well, I'm familiar with this district historically using TASB as a resource for salary information. Where I'm coming at from as a board member, when I'm sitting here and I'm learning about this new money that comes to our district, again for 7th and 8th grade CTE and high school computer science students, I guess I just need to let my colleagues know that I see, based on what I have observed over a period of years, and that is these classes that don't have teachers, with students who go guest educator to guest educator. I'd like to have less of that. And even if that means that there is more or maybe less compression, which is a word that I've heard in some of the compensation conversations in the school district for a few years, I'm less concerned about a lack of compression, and I'm more concerned about a lack of qualified teachers in these hard-to-fill jobs. Thank you.
Trustee Weston, if I can address that question or the concern about our teacher salaries within CTE. It's now about 7.5 or 8 years ago. The HR staff at that time presented a proposal to the board that was adopted, where our teachers in CTE are actually eligible for years of experience compensation, where if we have someone, potentially an RN or an engineer, that comes in from the industry side of the house and wants to come in and teach within one of our campuses, a review panel of teachers actually reviews that experience and connects it to the classroom. And if so, they get years of salary bumped up based on the experience that they have in industry. So we do offer that, and it's rather competitive across our area. To my knowledge, we offer the most years of experience in potential groups, but then also all of our CTE teachers earn an additional $2,500 stipend if they're on a 187-day calendar. So there are incentives financially for our teachers, and so we do try to recruit the most that we can. Unfortunately, we're like everyone. We're taking hits right now in our area, just like all of the core and other elective areas of teachers deciding that they might need to make changes for their families.
And I appreciate that, Sherry. Unfortunately, years of experience doesn't help somebody who's maybe 25 years old that, has, in the computer science world, of which I am not an expert, for the record, but I know several of our students who are in these courses. So, you could be 25 years old. You could be a very highly qualified and competent computer science teacher that maybe only have 3 years of market experience. So I appreciate what you're saying. I'm looking forward to learning more. I think that the Texas legislature exercised great wisdom in understanding that, these people are difficult to recruit and retain in the public sector. And I think that's what this money is probably trying to address. And I appreciate that. And I appreciate your input. Thank you.
Dr. Zhao.
So I want to say I'm 100% in agreement with Trustee Vessa on we need to think about long term, not just short term capital investment on equipment. this is ongoing thing, right? I'm a computer scientist, right? I could not get paid to be on this board. This is volunteer work. So I think if we want to get more talent people to work for the school in the computer science, for example, to be as computer science teachers, we need to construct a really welcoming environment for those people to be interested in taking those jobs. Not about earning more money, because they absolutely can earn more money in the industry, right? We're working as a programmer. And I work closely at the Canada Vista Middle School with the Gateway to Technology teachers and with computer science teachers. So the feedback I got is not the lacking of equipment. The equipment is not a concern. It's the support from the district to expand those programs, to make those programs really more interesting, welcoming for students, recruit more students, make the community, the parents, more interested in those programs. So then we can create new programs and expand those offerings. So that's the problem I see right now. So when we look at this long-term plan, we're not just looking at how we're going to buy some more servers, some more chips, some more fancy toys for students to play with. We need to invest on new programs in the middle school and middle school. Start early. We can see the CTE program they're working really well in high school, but at Round Rock ISD, I really see a gap at middle school level around CTE programs. We need to address that. And I really agree with Trustee Vesa that we need to get community input, not just the teachers, not just the administrators, because a lot of people in our communities are engineers and scientists know this thing. Okay, thank you.
Ms. Harrison, and then Ms. Vesa.
Thank you so much, President Weir. Thank you, Sherry, for speaking. I don't want us to get in the weeds because I think we should hear the presentation from CTE before we spend a whole lot of time talking about it. And I guess this is where I can bridge the gap, being a CTE teacher and a board member. I did have a question. With this money going towards establishing those middle school programs, will there be continued funding for the upkeep of the expansion of the middle school programs? And is the request to add programs, or is it just to sustain the work that's already going on in middle schools?
Ms. Bonds, did you hear that question?
I did, but I didn't understand if that was for me or for Dr. Zhao. Are you asking?
For you, Ms. Bonds, yes.
Yes, so the 55%, we've already been supporting our middle school teachers with budgets and all of those things. So these dollars will work to enhance any programs, but we don't take exact dollars and say this course earned only, we don't look at it as if a course earns a certain amount of dollars at the 35 cent. We actually evaluate each of our program areas differently. And so areas where consumables are more expensive, they might get a little bit more of a budget increase or a budgeted amount than courses that don't have as heavy of equipment needs and those types of things. So the conversation about actually potentially increasing or changing middle school programming is something that we've looked at different times. It really comes down to middle school scheduling and campuses being able to afford those. At the high school, we're very fortunate to have many, many students and lots of elective openings, so that scheduling is fairly easy within high school CTE. Within middle school, within that schedule, and this is where one of the area soups, or maybe Dr. Presley could help out if I'm not speaking on this exactly correctly, but the schedule is a lot more tighter and compressed. Students don't have as many options for electives, and so it's harder to be able to offer a multitude of things like we can at the high school, but it's definitely always something we're open to.
Ms. Vesa?
I can keep going on this because I actually have more thoughts, but it sounds like it's something that we're going to be talking about later too. So I can hold time out on those and we can move on to, I'd actually really like to talk about the hold harmless and what we can do as a board, or what we might be thinking about doing as a board and as a district in terms of advocating, for those that hold harmless to be extended for the rest of the year. I was just doing some quick math in my head, and we spend in the state of Texas about $50 billion a year on public education. Is that correct? Or am I thinking biennium? But I think it's every year, $50 billion a year.
Yeah, I couldn't quote you off the top of my head. No.
I think it's $50 billion a year. So if we're talking even about statewide, a 2% decrease in the attendance or enrollment, it's enrollment really, but that drives attendance, then that's over $1 billion. So to put it in perspective, we're in the middle of a pandemic, and the state of Texas is considering cutting public schools a minimum of $1 billion, because I'm sure it's at least 2%. It's probably higher, actually. We're probably looking at more like statewide numbers, 3 or 4%. So it could be as high as $2 billion. A $2 billion cut to the public school system's budget in the middle of a pandemic. And for Round Rock ISD, that equates to about $13 million of our budget. So I just feel like there's a good story there to say, we should be advocating that they not do this, that they not have a cut of, possibly $2 billion in the middle of a pandemic to public education. So that's something I think that we may want to discuss. Because I think that the other question that I have is, I am aware that the governor has to spend $2 billion of CARES money by the end of this year. And I'm wondering if he could use that $2 billion he has to spend to hold harmless our school districts. Now, I don't know if that's possible, and I don't know if you know anything about that either, but certainly I'm sure you've talked to your other CFO friends around the area and state. I mean, what are you hearing about the options for hold harmless, and where, what our options are?
Yeah, no, the piece on the hold harmless has really been, like, in terms of what's been done, has been literally from the advocacy piece, writing the letters saying, okay, specific to Round Rock, and other districts have said the same thing. The starting template was sort of like, okay, here's a template, then sort of customize it to your specific district situation and what it means to you. And this was literally at least a month, if not 2 months ago, that worked on that letter, and we sent that in. Since then, I've seen, like was in the news, that Chamber of Commerce from the different major cities in Texas also sent the same kind of request to the state, saying, please do this. In terms of, some things I know, some things I don't know. In terms of the state side, my focus, my day is spent here, so I'm not, in terms of the specifics of what's the state going to do, all that kind of thing, I'm more of the piece of sort of like what you're referencing is just rules of thumb, that, hey, if they did 1%, be able to translate that sort of, hey, I don't know what they're going to do, but what does that mean to us? And so that's kind of where my mind is at. The kind of just in terms of talking, because part of this is a plan not only for how we think this year is going to do, but then we're going to start planning for the future. And just to sort of give you a heads up for the January meeting, one of the things that I'll just ask y'all to start thinking about now would be, if you were having to tap the gavel when we meet in January, this is the level of budget deficit that I'm ultimately willing to achieve if it came to that. What is that kind of level? Because, there's a whole lot of, always with a budget, there's a whole lot of work to be done in that. But if you think just in terms of A, B, and C, A being revenue, B being expense, and C being the bottom line, at the January meeting, I'll tell you, here's what I know. With my assumptions are this, in terms of property tax revenue, in terms of how state funding
enrollment, all those kind of things. Here's our game plan, and it yields this much revenue. So if you buy those assumptions, we're going to have $100. Okay. The next question is going to be, how much of a deficit are you willing to live with? You know, like, hey, right now we've got an amended budget deficit. The board adopted a $10 million budget deficit in September, did a $4 million adjustment, so we got a $14 million board-approved budget deficit right now, amended budget deficit right now. We'll need to know in January, you know, what level of deficit are you willing for us to run? Because then it becomes, that then tells me, it tells, you know, everyone that's going to be involved in the budget process the work that's ahead. Because here's revenue. So my stories to you and to everybody else I'm working with is simply, here's what I know. And what I know says we're going to get this much revenue. The board, with the feedback, will say, and we've only, you know, when you take A and you subtract C, that tells you how much your expense can be. So then, okay, our expenses got to go from wherever it is right now. It's got to go flat, down, up, whatever. But here's how much money when we push our cart to the grocery store and we're at H-E-B, you know, we only have $100 in our pocket and buy whatever. But the board's saying, you know, with that logic, we'll know how much there is to spend. So then the conversation's going to have to be, hey, there's just this much. What's the most important to us as a district? We all want to educate the kids to the best we can, but what is that highest and best use of that limited resource?
Ms. Weston, did you have a follow-up?
So when you said that I guess this was the prior board, prior to the 4 new trustees being sworn in, has agreed to an initial $10 million deficit budget, that they then added an additional comfort level of $4 million for a $14 million deficit budget.
Right.
I just want to ask, is that presumably that $14 million deficit is retrieved from fund balance?
If we didn't beat budget, that would be the source of funds that would come from fund balance. In terms of just perspective, this is just kind of big picture. When we as a district say, I got a $10 million shortfall, my expectation would be if we just lived a normal year and we got done with the year, we should basically 10 times out of 10 beat that budget. And the reason is that roughly 90% of our cost is payroll. You're going to have unfilled positions. You're going to have people leave, you know, all that kind of thing. So that's what lets you win. You've got a budget to where I can't say, well, I want you to work here, but I'm not putting any money in the budget to pay for you. So we budget.
Right, and I appreciate that. But I guess in a worst case scenario,
right,
it could be that we have to find $14 million somewhere, which you're saying typically wouldn't be the case. But in a worst case scenario, it would be. And the resource for that would be fund balance. I just want to clarify that. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yep.
Can I ask one quick question on the CARES Act? You said it's Williamson County, but not City of Austin. Right. Is City of Austin, is there any opportunity for us, for those students that are Williamson County, City of Austin?
Yeah, City of Austin is not doing what Williamson County is doing, because if you're the county or you're the city, you can choose to use those funds, you know, for your own within that municipality itself. So Williamson County made the decision of, if I've got this much money, well, I'm going to carve this much out and give it to the school districts that reside within their boundary. But the City of Austin is not doing that.
And Williamson County just decided to carve out big areas of our district.
Well, you know, our district that isn't within, you know, that doesn't have a student within City of Austin, they're funding, you know, which is like a little over 30,000 of our students meet that criteria, and so they're giving $100 per those students.
Right. I mean, I just, like in my neighborhood, we're Williamson County, and half of us are City of Austin, and half of us aren't.
Okay.
And I know, I mean, we have several areas in the Westwood and McNeil that would fall in that category where I guess Williamson County is not helping us. So I was just curious.
Okay.
Ms. Vessa.
So back to what I was saying before, I mean, this is a big deal. Like, I feel that this decision to hold harmless or not hold harmless, it has great ramifications statewide. Thankfully, our district is in a better position to handle that issue. I mean, the $13 million isn't going to cripple us. But there are districts around the state that it will cripple. And so I'm just wondering if this board is interested in doing any advocacy on that in terms of encouraging state leadership to hold harmless for the rest of the year.
Wow. I personally, yes. And that was my question going to be to you. What did you recommend? I know, Dr. Bone, did you have a question? Because I didn't see your light, and I didn't know if you had.
Yeah, this goes back to Trustee Weston's, and I had a conversation through email and question, but I just wanted to follow up so that we'll understand and everybody will understand if we have a $27 million shortfall to $27.1 million. Can you kind of go over where our fund balance is projected and where that would leave us? And I would like it in how many months of operation that would leave us with. Those are important numbers.
Yeah, and in terms of perspective, what you'll see when we bring the CAFR to you, like the audit next month for approval, the unallocated fund balance is like around $199 million, and our annual budget is around, call it round numbers, 450-ish million. So that's 0.44 of a year, which is about a little over 5 months worth of fund balance that we currently have, and 27 million. Like if we truly lost all 27 million, we incurred that. In terms of the existing fund balance, that would be a loss of 14% of the fund balance. Okay.
Thank you. So that still leaves us with around 4 months of fund balance, probably.
Right. And to give perspective, and one of the things that I'm working on, and ultimately, over the course of the year, you forecast with what you know, and you live the experience. And so the more you live the experience, well, you know exactly what your actuals are, and you're just guessing that much lesser, have that much lesser of a guess. And so one of the things that we're literally working on right now is, forecasting out payroll. And I know that we're winning on payroll, but what I'll be doing, like in the next forecast that you see, will be to say, okay, given that we've looked at payroll and forecasted that out by itself, we're expecting a win, and we think conservatively that win is X number of dollars. And so now with that, instead of $27 million, then it's our worst case is, something significantly less than that, because 90% of our cost is payroll. If we beat that, by $10 million, well, the 27 becomes $17 million shortfall, that kind of thing. But the next time you see a forecast from me, it'll have that analysis embedded in that forecast.
Yeah, I really appreciate that you give us kind of the worst case scenario. And can you remind us, I know the state has a number that they like us to have, or either require us to have, right, in fund balance. Right. I just want to assure everybody that I feel like we're in a good position, even if we lose the 27 million, which is, never desired. But I just want, everybody to hear.
Yeah, and kind of wired as a teacher, so let me kind of give you even more than what you asked for a little bit. In terms of fund balance, one of the things that's really important to understand is that when we talk fund balance, a lot of times it's like you typically take something like that and just personalize it and say, well, I know what I have in my savings account, and so if I've got $1,000 in my savings account, well, pretty much it's going to stay $1,000 unless I do something about it. We're very different in that most of our money, like of that $450 million budget, the vast majority of that comes from property tax. So every one of us probably has a home that we pay in property tax. Well, you get your bill, you got to pay it by January 31st. So we as a district get most of our money in the months of December and January. And so when we get $300 million plus worth of property tax revenue, our fund balance, December, January is a great looking thing because the fund balance goes very high. But then we get very little revenue from the state, from football games, all that kind of thing. And so then we start burning money. Literally when you look at the months, like if we just, the September's financials that you're looking at, well, we lost our expenses exceeded our revenue by $35 million just within the month. So, we start the year 1 month later, we're $35 million less. And so perspective on that, we've got the $199 million on June 30, but our fund balance right now at September 30 is $99 million. So you literally will start the year at over $300 million. The low point will be less than $100 million, and then it'll go back up. So just kind of perspective on things. That's just a moving target. So most districts and rating agencies, what they'll do is on the day that you close the books, when we talk about what our fund balance is, all that sort of thing, that's really what the reference point is. At that one point in time, here's what our fund balance is, and we calculate days worth of fund balance, all that sort of thing at that one point. In reality, the world's more complex than that because that number's moving throughout the year. But just so that you know.
Ms. Weston and then Ms. Feller.
I just wanted to acknowledge, Corey, you asked us about our level of interest with advocacy to continue the holding harmless. I think one of the advantages we have in our school district is one of the Texas House members that represents a large part of our school district is a graduate of McNeil High School, James Tallarico. So, you know, I've observed him, I've spoken to him. I know he's heavily engaged with people in this room and on this call on a regular basis. And my understanding in speaking and listening to him is that, you know, the funding of public education is a priority for him. And he sits on the public education committee. So, you know, later we're going to talk about our legislative priorities. I think you did a great job, Corey, with, you know, narrowing it down to 3 and really just advocating for trying to, you know, do no harm. You know, like that should be our legislative priority. It's just, you know, don't make this worse for us. Don't cut funding. Let's maintain the hold harmless thing. So if Representative Tallarico is listening and there's any uncertainty, you know, we would like for you to advocate on our behalf as one of our representatives to make sure that our district is funded. Thank you.
Ms. Feller.
So I want to start with saying I love the fact that you have a calculator in your coat pocket. Second, I am very concerned with the $27 million deficit. Based on my experience in working with you, I don't think that that's what it's going to end up being realized. But looking at it as a worst case scenario, and I don't expect you to have this tonight, but next month when we start talking about budget, I would really like a timeline of when we're going to have to start making some tough decisions. Because I want to look at worst case scenarios, that kids aren't vaccinated by the start of school next year, that we have virtual learners again, and last thing I want to do is to have to let people go. But when 89% of your budget is staffing, we need to look at worst case scenarios going into this spring as we're having to sign contracts and get commitments from people of how are we going to make these decisions when there's still so many unknowns, and we can't continue on a 27 or a 20 million or a $14 million budget shortfall year after year. So if you can just kind of work that into your numbers, it's very concerning to me. And I want to make sure that we're doing the best for our staffing as well as we're planning through this spring.
Right.
Thanks.
And one of the things just to note is, I know you'll have a whole lot on your mind, but in terms of between now and January, I'd like one of those, the most, if I could just say, hey, give me one thing. It's spend time just for each of you, what's your level of willingness, like, okay, this past year, the board was okay with the $10 million budget deficit. What's your number? Because that, if I can get one thing from you in January, is okay, we've thought about it. Maybe you talk about it on the message board, whatever, but kind of come to that meeting, because that's a real important in terms of that gives the guidance then to us of the work that's in play, because we'll all kind of, it's going to be a best guess in January of how much revenue we're going to have. But I'll tell you everything I know, and so, hey, here's what I think and why I think it. It's this much money. Then when you say, well, I don't want to have much more than this amount of deficit, well, that says how much we have left to spend. So, you know, whatever that means, there's only this much money. So then the work on us is, okay, we got to give the best education we can, but the board has said, you know, they know how much revenue we're going to get. They don't want us to lose more than this amount. So this is all there is. Now set to the task. That's the work.
Well, and I realize that everybody on our staff is doing the best that they can to be fiscally responsible and realize the situation that we're in. And so I appreciate that. And I don't have my number right now, but it's not 27 million. So I will looking forward to the conversation in January. Thank you.
Ms. Vessa?
So I do have other things to talk about, but I just wanted to give one last chance. So I think I hear 3 people willing to do some advocacy on this. Do I hear anybody else?
I just wanted to wait until it was on the agenda later for the legislative. We have it in.
I think it's a little bit separate because.
Yeah, it's not really a legislative priority because, I mean, okay, if the governor doesn't do anything, then maybe I guess we can appeal to the legislature. But the truth of the matter is it's the governor. Like, he's really needing to make this decision. And so the legislature won't really have a chance to weigh in on this until, I'm sure they can back fund us, but nothing will likely be passed from the legislature till May. So it's really the governor's decision. Am I correct? The governor's decision? He made the decision previously, right? The governor's decision to hold us harmless moving forward. So it's really something that we can, it's not necessarily a legislative priority because it's something that the legislature will only weigh in on if the governor does nothing.
Ms. Harrison?
Trustee Vessa, I just wanted to let you know that I am willing to advocate and have good relationships and partnerships with both representatives. So I think we can come together on that and advocate ASAP.
And I guess that's my question, Corey. I mean, how would it be like the board and Dr. Presley write a letter to the governor? I mean, is that kind of what you're recommending at this point?
Yeah, I also think, that, and then publicize it. Publicize the letter, put it out there and tell our community what's going on, because I don't think a lot of people realize that in the middle of a pandemic, our district in particular is about to lose $13 million, and statewide, we may be losing $2 billion to public education. I think if people knew that that was on the horizon, then maybe they would start speaking up as well. I just don't think people really even know this is an issue right now. And so I think it's contingent upon us to make them aware of the problem and the impending problem so that they can, express their wishes to continue funding our public schools during this pandemic and not reduce funding by such a significant amount during our the worst of times.
Dr. Zhao?
I would just say, as long as you write the letter, I put my signature. No problem.
That was actually going to be my question. This is not a voting, this is superintendent's report, but is there anybody that would be uncomfortable, say if Jenny and if staff put together a letter from us, is there anybody uncomfortable with their name being on a letter to the governor? Mm-hmm.
Yeah, if the language is that we want the hold harmless provision extended through May of 2021, then I can agree to that.
All right, I don't know if Jenny's actually on the call, but
I am on the call and would be happy to do that. As Dr. Audix pointed out, we have done a letter similar to that, and we'll be happy to do another one because it's obviously a very important issue.
Yeah, and one with all of our names and Dr. Presley, I think that's a little more powerful than, sort of the more generic. And then I guess to Corey's point, if it goes on social media where we can share it, well, those of us that are good at that can share it and get it out there. That would be awesome. All right, thank you. Ms. Vessa.
Okay, so is this the part of the meeting where we're talking about the additional payment to staff? Are we doing that now or is that later, Dr. Presley?
I think Dr. Audix was going to talk about that during this part.
Okay,
I know it ties into the COVID discussion as well, but that's the very last thing. So if you just want to kind of talk briefly about that.
Yeah, that's fine. And I've worked with, Annette and I have had conversation, and so the kind of I'm the money guy, so the question is, okay, how much would it cost if we were to do a $500 retention bonus, a one-time payment this year? We've got 6,852 employees, so you'd be round numbers $3.5 million would be the cost of doing that.
Ms. Weston?
Did you run it for just limiting it to teaching staff?
That's everybody. And
So the answer is no, you did not run it just for teaching staff.
Right.
Because that's what I'd be curious to know, what the delta is between, everybody versus our teachers.
Okay. And Annette, are you on the call? Do you know off the top how many teachers we have?
I am on the call. We've got approximately 3,800 teachers, so I'm guessing at the number right now. So that 3,800 times 500.
Yeah, like $1.9 million, $2 million type of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Ms. Feller?
My only comment on that is, if we're going to do it for one, we do it for all. It would be just my comment on if we do it at all. But, we have bus drivers that are exposed. We have custodians that are exposed, front office staff that are exposed on a daily basis. So if we're going to do it, one for all for one.
Ms. Harrison?
That was the point I was going to make, and I wanted to know, when we say teaching staff, are we including hourly staff and teaching assistants, et cetera, because they probably need this more than anyone.
Ms. Vessa?
Yes, I would advocate that all of our staff would receive it, because I think everybody has been working extremely hard. This is an unprecedented year, and the truth of the matter is, it's $500. I wish we could do more. I mean, truthfully, it's not in proportion to the amount of effort that they put in. But it is something, and it's kind of like this recognition of saying thank you. And here's a little money. But because we're a public entity and we're funded by tax dollars and we don't have a whole lot of money. But it is an acknowledgement from our community, because the truth of the matter is, this is everybody's money. This isn't like our money. This is every single citizen that pays taxes in this area saying thank you to our school district staff for their incredible efforts. So I agree. I think it should go to all staff to just say thank you in a tangible way. It's, like I said, definitely not what I wish it could be, but it's something. And I just feel like it's a way for us to thank everybody.
Because of the questions we had from trustees regarding this issue, we wanted to just kind of put it on the table tonight and put it on everybody's radar. So we'll be coming back with a proposed plan in January. And then the payment that would actually, if the board approves a payment, that would take place probably in February. So, but we wanted it to be on everybody's radar screen tonight. And if you have further questions, obviously you can ask staff and we can get that to you. But that's the basic plan that we talked about, was $500 per every staff member, approved by the board in January, paid to the staff in February.
Actually, Ms. Weston?
Yeah, so to be clear, I'm not trying to exclude anybody. I was wondering if there were opportunities to make the $500 actually more robust for some of our employees who, you could make a case that we should do more for some employees. So that's where that's coming from, is a desire to make it more robust than just $500 for everybody. Also, I don't know if everybody here understands, but we have central office staff who's already getting stipends for going above and beyond the normal call of duty. So, would those individuals also get this? Whereas if I didn't give, people who are already getting stipends and acknowledgments of doing more work, if I didn't have to give them this $500, could I spread that like a peanut butter spread to individuals who thus far have gotten zero? So that is where the nature of my questions are coming from, and I wanted to clarify that.
Yeah, I'd like to clarify, as far as central office staff, the only person that's getting, there's two people actually at central office that are getting additional pay because of the nights and weekends, and that's our COVID coordinator, Ms. Wilkes, who's on the call tonight, because she's an academic director by trade, and she's taken on this job totally above and beyond her normal work in the Round Rock Learning Community, and Brandy Hafner, who's also spending nights and weekends doing all helping coordinate the tracing. And we also want to mention on our campuses, there's a stipend coming through to pay our campus COVID coordinators, who are also spending nights and weekends working with our principals right now to get that list. And so they'll be compensated for the additional work they put in. And when I say nights and weekends, I mean nights and weekends. But there aren't additional central office folks that are getting COVID stipends at all, other than the two that are actually coordinating the efforts for COVID for the district.
Dr. Bone?
Dr. Presley had answered my question. I was going to ask about the timing.
All right, Ms. Feller?
So that was my question too, was my understanding it was a retention bonus for signing a contract to continue on with us? No?
No, it was termed a retention stipend, but it's not, and maybe Dr. Oddix or Ms. Vieira can add more to that about the wording of what the stipend would be.
Sure. It would need to be a retention incentive type stipend. Doing this mid-year would force us to do a resolution for this. That's why we would bring it to you in January. And we would also need to adopt a new compensation plan in order to do a mid-year stipend like this.
Could you explain that a little bit clearer? I'm sorry.
Sure. And because you don't want to give a gift of public funds, like Trustee Vessa had said earlier, so you have to bring forth a resolution to say that due to COVID, we are giving this retention and incentive payment to our staff. So we would have a resolution to come forward to you in January. And then also we would have a new compensation plan. The only thing that we would do is just add a statement saying that we are going to give a mid-year bonus or one-time payment, a mid-year one-time payment for our staff. And it's also important to note that this money is not part of TRS. This is money that is very separate from that.
So you used two words that to me kind of seem contradictory, just trying to make sure I understand it. You said bonus, but then you said retention. And so...
Sorry, I apologize. We would call it a retention incentive one-time payment for staff due to COVID-19.
So the retention is that they stayed on during this year, not a retention to stay on for next year.
Right. It would be for staying on for right now.
Okay. Thank you for the clarification.
Sure.
Ms. Vessa?
Well, that actually, I was going to talk about something else, but, it led right into a thought I had that I posted on the message board. That we had actually I had a conversation with Annette about this earlier this week. And because I was thinking about moving forward, like how we can encourage and both thank and encourage our staff to stay with us. And what we ended up coming up with is that, really the best retention thing we can do is give our staff a raise this spring and going forward saying we are going to please stay with us, we're going to give you a raise. Now obviously our budget situation isn't looking great. And so that raise is actually contingent upon our discussion of legislative priorities, because unless we get some money from the legislature to do this work, to make sure that our teachers and staff get a raise, so they know that they're valued and the work they did this last year is valued and we value them going forward, we're going to have to do some advocacy, because the money that we get here, a lot of people think, I paid more in taxes this year, so the school district got more money. That's not really how it works. We're funded by a formula based on our tax rate. And so unless the formula is changed or the tax rate is changed, we don't get more money. And so we can go to the legislature and ask for them to increase our basic allotment or other part of the formula so that we can get some additional funds so that we can give a raise. And if they don't do that, then we have some tough decisions here in terms of tax rate. Do we raise our tax rate to fund a raise? And I personally do not like doing that, because for many reasons, but I don't like to raise taxes on our constituency, but I also don't think it's a long-term solution, because raising the tax rate once gets you 1 year of a raise. You have to have like to get a raise the following year, you'd have to raise the tax rate again. That's not a long-term solution to this problem. So the long-term solution is the legislature committing annually to give us money to give our teachers and staff raises. So that's what I put in the legislative priorities, which we'll talk about later, but it ties into this, financial discussion, and so that's that.
Thank you. Are there other budget questions for Dr. Audix right now? I know we will in January have a much broader budget discussion. Dr. Bone?
Yeah, I just had one more. And I know you said you would get this maybe to us later, but were you able to get the extended leave and how much that would be projected financial impact?
I got an initial answer. The piece goes like this, where I can't just say the number is this. Where the water gets muddy is that when you have leave, it would be like, say that I'm a teacher making $50,000, okay, but I get this leave. Well, I get $50,000 even though I'm out sick for 10 days or more. My cost is still $50,000. So as a district, my cost didn't go up $50,000 because it was just that kind of piece. So it's really the lion's share of what's going on is just the fact that kind of like we're paying people that are on leave now. The layer, well, I paid you and then I paid a sub, so we'd have to go on the sub side and do that kind of math. So I'll work, but it's not a short, So I'll work on it and we'll get an answer, but it's not.
Yeah, I understand. It's really a projection, right? It's our best guess.
Right.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yep.
That's all I was asking for.
Okay.
Thanks. All right, I don't see any more questions for Dr. Audix right now. So we will go to Superintendent Report, the GMPs. Dr. Presley.
Thank you, President. We were asked Dr. Malerba to come up and present for our college readiness and our constraint number 2 on disciplinary removals to this point. So, Dr. Malerba.
Thank you. Okay, I'm not on yet. I think I was muted.
Okay. That's better. Yeah, I think you're on now.
Adjust the volume from the back.
Okay. Just let me know when I can start.
I think you can start.
You can hear me.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. For some reason, it doesn't sound that loud. Well, good evening, everyone. I'm very glad to be here in person. I can't say that I'm a huge fan of presenting on Zoom. So I'm here tonight to talk about some of our Lone Star GPMs and a constraint, and I'll just wait for the slides to come up. It's the slide deck next to that, Jennifer. Thank you. There we go. Okay, and on the next slide, please. Okay, so tonight we'll start with GPM 5.2, which is the percentage of seniors testing as college ready in reading and math. GPM 5.2 is a leading indicator of Board Goal 5, which is the percentage of students who are college, career, and military ready. The percentage of students testing as college ready in reading and math is measured by meeting the criterion score on ACT, SAT, or Texas Success Initiative Assessment, or TSIA, or a combination of scores across these tests. We track student success on these assessments through a report we built in our data warehouse. Demonstrating college readiness is important for students because it will allow them to enroll directly in college credit-bearing coursework in college. It's also an important part of high school campus and district state accountability monitoring. Okay, please advance. All right, there are several data sets combined in this figure, so I'll take a moment to describe each one. First, the gray dotted line begins at 70%, which was the 2019 college readiness baseline. That dotted line continues out to annual targets that end at 80% at the end of the 2024 school year. Next, the orange line also begins at the 2019 GPM baseline and then shows the end of year college readiness rate of 66% for the senior class of 2020. That rate was 6 percentage points lower than the 2020 target. The blue dot, also in that first column there, indicates the Texas Education Agency's final assessment of college readiness for the senior class of 2019. There's more detail about that in the written report if anyone is interested. Otherwise, we'll just stay focused on how we monitor it within the district. The green line indicates the percentage of students who are testing as college ready in reading and math by the fall of their senior year. For both the classes of 2019 and 2020, this was 61%. But for the current senior class of 2021, that rate is 55%. So 6 percentage points lower than for the previous two classes. Both the end of year data for the class of 2020 and the fall data for the senior class of 2021 are showing the impact of COVID-19 school closures and other disruptions, which include reduced access to college assessment testing opportunities. Do you have any questions for me about the data before I hand it off to Michelle? Okay, then I'll hand it off to Michelle Swain, who will talk about the district response and all the supports that are in place for our students. And Michelle's the Director of Advanced Academics.
Thank you, Kathy, and thank you for allowing me to be before you this evening to share all of the amazing work that's being done across the district at all of our campuses to impact our college readiness data. If you could go to the next slide. We know that COVID has had an impact on the testing environment. We know that the SAT and ACT National Saturday exams were canceled from April through October in our district, and from April through July nationally. When they brought some of them back, there were limited seats available. Some students had to really make decisions about how they wanted to proceed in light of the decisions that colleges and universities were making relative to test optional. So our students did have a limited opportunity to engage in that testing. We were very fortunate that we did give the SAT school day on March 4th, and we allowed our campuses to test on March 14th. So we did have a significant number of students that had the opportunity in the class of 2021 to take that March 4th exam and get an SAT score from that. Also during this time, the Texas Success Initiative assessment, which is kind of our other round of our other pathway for our students to demonstrate college readiness, was supposed to roll out the second version of it in August. That has been postponed now to January 11th. Of 2021, but we were able to, through our amazing campus testing coordinators and all of their efforts, roll out some remote proctoring for the class of 2020 in May and June as kind of another push to get those students over that TSI hurdle, if you will. And then TSIA testing for class of 2021 and dual credit eligibility continues to happen either via remote proctoring or in person at our campuses. So our CTCs have really gone above and beyond trying to make sure that they are creating opportunities for students during this environment. It also impacted the PSAT. The PSAT 8 and 9 is typically given in October on the same day as the PSAT and MSQT. That was moved to January 27th. And then we split the high school PSAT and MSQT into 2 cohorts so that we could limit the number of students that were on campus at one time. So the 11th graders took it in October so that they would have more time to get those results and have actionable input before they took the March SAT school day. And then we're giving it to our 10th graders and the students who are 11th graders who did not take it in October and choose to take it in January. Those students will take it on January 26th. We did have about 65% of our juniors come up in October. Next slide, please. So the opportunities that our students are having annually is we typically have that October PSAT and MSQT for our 10th and 11th grade students. We have that PSAT 8-9 as the initial college readiness assessment for our 8th grade students. On the same day in October, we test all of those on the same day, typically in a typical year, so that families who have students in multiple grade levels can kind of get it in their head that this is the PSAT testing day for the district. And then we do the March SAT school day for the 11th grade students. That is the first opportunity for the junior class to take it, and we take it at the very first opportunity in order to give our students time in a typical year, between the March SAT school day and the May and June SAT Saturday national administrations. That lets them have those 2 more opportunities to demonstrate college readiness, to get those scores up before they start applying to colleges in August. And then we do the TSIA testing for juniors who have not demonstrated college readiness yet in May. And then we have that ongoing for our seniors as many times as they need it. And we have actually, in the last year, we've worked with our assessment department and our campus testing coordinators to eliminate the charge for students. So we are paying for all of our students who need TSIA testing to obtain that testing at no charge. Okay, next slide. So we have supports both during the school day and beyond the school day. And some of the college readiness supports that we offer during the school day include the college preparatory language arts and math courses that students who are seniors and have not yet demonstrated TSI exemption are able to take advantage of. Our AVID classes complete Princeton Review and PSAT test prep as part of their curriculum in AVID 3, and that is district-wide. We do have a test item bank with TSI and SAT type questions that our teachers can pull from. We also have those questions reviewed in Algebra 2 and in English 3 for our junior students, because we know that junior year is really the year that we're hitting that college readiness the hardest, because that's the year that most of them do demonstrate that meeting that threshold. We also offer TSI tutoring and prep sessions based on area of need. So if a student takes the TSI and is not successful on a section of the TSIA, then they can engage in work to shore up those skills, that knowledge, so that when they retake that section, they can improve their score and their performance. We also are incorporating college readiness instructional strategies within the ARC, the Aligned Round Rock curriculum for math and language arts. We had SAT training last year for our curriculum staff and our instructional coaches and some of our teachers to help with that effort. And we continue to provide robust options, as you heard about earlier in the fall, for students to participate in advanced courses while in high school, whether it be dual credit, advanced placement, on-ramps, or IB. Okay, next slide. So outside of the school day or beyond the school day, some of the other opportunities and resources that we have available to our students, our counselors and our campus testing coordinators are great at providing our students and our families information on how to interpret the PSAT scores that they get. Typically, when they take it in October, they get those scores back in December. And then we have an effort at the campuses to get those scores in the hands of students. They go to the student portal from the College Board, but we also want to get the kids in that portal, using that, connecting their PSAT scores to Khan Academy so that they can get that personalized practice. And part of that effort last year, we started a Did You Do Your 20 2022 campaign between the College Board and Khan Academy to promote linking the students' accounts in both so that they can get that personalized practice. We've already kicked that campaign off this year. Last year it started in January. This year we kicked it off this week with the first message that went out to the junior class with information about how to link those two together so that hopefully they will engage in some practice over the 2-week break. We also offer Princeton Review courses at our high schools based on availability and need during the evening and on weekends. And we promote the selection of advanced math courses in middle school, so trying to get as many students as possible. And you've heard the work that Natalie Nichols has done on this in the Stony Point learning community with the 5th to 6th grade transition. We're continuing to work on that district-wide and find ways that we can continue to promote our students who have the ability and have the talent to be able to be successful in those courses, to push themselves and avail themselves of that opportunity. And we're exploring new ways to do that. And then also there are some summer opportunities for students who need to meet that college readiness criteria in math and reading. So we're looking at, through Avid and through some other opportunities, we're looking at ways that we can continue to enhance those supports that students might avail themselves of outside of the school day. And I believe that is it for that GPM.
Ms. Feller?
So I do have a question. Going back to slide number 3, Dr. Malerba, of the 55% of the class of 22, does that include 100% of the students that have been tested to this point? Or is that just 55% of the students that have been tested?
It is 55% of the entire 12th grade class, which is in alignment with state accountability. So it includes some students who have not been tested or perhaps for the reasons of their disability would not be tested. So you'd probably never get 100% on this indicator. But the denominator is the entire 12th grade class.
So having a senior in the class of 21, I know there is limited, if any, interest in this class in taking these exams because they're not required for colleges. How is that impacting our testing rate for those that haven't been tested up to this point? Do we know?
Well,
I know that's kind of an obtuse question,
yeah.
But if we're looking at that indicator and these tests aren't, we don't have these kids in our building and the test isn't required to apply for colleges, then, what is the motivation for these kids to actually do these testing?
So I can speak to that. I also have a student in the class of 21, and so it's very near and dear to my heart, this conversation. She has already been accepted to college, yay. But she was looking at opportunities for additional scholarships. She was looking at opportunities to enter into certain programming options and opportunities at the college. And so for those students who are still seeking placement within a certain college program or who are seeking certain scholarships that require certain thresholds, those tests are still very important. And we're also starting to see with the December testing, we're seeing the class of 22 starting to take those exams as well.
Can you give me any idea, Ms. Swain, on the number of students the percentage of students that we still want to test that have not been tested in any way? Do you know those numbers?
I don't know those numbers off the top of my head. I'm sure that Kathy's team can crunch that data, but because we do the SAT school day in the spring, I would say the vast majority of our students in the cohort of class of 21 have already taken at least one of the assessments. Some of them have taken multiple if they met TSI through eligibility for dual credit courses as a sophomore or junior. They would have already met that. So our students have definitely, because of the commitment of the district to offer the SAT school day, they have already had at least that one experience. A lot of kids try to take it multiple times to improve their score, and that's where we're seeing students that have not been able to have as many opportunities as we would like to do that.
Okay, and then one last question on your 22 campaign. Can you tell me a little more of the specifics on how that campaign works? And are you just addressing it to the students, or are there also coordination to the families and the parents? Can you tell me just a little bit more about how that campaign works?
Sure. So we attended some College Board training where they shared with us some of the results of the amount of time students spent on Khan Academy doing personalized practice connected to their previous scoring pattern and the scoring pattern on their subsequent assessments. So we found that in their research, given about 20 to 22 hours of Khan Academy work on things that were demonstrated as areas that needed some improvement or shoring up, students were on average increasing their scores by 100 points from one assessment to the next. And so to encourage that, we started the Did You Do Your 22 campaign. And so that is, last year it was weekly emails that went out to the junior class through their school email address. This year it is going to be every other week because we are starting earlier. And basically those emails are short, succinct. They have a quick message about, did you know that this can happen? Did you know that this is available? Here's how to do it. Here's a link to a video that shows you how to link your accounts to each other, just providing little snippets, tidbits of information, and it's part of a countdown to the SAT. And so that's included in all those messages, how many weeks until the SAT school day exam. And then we also, when we come back from the break, our high schools all have yard signs that say countdown to the SAT, did you do your 22? And it has a QR code that connects to the district's SAT practice site. And so our wonderful media department and communications department has set up a site specifically for SAT preparation, for college readiness assessment preparation. And so we drive students to that so that they can have access to not only Khan Academy, but also Library Services has worked with EBSCO to have test prep within the EBSCO environment, EBSCO Learning Express environment. And so that's not just for SAT, that's also for some of our AP exams and for TSIA. So we really are trying to be as comprehensive as possible, touch students in as many different ways as possible to get that message across to them about how important it is to engage in that practice.
I 100% appreciate that effort. My only feedback on that is to perhaps if we could have some kind of campaign to also include the parent or guardian in that campaign. Having a child that directly benefited from the Did You Do Your 22 and saw a significant increase on her SAT, but she did not do it willingly. She did it because a parent who knew about it sat down and forced her to do it. And so, I think I didn't know about it without having been on the board because she didn't come to me and say, hey, I got these emails. What do you think about this, Mom? So I think if we recruited parents and guardians into that campaign to say, hey, this resource is out there, you can be involved in your child's life in increasing this score and getting them out of your own house. No, kind of a joke there, but I do think that we might increase our participation if we also included the parents and guardians in that campaign. But thank you again for all that you do.
I'm sorry. That's a great idea, and we can definitely work with communications to get additional messages out, for sure.
And then I also wanted to mention that the Future Readiness Department, my name is Laura Darden, I'm the Executive Director of Future Readiness, and Michelle and I work together along with Sherry Bonds with the Future Readiness team. But January 19th, Ms. Swain will actually be hosting a session for families on increasing college readiness, and the session that she'll host, it's in the evening online, and for families who aren't able to make it, we record those, and they're on the Future Readiness site, so people can go back and review any of the sessions we've provided all year long. But the one on January 19th will be focused on PSAT, SAT, and ACT preparation, so that will support this cause as well.
Ms. Weston?
I had a question on slide 3 as well, Dr. Malerba.
Yes.
And I thought that Trustee Feller was going with where my question was, but then it didn't quite get there. So my question is, I'm seeing class of 2020, class of 2021 and 22 on the green dot. When I see 61 and 55, is that apples to apples? And Amber, I don't know if that's what you were trying to get at, or was it like the same testing rates? So, when I look at data, because I'm not an expert on it like some of my colleagues, it's helpful for me to understand, is that apples to apples, or is the 55% number perhaps because only 40% of students took the test, whereas typically 80% take the test? And I didn't know if that's where you were going, Amber, but I was thinking of it in terms of, are these apples to apples numbers? Can you put them in context?
Yes, I'll just try to re-explain it in a way that confirms that they are apples to apples. So if we go back to the slide, slide 3. So in each year, the denominator is every single student in the 12th grade class. And the numerator, sorry, just getting tired here. The numerator is the percentage of students who have demonstrated college readiness in reading and math. So that's a pretty high bar. As one of the things I don't know that Michelle really talked about is a lot of kids will hit one or the other on SAT school day, and then perhaps they'll take an ACT or a TSI to get the other one. So the reduced access to testing opportunities kind of undercut the success we've been able to show so far. But as she mentioned, there were additional testing opportunities over the summer. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, and she just said it. So I think we really, all of us up here and everybody in our community wants to really be able to understand the damage that virtual learning, to the extent that it exists. And yes. Is this decline because, maybe I'm a student and I'm just less inclined to show up to take this test, and that's impacting this number? Or is it that I did show up for the test, but I performed lower than my peers last year? And I think we just want to be clear on that.
Okay, well, I did write down the question as Ms. Feller asked it, which was what percentage of students have not tested that we might expect to have tested? And then the other portion is who's tested but still just has not been successful.
Yeah, and I think what Ms. Weston and I are both asking is we want to see how bad this number really is, because 55% and a 6% decline in 1 year is very alarming. But is it because they haven't had access to testing, or are our students really performing at a lower rate? And if they are performing at a lower rate and there are actually 6% fewer students that are prepared for college or the career or military, then that's a very alarming direction for me.
Yes, I'll mention one other kind of key point here, which is the cutoff date. The date of which the report references is the very end of the school year. So students still had an opportunity to test over the summer. And in fact, when we get those final numbers from TEA, they'll even reflect testing opportunities on TSIA through October this fall. So it'll be a while before we know the true outcome in terms of who demonstrated college readiness. But I'm going to try to say back, I think there's still one other question that you're asking me that I haven't written down, if you want to just try to explain it one more time. So,
well, I just wanted clarity if this was apples to apples numbers, because this is alarming, and so I want to make sure I'm interpreting it properly.
Yeah, okay, I understand, and I do think at least part of it is driven by the fact that those seniors, the seniors from the class of 2020, did not have access to TSI, the multiple testing opportunities in the spring that they normally would have, and also anything that they might have done over the summer, of course, is not reflected. But that's in terms of the long-term impact.
We have questions from Ms. Vesa and then Dr. Zhao, but I think if you could go back just to kind of sum up what they're saying, I think what people are looking for is sort of, even if you just took a point in time and you said at this point in time in 2019, everybody that had taken it had passed one or the other or both, and then how quickly did they get to passing both? Did we get to 10% by this date and 10% by this date maybe? And so then we could look at this year and say, okay, at this point, wow, we only have kids we have way fewer that have been able to do both, that just have done one or the other. And sort of, are we on track to stay really at that low rate even through October? I think is kind of what I'm hearing. Like, we just need some way to measure, some way to compare the previous years to this year.
Because because depending on what the context is here could drive decisions that we may or may not make. So I want to make sure we have the right vector to make sure we're making the right decisions.
Okay, so just ponder for a minute, because I know Ms. Vessa has a question, and then Dr. Zhao.
So I'm looking at some different data. I mean, it's all the same stuff, but on the other, the more in-depth report, and it has it by campus and broken down by groups. And the thing that people always ask me, almost every time, they look at the numbers and they look at early college and they look at Westwood and they say, wow, their numbers are so much higher. What's the district giving them that they're not giving everybody else? They're getting special treatment. What are they doing? What are you getting at Westwood and early college that everybody else isn't getting? And so it's a difficult question to answer. Like, I don't think they're getting anything else, but I'm asking that question. Do we have more effective programs at Westwood and early college that produce these results? And if so, can we replicate them? Because they're obviously doing substantially better. And I don't think this is to you. This would be to Ms. Bonds and her team.
Well, I think it wouldn't be to Ms. Bonds, I don't think, but the effectiveness of our programs is something we look at all the time. And I think the scores that we see are driven more by the demographics in a certain population than it is the programming, because we try to provide the same programming at all of our schools. There are some different schools offer different things, obviously, because of the desire of the community or just that program. All of our programs don't exist on every campus, I guess is what I'm saying. But holistically, there's nothing that we're doing different philosophically or opportunity-wise on any of our campuses that would propagate, a differential like you described. So, but we'll be happy to put a presentation together in the future to kind of talk about that and compare the programming we have or send an update to the board. But it doesn't manifest itself because of the programming we're providing or the supports that we're providing.
Thank you so much for that clarity, because it's a very common question that I receive anyway, is that people have doubts as to whether there's equity across the district in terms of the what's being provided. And so what you're saying is it's more a matter of demographics than it is of programming. So that's helpful. And I mean, we can definitely you can send information to the board, especially to new board members. I mean, I've seen a lot of the presentations on what we provide. We're talking about it tonight, but there's more. So definitely to the new board members to make sure that they understand all of the resources that are given to our high school students and at our different high schools across the district. I think that would be helpful to educate the new board members, and we can always make that available publicly as well so that people understand. But thank you for that clarification that all of the high schools receive the same programming. No one high school is getting a program that another high school isn't getting.
Well, that's not, I said there are some differences. For example, our International Baccalaureate program exists at 2 high schools. That's not replicated, but students can choose those. If they want to transfer, they can go to Westwood or Stony Point for those programs. So there are some exclusive programs, but overall supports and what we provide for the programs that we have on our campuses are the same across the district for the supports that we provide. And but there are differences. I want to be clear. I'm not saying everybody has a culinary arts program and everybody has IB. You know, it's not set up
I
like
understand
that.
what you're saying,
Okay.
but in particular and related towards, because this data set is really just about standardized tests and SAT, ACT, TSI. So in that regard, all of the schools get the same supports. There isn't a special program at Westwood or Early College that they're getting that's producing better results on those tests that other campuses aren't getting.
Correct. And I think Ms. Swain had some slides on that earlier about the supports we provide within the school day and outside the school day.
Dr. Zhao?
So I just have a general comment regarding slide 3. Okay. This graph really touched my button. Okay. I do not want to see future presentation, future slide, future graph look like that, because it doesn't show any, as Trustee Weston said, is it apple-to-apple comparison? What is exactly the denominator? Is it showing us is that a learning result, learning loss because of learning loss, or because simply doesn't have access to the testing opportunity? That's two clearly different issues we need to tackle. So this graph tells us nothing besides the 50% versus 74% target. In the future, any presentation, I would ask the administration really look at, do not just look at the aggregate data, just draw some graph and the job is done. Really give us detailed meaning behind the data. That's what I ask. I'd be very blunt.
Well, I appreciate the feedback. Of course, the more we can get back into our regular reporting groove, if you will, and have reports to you earlier and be able to answer specific follow-up questions will be more helpful for facilitating that. But I appreciate the feedback.
Thank you.
Ms. Feller?
So I know we haven't publicized as much the more detailed report. I appreciate this. It goes into some really good information. But one thing that really stands out to me is when you look at the numbers from early college, it's my understanding these kiddos starting their junior year in high school are taking college classes. But yet the class of 20, only 82% of them tested as college ready. Am I reading that correctly?
I might have to have Natalie Nichols chime in here. Part of the answer is that the data reflected here are just what is in our data warehouse. So if students took ACT, SAT, TSI in the district, that's reflected here. There may be other assessments happening perhaps at ACC that are not captured. And also remember they are reflecting students who are college ready in both reading and math. And so some early college high school students will demonstrate definitely reading. I think we're, don't quote me, but I think we're very nearly 100% in reading at early college. And they can start taking the related courses in reading, social sciences, et cetera, or history, et cetera, with that. And then it might take them a little longer to get the math. But if Natalie's on to, or I'm sorry, Dr. Presley, perhaps you.
No, that's okay. Now Natalie's on the call, I believe, if she would like to weigh in on that.
Yes, I am.
All right.
And that is absolutely true what she's saying. So, for example, not all, because this represents where if students are college ready in both, it doesn't allow you to see the fact that not all of our early college high school students take math at ACC. Many of them may complete their math courses, all of their math courses at ECHS, which there would not be a need then to be college ready in math in order to go to the, and take those classes there. Also, what it does, it also leaves out, based on how we're showing the data, is there is a provision at ACC, especially with ECHS, where you're able to get a waiver based on your scores on the PSAT. So oftentimes what you'll see, if the students are able to get a waiver, they don't have to get the passing score, so to speak, on the SAT, ACT, or TSI. If they've met the number in the PSAT, they're able to gain a waiver and then go on to still get access to the ACC courses. What we do try to do, however, there is to still keep working on making sure that they're college ready and compliant with that number, so that way they have full access once they go to a four-year college or university to all the courses, and they don't have to take any remedial courses. But that's the reasoning why you see that number and why it's not at 100%, based on those various reasons.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. That makes a lot of sense. But I was just wondering why, if they're taking college classes, why they wouldn't be at 100%, so that helps. And then the last thing that I had a question on is really, and this is more I guess more of a philosophical question for our board, but if you've dove into page 4 of the detailed report where it talks about our ethnic breakdown and economically disadvantaged and those that are college ready, stark differences, unacceptable differences. So anybody's thoughts after looking at page 4, moving forward on this one?
I will say that we're engaged in really detailed work with several programs, specifically working on these areas. AVID is an elective that's offered across all of our high schools. It's offered wall to wall at ECHS, and it stands for Advancement via Individual Determination. And that elective specifically focuses on underrepresented students and students who really have that strong desire to go to college, but are performing really at a B, C level. And of course, in COVID, we tend to see lower grades. And it really helps kids focus on those executive functioning skills, time management, but they also work a tremendous amount on building those competencies for SAT. And as Ms. Swain mentioned earlier, for kids to take an SAT prep class outside of the school day is a really expensive endeavor, and so we don't want our kids to encounter that barrier. All of our teachers that teach junior AVID are Princeton Review trained, and so they're able to actually offer that curriculum during the school day. And right now we are engaged in recruitment season for the upcoming year. And so we're working very closely not only with our 5th grade teams as they recommend kids who are headed into middle school, but also working really closely with our 8th grade, 9th grade, and 10th grade teachers to identify students who would really benefit from this program. We also are engaged in a year-long partnership with the Harvard Graduate School of Education, and we are hosting a resident, Danielle Duarte, and the focus of the research with the Future Readiness team is providing access to advanced coursework and preparation for college readiness, specifically with our Latinx and Black population. And the work that we're doing is committee-driven. We're meeting with students. We're meeting with families. We are doing a really, really deep dive in our data, and we have 3 core programs that we're working with. The first one is launching an Advanced Academics initiative, where we feature underrepresented student populations in mentorship roles and also in recruitment videos to help all of our students understand that kids do have a place in advanced academics. And really, it's about the Matthew effect. Kids who have access to advanced academics outperform students in all different realms. And so we are working really hard to remove those barriers and to make sure kids really understand you have a place at the table and we need you at the table, and to help our families understand that as well. We also are revamping our advanced academics nights so that as kids are entering high school, families learn more about our opportunities, but also more about the supports that we provide. And again, as everyone has mentioned tonight, a lot of this is really working on how to navigate all these shifts while we're shifting to the virtual environment. And then the last one is a campaign to really, instead of having kids opt into advanced coursework, we're really helping them to understand there's a place and that they need to opt out if they don't want to do it. rather than having to jump through hoops to be able to get access to those courses. And so that's a lot of the work that's taking place. We've got folks across campuses, and again, lots of student interviews and family interviews are going on to really get the full perspective, and appreciate the partnerships with our campuses that are helping us to do that work.
I have 4 lights on, so Ms. Vessa, you were first.
So I forgot to say something about previously what Ms. Feller said, echoing her desire to really on the Did You Do Your 22, marketing that to parents, but also marketing that on our social media as well, because sometimes we get so many emails, we just have to do it as many ways as we possibly can, because it gets lost in the shuffle. And so just continual getting the information out there so that parents and guardians and students can be aware of it and be reminded of it. And also just encouraging.
That there is a social media campaign, and we're actually launching it this week. It'll continue over winter break, specifically not just the Round Rock ISD social media channels, but our campus social media channels, which has lots of parent followers. So there is I just wanted to assure you there is a component of parent outreach. Great.
The other thing I wanted to talk about in terms of, we're talking about advanced mathematics, and it's just, I think that all of us up here, we gain so much from what we see from our own students and our experiences. I mean, I hear so much from all of us, like, well, we learned this, or, as a parent, whatever, about being at the high school or being at the middle school or at the elementary school. We learn things. And I do know that, like, we get the kids into these advanced mathematics classes, and do we have all the supports there to make sure that they're successful in those advanced mathematics classes? Because I will say that my experience is that it's not as easy for kids to get support as you might think. Most of my friends have had to go and get private tutors. A lot of the kids that are around me they actually take the course during the summer, and then they repeat it during the school year, so they actually know the information before they even go into the course, so that they can get a good grade. So it seems to me that there's a lot of part of the reason when we talk about demographics, why are some of these schools doing better than other schools? It's not necessarily because our school is supporting so much. It's because the parents are getting help so much. They're paying a private tutor. They're paying for courses over the summer so that their kids already know the information going into the course. Because the kids who are just learning it in there don't have a lot of support to master the material in their regular class. So that's just some feedback from what I've observed as a parent, and talking to other parents, their experiences. I see that over and over.
So 2 important pieces of information that I think are helpful. One is going back to the AVID elective class that I mentioned. And one of the really beautiful things about the AVID model is that tutorials are built into the class. And it's an expectation that students who take that class also take advanced coursework. And so that way students learn to identify the areas where they're struggling. And it's a collaborative study group process, very similar to what you would engage in as a college student, where you would study with classmates in your cohort to prepare for exams and assignments. And so that is built into the school day. And then the other support, we're actually launching a pilot this summer. And that pilot will focus on students who we know have the capacity to take advanced math courses, but haven't taken them yet. And it will be a 3-week-long summer camp to provide a curriculum boost and academic coaching and self-advocacy skills for students, so that they receive that mathematics boost during the summer in preparation to take classes once they're in 7th grade on the Excel pathway. So again, that's a pilot that's beginning this summer that we know will directly impact student success in math.
Can I just ask a quick follow-up to that? Thank you for that information.
Is we've got a team coming together this spring to really craft out an advanced academic mentor and ambassador program. And the idea behind that is when students take their very first advanced academic course, whether it is a dual credit course or an AP course or IB or on-ramps, that there's somebody who has had experience in that platform that can mentor them through that first experience in that class and help shore them up, encourage them, et cetera. And then those mentors eventually become ambassadors who have a few more responsibilities in terms of advocating for student enrollment in those courses, speaking to parents, speaking to students about what those courses are from the student perspective and what the benefits are and the value of persistence and to continue in those courses and to not drop those courses. So lots of activity, lots of effort in that arena.
Just a quick follow-up. I am aware of like the AVID program and how awesome it is. What percentage of our students are enrolled in AVID?
I'll be happy to get the numbers for you. We actually have a dashboard that shows that information live that I believe you all have access to. And so I'll provide a follow-up and show you where the dashboard is located. It is very interesting to look at because you're able to drill down by campus. And on every campus, it looks at the academic performance of students in AVID versus students who are not in AVID. So you'll see test scores, you'll see grades, you'll see the percentage of advanced courses that they're engaged in. So it's rich and robust, and I really have to thank our assessment team for designing that. But we'll be happy to get you information about that.
Awesome. I look forward to looking at this dashboard.
Dr. Bone? Thanks. I want to go back to slide 2 and the reason we're having this discussion. The board goal 5, the district will increase the percentage of graduates who are college, career, military ready from 83 to 90% by August 2024. Of course, I was not on the board when this goal was set, but I think I probably understand the intent of this goal, and I think the intent is actually more important. And I understand that we're talking about the goal performance measure, and of course, COVID has hit. And these goal performance measures, as we're finding out, may not be the right measure. So I would like to have this conversation because my concern is really not the measure. My concern is the students, specifically the juniors and seniors. I have a freshman. My concern actually does start with high school, really focused on the juniors and seniors. So with the intent of this board goal, and those that were on here maybe can clarify, but I think the intent was that we have more students that are college, career, military ready. So I guess the question for me is there another way we can measure this now? Can we look at the number of students we have that are going to college? As Trustee Feller has mentioned, even the requirements to get into the universities now, I think, have been changed slightly. So this really affects our measure. So I think my challenge to Dr. Presley and your team is there another measure we can look at now for this goal? This is very important to us. That 15% or that 55% is concerning. But is there another way we can measure this, that we can look at this and take all of that data, the historical data that you have, and really see where we're at? And maybe propose some other measures to us, or at least give us some data on how many students. Do we have the same amount of students right now accepted to universities that we had last year accepted to universities? I think maybe measures like that would be extremely helpful for me to understand where we're at.
Yeah, I would just say that, and Dr. Malerba can add to that, the college readiness criteria is set by the state, so that's why that was part of that. I think you have a very good point, though, with 4 new board members that you guys could revisit these and recalibrate. And there are additional things, but Kathy, correct, the state sets the criteria for college readiness, and that's kind of been what we've been looking at.
They do. And in spite of the fact that colleges have changed their enrollment criteria, acceptance criteria for this year in response to COVID, I think it'll continue to be important over time. And one of the reasons that we value this particular metric is that it's highly, highly actionable, right? A lot of our data doesn't change throughout the year, but this one actually does. And campuses can look at their college readiness rates any given day and take action with any given student, which is fantastic for a goal progress measure. But I think you're right. As we finish looking at the data through the rest of the year and the new superintendent comes on board, we're going to recalibrate and perhaps change where we focus our attention. One thing that is coming that will help continue to tell the story of the class of 2020 is that we do request data from the National Student Clearinghouse. So we'll be able to look at direct-to-college enrollment rates. I saw their overarching national report today, and college enrollment did decline for the class of 2020 and pretty significantly. So we'll be able to see if that was the case here as well.
That's overall or just for Round Rock ISD?
We will have the data for the district and each high school campus. But nationally, fall enrollment in college for first-time college goers did decline.
Yeah, and I want to add to that because, this is we're not used to having numbers that drop like this, but we've never had a pandemic. So I just want to go back. The lack of opportunity to take a test, the lack of desire of a kid who was planning on maybe going to college that said, I'm going to have to go to work because of the financial reasons from the pandemic. There are all kinds of social reasons and just personal reasons why these numbers drop. But I think there's some really good discussion tonight about determining if our students are they performing worse, or are they just not taking the test at all? And I think that's a key point, when we went through last spring, because everything kind of came to a halt. You can see in the presentation tonight the number of administrations that were canceled for tests. And it is like Dr. Malerba said, it's a building number every year. In the fall you have this, and then throughout the year more and more kids reach that criteria to become college ready. And we've been ahead of the pack or leading the pack in Central Texas. And I can tell you this is not a unique problem to Round Rock. Everybody's struggling with their college readiness numbers that I know of because of the pandemic. And there are other causal factors, I get that. But I don't know, Kathy, if you want to add anything to that.
I was going to ask something related to that. If I recall right, the ACT and SAT cost money to take. Is there ways that we can remove barriers? Because I do know, I have friends that $100 right now is a lot of money. And I believe the test is around $100 or something dollars. Those are kind of the things that, and remove it to where we let them take it as many times as they want, just for seniors. Any barriers that we could remove?
I'll see if Ms. Swain's on the call. If you want to talk about the history on that part.
Absolutely. So that's one of the reasons we do offer the SAT School Day. We found that of our students that were not going directly to college, a huge percentage of that was in part because they had not ever taken a college readiness assessment. And so that's when we started offering the SAT School Day. The SAT School Day is offered for free for every single junior. And then we do have students who are able to get fee waivers to take additional SAT administration. So students who are on free and reduced lunch are able to take exams multiple times for a reduced or no cost. So that's a huge benefit to our students. And that's another reason that we removed the TSIA cost from our students and our families. So we now bear that cost 100% as a district so that students do not have those barriers to success on those efforts that they're trying to demonstrate college readiness.
Could we look at removing some of those barriers just for the class of 2021? I know, the reduced and free lunches, sometimes that's hard because I believe that goes on your last year taxes. So people that have lost their jobs and struggling, those students might be falling through the cracks. Anything we can do to get rid of some of these barriers and get those testing, I think that was our concern, or the concern I'm hearing is that we might not have students taking the test. And then I did have a follow-on question to Ms. Vessa, and this is, I know we heard about testing. You were talking about opportunities just in general, but are there testing opportunities equal across campuses? So this kind of goes to the same thing, is that, these tests do cost. I hear you saying, and you're in the Westwood feeder pattern, that, people are doing prep and paying all this money, but is the testing opportunity equal across the campuses? And the prep and the SAT, any kind of prep that's offered at certain high schools but not offered freely at others?
So the embedded preparation, such as the AVID 3, the CRSS, the College Readiness and Study Skills course, and anything that's embedded into the Algebra 2 or the English 3 courses, that's going to be common across every campus. There are some additional supports that some of the schools have chosen to put in that beyond the school day. We have ensured that we have teachers trained at every single campus to deliver the Princeton Review course, but sometimes there are constraints to that course being offered. For example, at this point in time, we've had fewer courses offered in the fall outside of the school day simply because of the pandemic. I have not yet surveyed to see who is offering the course in January, February, leading up to the March SAT, but that is another opportunity that campuses have. But there are also plenty of free test prep opportunities, and that's what we are really trying to explore with our students through the Did You Do Your 22 campaign. So driving them to Khan Academy, where it costs absolutely nothing to engage in test prep activities. And I believe there are 8 full-length SAT exams available there. The EBSCO Learning Express resource that our Library Services Department provides has TSIA preparation, it has AP exam preparation, it has other types of test preparation that is, again, free, no charge to our students. So it's really about making our students and parents aware of these free resources that they have available to them, in addition to the other resources that we offer through the district. And those Princeton Review courses, I know when you think Princeton Review, you think, oh, that's a $1,000 course. We have worked something out with Princeton Review by having our teachers be the ones to deliver the course, that it is a nominal expense. And we do have a free and reduced lunch expense that is less than what the cost of that course is. I believe we were at, you know what, I'm not going to commit to a dollar amount because I don't have that figure in front of me right this moment, but we meet with all of the high schools to say, okay, what is our fee structure going to be? So it is apples to apples no matter what campus you're at.
So even those type of fees are something that I would like to look into, maybe just waiving for the class, maybe even the junior class, the junior and senior classes. I don't know what that would cost us, but anything to remove these barriers, to really give these students the opportunity to go to college. I mean, this is one of our board goals. So,
Ms. Harrison.
Thank you. So I had a couple of things that I wanted to ask. Number one, Dr. Malerba, can we just get the metric of, out of all those students that have tested, how have they done? Because I think that would help us measure. So out of the number of students that we've tested thus far, how have they performed? Mm-hmm. And separately and additionally, for those who has not tested, I think when we're talking about equity, a really important conversation is always who is missing. And that's always the question we should be asking, is who is missing in this equation? So I think we can gauge whether it's virtual learning, whether it's just the weight of the pandemic in terms of performance, if we gauge who has tested and how have they done, and then for who has not tested, figuring out why. I'd also love, and I know this isn't the performance metric, but I think one thing that might help us as a board is if we see the components and not always just the full picture, right? And those components are, how are students doing individually in reading and how are they doing in math? And that way we know as a board what needs to be provided for support, right? Or you can ask specifically what needs to be provided to be supportive to help students reach these goals. Dr. Darden, I was really kind of relieved to hear you say that you all are communicating with students and with parents, especially from marginalized communities, because I think that that's like the simplest thing that gets left out 9 times out of 10 is the people that are most directly impacted or that are missing from these conversations. We never reach out to them. But one thing that I'm hearing that's missing as well is the onus for a lot of this is still on the student and the family. And when we are getting students to access these upper level courses, I want to know what the preparation is for the teachers that are teaching diverse students or maybe students that are first time advanced class learners, right? Because what are we doing to support the teachers in that journey? Because that's a different skill set in teaching as well. So do you need additional resources to support that learning and support that work? I know Mrs. Nichols has been doing some work around micro messaging in the Stony Point community, but that is a very real thing. Before I left, we did a root cause analysis for the disproportionate representation and the underrepresentation of Black and Brown students in advanced courses. And they said things like, AP is a scam because I have to pay for these courses and I have to take the class and I don't even feel like I'm going to, pass the test. And I don't feel like my teacher believes in me because this is my first time. I'd much rather take on-ramps because I know I'm going to get college credit if I'm successful in the class. So I would love to know more about what these students are saying. And I think that we need to paint the picture of how it benefits the students, not just how it benefits our overall college and career military readiness. Like, are they getting the message of how this helps them? And then Trustee Vessa, and I'm sorry I'm going on, but it's just with me being virtual, it's kind of difficult to break in sometimes. So I'm going to go over all my questions. To your point, Trustee Vessa, like you asked, are all students receiving the same thing and the same supports? And the response was that they were. And that is not equity, that is equality. So when we look at these numbers, we know that there are campuses, McNeil, Stony Point, and Cedar Ridge, that have lower percentages. And I don't say that to shame those campuses because I know that those administrators and those educators are working so hard. But my question is then, if we know that, can we provide targeted financial support or whatever that campus needs? And those are conversations that I want to start hearing in our board meetings. A lot of times we're getting like this picture, like, cool, 55% is where we are. But I want more pictures of the breakdown of the data and what we need to do and what you all need to be supported in this. Okay, I think that's all. I actually had one more comment, and this is more of a comment. I see all the supports that you all are offering, and I think that's great. And I want to know how those supports are responsive to the needs of students in a pandemic. Were those mostly things you were doing before the pandemic? What specific responses to pandemic, learning have you had in terms of college, career, and military readiness that are responsive to student needs? I see us pat ourselves on the back for doing wonderful things, and we do wonderful things in Round Rock ISD, but I also want to see us be responsive and not just congratulatory for trying to think of everything, but how are we being responsive to the actual needs that are emerging? Thank you.
I didn't know if anybody had an answer to any of that. And I will just say actually to everybody, make sure you keep your notes, Tiffany and Amber and Mary in particular, because I've been writing this down too, but when we do LSG in just a few weeks after the break, this is when we can really put some of this into practice of how not only we're going to measure, but how we're going to support the district.
So I will say that there are 2 really specific ways that we're supporting students in the pandemic with their needs. And again, to come back to the AVID program, one of the things that really is special about AVID is that students who are in AVID typically have the same teacher for all 4 years of high school. It's not uncommon for AVID students to refer to their teacher as their AVID mom or their AVID dad. And our AVID teachers have done such extensive work this year. First of all, teaching kids how to self-advocate when you need help, when you're behind in assignments, coaching them up about how you actually reach out to your core class teachers, how you ask for help, how you negotiate assignments. They have also been scheduling lots of one-on-one appointments during asynchronous time because they're finding that kids who are struggling during asynchronous time, that time alone, and they've discovered that that is a really prime opportunity to coach kids up. They also have been interfacing with the kids and their teachers when the kids really are needing help to bridge that gap between what's happening in the classroom and negotiating assignments. What are some alternative ways that we can show proficiency that are equally rigorous as the original assignment, but maybe give them a more manageable way to go about it without lowering expectations? And then another piece, in fact, quite a group of us just went through training yesterday afternoon. We have a mentoring program already for students who benefit K through 12, pre-K through 12, but we actually are launching a special version of that, which is academic mentoring. And in our academic mentoring program, we're beginning to work with students at Stony Point, and it will expand to other campuses. But their mentors have a really structured 30-minute curriculum that they'll be working with the kids once a week. And again, it's to focus on a lot of those pieces, making sure that we're getting kids connected to social emotional supports if that's the piece that's needed. Putting some organizational pieces in place with the kids so that they can monitor their grades, a lot of work on self-advocacy, and then just really reaching out as a conduit for additional support when kids are really struggling. And so the initial training class had 26 people in it, and we are actively recruiting for more. And a lot of our Stony Point students self-identified that's a need that they really want fulfilled. And so we're pivoting part of our mentoring program to swing that direction. And if any of you want to mentor, we would love to have you. Shameless plug, but it's such important work.
Ms. Weston.
Thank you, Madam President. I want to say I agree with Trustee Harrison, and I appreciate everything she said. Out of respect for time, I'm not going to repeat it. I also want to say that about 30 or 40 minutes ago, Trustee Feller asked us what I think is a good question. She referred to slide 4. And this was going to be my comment, but she said that I think as a board, we need to look at slide 4 and we need to ask ourselves how we feel about that and what we might want to do about it. And this is my comment for that. So the slide is about the percentage of seniors testing as college ready in reading and math at the end of the fall semester. And this is what I'll say. When I look at this data, it's heartbreaking. But the time to start preparing for college in reading and math is not your senior year of high school. Anybody who has a child or whoever interacts with a child or anybody who's ever been a child knows that. And this data looks exactly like our 3rd, 4th, 5th, 8th grade reading and math data. So it's all the same. So that would be my comment. And I don't think I'm the only person who is on this dais because of this kind of data. And I look forward to making real progress.
Ms. Vessa?
So I also appreciate what Trustee Harrison said, and she said something that just like ignited this two-way communication passion within me, as you know, because it's just always burgeoning up. I have this love of two-way communication. And it stems from an activity we did with Leadership ISD a couple weeks ago, where 3 of us met with students about this measure, actually. We talked about this measure, and we got their feedback, and it was rich. It was so rich. They were giving us such great feedback, and I feel like we can get more feedback on this, like how, especially with our students that we know are in those categories that we're saying is just not acceptable. We need to make sure that they're doing better. Talking to them, getting their feedback. What do you need? What is it now that you need? What could we do better? Because I think that we all, like when we went into that Leadership ISD interaction with the kids, I think everybody thought, oh, well, we're doing a good job, right? We have all these things in place. I know my conversation was about academies and helping kids choose academies. And we have a lot of things in place to help kids choose the right academy. But they were giving us even more insight as to how to make it work better, how we could improve it, how we could take what we have and tweak it a little bit and make it even better than it is already. And I think we have a lot of opportunities to do that, to make improvements in this information too. So the more the more we can do two-way communication with parents, the more we can do two-way communication with students, the more we can do two-way communication with teachers, the more insight we have into, like, and not just once, continually improving these programs. They're great programs. Y'all are doing amazing work. But we can always get better at them and tweak them here and there based on, the responses that people are giving us. So that would be my encouragement, that we build in two-way communications into these programs so that we're constantly getting feedback. How can we, because things change. People, we're right now in COVID. So if we were having two-way communication right now, we could say, well, what's changed that's not a typical year that would help you do even better this year? And next year is going to be different than this year, and the year after that is going to be different than that year. Every year there's things change. So I think whenever we have continuous two-way communication, we're always informing a continuous improvement process.
Thank you. Keep that note for our LSG training.
I know there's
update of GS.
Like I said, there's always this underlying burgeoning love of two-way communication because it's just so awesome and so informative and helpful in terms of improving our programs.
Ms. Harrison.
I'm going to be quick and say one thing because I know we need to move on, but this is more like an overarching thing that I want us to consider as a district when we're talking about students from marginalized populations. And that is that we are considering not always how to move the student, but how to move the system. So even with the language of mentoring and everything, I'm glad and that's good and all, and I'll volunteer to be a mentor, put me down. And I think our role as a district is to be looking at how the system is not serving students. Let's make sure we're not putting all of that on students and saying, oh, you've got to conform to fit this system that really wasn't built for you. Where is it that our system is unwelcoming for them? Like I told you in that root cause analysis, I was blown away because I think about this stuff all the time. But when those students said, well, this is a scam. Why am I going to spend my money to have somebody think I can't do it anyway because it's in my first class? My mind was blown because I didn't think like that. I couldn't even put myself in their shoes. So let's work to fix systems and not just fix students, please.
Thank you. And there are no more buttons right now. So, Ms. Feller.
Sorry, I just wanted to say that I am so encouraged by this discussion on student outcomes. We actually talked about it longer than we did the budget. And I think it's the best discussion that this board has had about student outcomes since being seated. Now we've only been on the dais for a month together, but I'm really encouraged by that and look forward to continuing to dive deeper into these conversations because it's really encouraging to that's my.
We're not even done for tonight, actually. I think we're only now to slide, was this 8? Dr. Morva?
Right. It's okay. Yeah, I'll take one moment just to agree that this has been a really valuable conversation for me as well. And one of the things I think it's highlighting for me another strength of the Lone Star model, that we continue to revisit the same data points repeatedly, and each time it allows us to go deeper, whether that means asking different questions of the data or realizing that we aren't asking all of the questions or we don't have all the data that we need to continue to improve the system. So thank you for that. And I think it also highlights the importance of not having too many goals, right? Because you cannot go deeper and deeper and deeper if you have 75 goals. So with that,
Dr. Zhao maybe had one more.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Actually, I want to thank the team to come up with programs such as the summer camp and academic ambassadors and mentors to help and support and promote more kids to take advanced math course and other advanced courses. I believe those programs are really excellent programs. And I think myself and all of the board members 100% support that would come up, actually make those programs better and come up with new programs that really encourage those, really help those families and kids that doesn't have the resources to hire tutors, to go to take private courses, to prepare for those advanced math courses and advanced courses. I really think. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Miller.
Yes, okay, so I'll move on to the next data conversation for the evening. So our other topic this evening is constraint 2, which is the superintendent shall not allow disproportionality of student disciplinary removals to stay the same or to increase. So the first thing I'll say is that constraints in the Lone Star model are a bit different from goals and GPMs because they focus on things the superintendent will not do as opposed to something that the district will achieve. You'll also notice in the constraint progress measures that the timeline is different from the rest of the plan. This was the continuation of an existing district improvement plan goal that had a baseline year of 2018 and a 3-year timeline attached to that. So this is actually the last year that we intended to monitor this constraint as it's stated here. Specifically, by the end of this school year, the district was supposed to have reduced disciplinary removal rates for all student groups to the 2018 district rates of 4% for in-school suspension, 2% for out-of-school suspension, and 0.4% for discretionary DAEP placements. In each case, the denominator is a cumulative count of students enrolled at any time during the year, and the numerator is the unique count of students with each type of removal. And the next slide, please. Oh my goodness, too much paper. Well, I'll just dive in. So this being an incredibly unusual year, the cumulative enrollment count wasn't perhaps the best denominator for this conversation. So I added to that the current on-campus enrollment, which reflects a lot more accurately perhaps the number of students who could potentially have some sort of disciplinary incident that would result in their classroom removal. Even with that modification and adjustment, whether you're looking at cumulative enrollment or on-campus enrollment, the rates are far below where we would see them in a typical school year and are very clearly below the target for the entire school year to date. So we're looking at data here from August 20th to September 9th. And this first slide is for in-school suspension, but the other two are very similar. So if you'll advance, the next one is for out-of-school suspension rates. Again, student removals to out-of-school suspension are very low, even when you just consider campus enrollment, and way below the end-of-year target of 2%. And then the last slide is focusing on discretionary removals to a district alternative. Sorry, I'm forgetting how to say it. Disciplinary alternative education program. Sorry, y'all, I'm a morning person. And we've had no removals to the DAEP so far this year. So not what we would be presenting in a typical year, but there it is, and we can open it up to questions.
Ms. Feller?
Well, I was going to. I had my finger on the button. I was just formulating my question, but we are in such sync. You called on me before I punched it. First of all, I appreciate the adding the line, the column of current on-campus enrollment. That's a very transparent number to include. That I really appreciate doing that. And I guess the number that bothers me is when I look at the special education rates for Table 1 and Table 2, not that the 0.3 and the 0.6 necessarily bother me, but when you look at it that 14 of the 35 ISS removals came from our special education population, and you look at 12 of our 18 OSS referrals came from special education, that means 60% of our OSS referrals were students that were enrolled in special education. And I don't know, you don't have the answer to that. I'm going to punt that to Dr. Presley. But that's concerning to me when you look at 60% of our OSS referrals come from our student that are in special education. So could you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, I could drill down. I think the thing for me is the number is so small. I mean, when you look at the number of students we have, whether you're talking about on campus or cumulative, and the number is so low, you have to really drill down. It does. I understand what you're saying. It's still disproportionate. I get that, and I can get some information. But I mean, it's almost so low when you talk about 12 students in the district in special education who've been sent home from school. I don't know how unique those cases are.
Well, and I get that. 12 out of 2,500 almost is great. I mean, that is a very small
totally
rate.
get what you're saying. I'm saying it's such a small number, we could almost look at it. I could look at individual cases and see what the behavior was that warranted an out-of-school suspension or an in-school suspension. But once again, the numbers are so low just across the board. It's maybe something that needs to be looked at in your Lone Star governance training, to kind of see how we calibrate this, or is it just a pandemic thing? That's but I can get some information on that, Ms. Feller.
Thank you.
Dr. Bone?
Yeah, I'm going to add on to Trustee Feller because I was targeting in on exactly the same thing. Because those numbers, I know they are very small, but they're double any other category. And I would like to see for the previous years, I think that would really help, because if they're similar, then it kind of shows us that, the numbers are small, but there was a trend here. So I would like to see these comparative analysis for the prior years. And then again, I'm like Trustee Feller, I'd really like to punt to Dr. Presley. And actually, this might be a good time that we can dig in and actually make some progress here on the special ed. Maybe we can dig into these individual cases and start seeing why these disparities occur. So it is important to me also.
And I think just to be mindful, when you look at when you say it's double any other category, really the only comparative category is special ed or non-special ed, because some of those kids appear twice, right, Kathy? If you're a special ed student, but you're a Hispanic student, you would be listed twice on that list, correct?
That's true.
So the comparison would just be what's happening with special needs students that's not happening with non-special needs, but you can't really compare it to all the other demographic groups.
Yeah, well, you can actually compare it to the demographic groups. They're in both, but you can actually look at it by group. I'm looking at it all different ways, but I do understand that. But they're double, so it is interesting. And I am looking for both the OSS and ISS.
I'll just note that I'll send you the written report in the next board update that is from this time period last year that has a little more background information on previous rates, or, certainly a clear picture of where we were at this time last year. And you make a good point. There's so little to work with here, but perhaps what you're getting at is you can look at a crosstab, for example, of how many special education students within each race ethnicity group, or the reverse, were referred to look for other types of overrepresentation.
Right, because I guess just to follow up on that, if the 14 special ed and ISS were all 12 of the Hispanic students also were in the special ed, that would be important information to have. Were they evenly distributed, or was that also kind of part of the issue? Ms. Harrison?
Okay, Trustee Weston said something that made my heart sing earlier, and I think it applies here, and that was that, we're acting like COVID is responsible for these disproportionate outcomes that we saw, and, it is. We know it's impacting in terms of the reading and the math and the prior bit of the presentation, but what we know is that it matches, the third grade reading and math rates, right? So this is a long-standing problem, and when we look at this data, I understand the data set's small, but it's a long-standing problem. And while we can expect to have lower numbers, and we do, and I'm glad we do, because we really shouldn't be experiencing very much discipline in this environment, it's still disproportionate, and And I still know that we need to look at the root causes of these disproportionalities. And Dr. Malerba, thank you for providing a more detailed report, because, you know, if indeed it is that it's doubly Hispanic students and special ed students way overrepresented, we even need to look at their overrepresentation in special education. So I think that I don't know how much more of this conversation we need to have, because it's the same thing that we are always dealing with. And I hope that, you know, for those community members that don't see the need for a chief equity officer, this is the exact need for the chief equity officer. You saw that twice tonight, because we need to proactively address these issues.
Thank you. Dr. Bone.
Yeah, Trustee Harrison brought up a great point. Is the equity officer involved in these numbers? I mean, when we see data like this, I'm assuming that our chief equity officer is also starting to get these kind of data sets.
Yes, I shared the reports with him, both of these reports with him, and I'm trying to loop him into the reporting cycle. Absolutely.
Yes, and he's already, I think I told everyone, he's already started working with our training with our principals, assistant principals, and kind of scaling his training. He's only been here less than a month, so he's getting grounded pretty fast, but he is involved, in these discussions for sure.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure we were pulling him in.
Yeah, he's actually on the call tonight. Mr. Street, would you like to comment on that?
Yes, good evening. Yes, been contacting Dr. Malerba and trying to connect my practice with hers. She shared the information tonight. To Trustee Harrison's point, this is the reason why this position was created, trying to digest the data and fashion solutions behind how we can close it, looking at the root causes, and then also starting a journey where the individual practitioner, to her earlier point, you know, we have to look at the system, but the system is made up of individuals. So I want the individual practitioners to also look at their practice in ways that they haven't before, so we can close these gaps. But yes, I am getting my arms around the data right now.
Ms. Harrison, was that your hand raised? I couldn't tell. No. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Street.
Yes, ma'am.
I don't see any other lights on. All right. Then, if it's all right with everyone, maybe we should take a break. It is 8:30. Let's give ourselves 15 minutes. Come back at 8:45. Right. Thank you. We'll be on break till 8:45. All right. I see Ms. Harrison, and it is 8:45, so we will call back to order. And we will move to our discussion items. Dr. Presley.
Thank you, President. The first discussion item is the naming of Elementary 35. As everyone knows, the voters approved the construction of a new elementary in the Rhines Crossing neighborhood in the eastern part of the district, which will open in fall of 21. So we're now within that timeline where we need to put together a naming committee and solicit names, and then the board ultimately will decide what the name of that new campus will be. So with that, I'll turn it over to Jenny Caputo, and you can talk about that.
Thank you, Dr. Presley, and good evening, President Ware and trustees. We're excited to launch this process. I know you all are excited as well. Several of you have already sent names for the committee, so we appreciate that. If we'll go to the next slide, or I'm sorry, the presentation was not up yet, so Jennifer, if you could pull that up. And we could go ahead. It's a short presentation, I promise. We can go ahead and go to the second slide of the timeline. We're hoping to launch this very quickly. As I said, many of you have already provided names for me, so as soon as we are back in the office from winter break, we'll start reaching out to that committee and get started and get information to that committee. A part of the process per board policy is that school name nominations must be made in writing by the general public. So my team will be sending out information to the community that will include the naming criteria and a form for name nominations. Board policy states that new school facilities may be named for any individual who is deceased and who has historical significance for the community, the state, or the nation. The location of a new school facility may also be recommended as a name. So in February, those nominations from the community will be given to the naming committee to study. The committee members will be responsible for verifying authenticity, and then ultimately making a recommendation to the board. So those recommendations would come in March. You'll see on the timeline that the board will take action in April. And the purpose for that is, again, according to board policy, 3 weeks is required between the committee's recommendation and the name. If we go to the next slide, just so the public understands, again, this is all according to board policy. Each trustee selects one citizen of Round Rock ISD to be a committee member. One trustee appointed by the board president will serve on the committee, and then an administrator will serve as the committee chair. So if we could have those names, and again, several of you have already given names, and they're folks who live there in the community of Elementary 35. If we could have those by January 4th, we can make sure that those folks get the information that they need, and we can get the forms out to the public. And that is all I have.
Are there any questions? I don't see any questions. Thank you very much. Dr. Presley.
Thank you, President. The next item is Elementary 35 boundary adjustment at Diamond Oaks and Hunters Chase Estates, which is a separate boundary consideration. And so I'll kind of tee this up a little bit because you've been given information. The first one at Diamond Oaks is a part of a neighborhood that's still developing. They're building houses. And when the boundaries were established to who would go to a new Elementary 35, the line was kind of drawn through the subdivision because there wasn't more of the subdivision at the time. So the effort here is to adjust the boundary to include that entire neighborhood at Elementary 35 and not exclude the houses that were left outside that boundary and zoned for double file trail instead. It is more proximate to the new school, and we think it's always reasonable to try to keep neighborhoods together when possible. So that's the first one. And the second one is Hunters Chase Estates, which is in sort of the western part of the district. And this was discussed in the last boundary cycle to move all of Hunters Chase Estates from Live Oak to Pond Springs. It's closer to Pond Springs Elementary, and a number of kids already are on transfer from Live Oak to Pond Springs. And so the consideration here would be to hear what the community thinks about doing that in that part of the community or that neighborhood. And as the process works, this is a sort of a discussion information item for the board tonight, that these are the two things we're looking at within this boundary cycle. And what we would do is by policy, we would host a public hearing with the Hunters Chase Estates area and another public hearing with the Diamond Oaks area, and get input, bring that input back to the board with a recommendation from the administration, and see if you want to move forward with that or approve those boundary changes for this year. So that's really what it is. I know Terry's on the call as well. If you have further questions, and you've been given some maps and information you can look at. But once again, it's kind of an awareness piece tonight to get feedback from you if you have some at this point, but you'll have an opportunity to vote on this once we gather input from the community and come back with an administrative recommendation.
Ms. Weston?
I was going to say the reason I don't have any questions or concerns about this is because my understanding is that the all but one family that lives in this area every year is already applying for a transfer every year that gets approved. So really this is just us catching up with the realities of safety issues over there. So I don't think this should take much of our time.
Ms. Feller?
So my only question on Hunters Chase is, we did talk about this being added to the boundary considerations last year, and then it was not added. So I guess I'm wondering why we're talking about it now when we didn't think it was needed to be talked about last year. I mean, I feel like we just are kind of finally pulling the bandage off of boundary discussions from last year. And
yeah, to Ms. Weston's point, I don't think either one of these are going to be particularly controversial, and I really can't tell you exactly why the Hunters Chase Estates wasn't voted on by the board last year, other than we were pretty heavy with discussions at schools like Great Oaks and Caraway and in those areas, and setting the original boundary for Elementary 35. So I can't tell you why that didn't get voted on by the board, but it didn't.
Dr. Bone?
So I'll just follow up with that first. Was there community input for Hunters Chase last year? Can I just, no, so it just never.
A lot, yeah. And it just never made it.
Okay.
Voted.
All right, just wanted to understand that better. And then my other questions are with Elementary 35. This is the side of town I live on, and I'm curious on both of the proposals that are currently given to us. There's houses that are literally across the street from Harrington that we are rezoning to an elementary now, where they'll assume have to be bused. I am really interested on things like, is it safe walks to school or safe paths to school? This whole area, I mean, they have to get through settlers to this future elementary. So I'm very interested in that. And then I am interested in these. And I did go back, and I believe some of these folks did talk last year at their own community meetings. And I believe they expressed these concerns too. And I would like to understand numbers. I'm a numbers person. So I'm just wondering, how many students are we taking from Harrington? What is the expected future the enrollment of the elementary 35? And then I am wondering, is there another way to slice this?
Let me say, I'm not sure. First of all, Doug's on the call. We're posted to have those discussions tonight because it was particularly posted as the Diamond Oaks adjustment. But I think what needs to happen, probably, especially with the new trustees, is we can set up some time to go back through historically how that developed. But 35 was primarily built to relieve the overcrowding at Harrington. And so because of the density of the houses that are close to Harrington, the line had to be drawn somewhere. And the kids that live in Ryan's Crossing right now who go to Harrington, they bus across the park, basically across Old Settlers Park to school. So there'd be a reverse. All the kids in Ryan's Crossing would go to the new school in their neighborhood. And then some of the kids that are north of the park would have to come, they would have to be bused. So, but I think I could get in more detail, like in a meeting with Mr. Wooster, and even from your colleagues on the board who lived all this last year and looked at where the line should be. So, and that's the purpose of the public hearing, is so that anybody can say, I like this idea, or this is not a good idea. So,
yeah, I guess what I'm saying is that currently the two options that I see, I would really like to understand how we have kids. Like Terra Vista, I understand, we have a school up there and it's split, but Harrington, that road, it's CR1 something, I believe. I mean, it's literally a walkable across the street to touch the school. I really need to understand that. And I'm just saying that both options presented. So I would like to see different options if there's different ways to dice this up.
Well, I can say that actually that was what we decided last year and already voted on. That's why it looks the same in both options, because that's not actually what we're talking about. We're only talking about the one little neighborhood.
Okay, so that is not identified on this.
Yeah, Diamond Oaks that neighborhood attaches to Palm Valley, which is on the southern part of the boundary.
Okay, yes,
So,
Diamond Oaks is the new subdivision that's
Yeah.
right by Old Diamond.
Yeah.
Okay,
So it's the consideration tonight's not to do anything different than what the board approved last year on the northern part of the boundary that goes up towards Harrington, but just that Diamond Oaks area.
okay, that was not clear. But there are two options, so I guess I would like to understand why there's two options at some point. But maybe that's not for tonight, but there were two options to us presented tonight. And I'd like to understand those better.
I mean, I guess, Terry, could you answer that? Because it looks like when I looked at them,
it's basically park, it looks like. I didn't see any houses that were affected by the two different choices.
That's exactly right, President Weir, in that the two options were one is that the boundary line or the area of attendance for the new elementary school that would include the Diamond Oaks was basically around the park and around the road there at the park. And the comment was from the demographers that oftentimes they'll not go around a road like that and create a funny shape, but they'll draw a line that is just outside the neighborhood, even though it goes through the park, so they can capture the students. So both options are available. They're mostly just designed to capture the entire neighborhood that's split right now, one going to Double File and one going to the new school. And so that's why you see two options. The one option going around the park property, there will not be any residences ever in that location. So that's probably the most effective option.
and that's option one.
That would be
where it takes all that land. Yeah, I think that's just the difference, Dr. Bone. one just carves out that neighborhood, and then the other one kind of just does a different line.
Right, it's just a different line that's recommended by the Templeton demographics simply because that's their normal routine.
And I think probably we can schedule a time, if going back and watching all of those boundary hearings is probably a lot. But I mean, and they're all available, but I think probably Mr. Wister and Dr. Presley could meet with you and kind of explain why we did what we did last year.
Sure, I did watch those. So yeah, I think I have some questions that I would like just to understand better. Thank you.
All right, does anyone else have any questions? All right, thank you. We look forward to getting those back to us in the spring after the public hearings.
Thank you.
Now we are on to action items. We are going to pull action item 6, I-6, to move that to a workshop in January. Did anyone have any questions about any of the other action items? Dr. Zhao?
Actually, I'm just curious regarding item 2. What is the 4-H program? Can someone explain briefly about it? I'm just curious.
Yeah, the 4-H program is a county-based program. The reason we have this, it allows students to attend livestock shows if their school does not have for younger kids as well as high school kids who don't have an FFA program where they show their animals and everything with the school. So this is an annual approval that we have so that students we can designate somebody to oversee their 4-H experience on the campus.
What does 4-H represent?
I'm trying to think of what the 4-H's are. Sherry Bonds is on the call. Sherry, do you want to answer that?
Yes, I'll jump in. So 4-H actually technically stands for head, heart, oh my goodness.
Hands.
My head, heart, health, and I'm missing one more H. But it's basically an organization for our elementary and secondary students so they can be engaged in agricultural science within their community. And it crosses into everything like Dr. Presley said, just like with livestock programs, but then also other community events such as students learning to sew and photography and livestock and horse judging and lots of different opportunities for our students. And so 4-H is something that anyone can engage in, just like Dr. Presley said, without having an FFA program in their high school. So students as early as 8 years old and 3rd grade have the opportunity to exhibit livestock projects, but then also enter into those other judging events and competitions that students can partake in. And so what this allows is our county extension agents that work through the extension service through Texas A&M University to actually serve as adjunct faculty. So our students get excused absences when they attend livestock shows and then other agricultural related competitions.
Thank you.
All right, Ms. Vessa?
So I move that the board approve by consent items 1 through 5 and 7 and 8.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, and any further discussion, Ms. Feller? Yeah, Charlie, okay.
Do we need to clarify items I, 1 through 6?
Yeah.
I move that the board approve by consent items I, 1 through 5, and 7 and 8.
Second.
I think probably still had to remove that first motion, but we have a motion that superseded of items consent I, 1 through 5, and 7 and 8. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor, raise your hand. I see Ms. Harrison, so we're 7-0. Thank you. So now we will go to our action items. And Dr. Presley will start with legislative priorities.
Thank you, President Weir. Yeah, the first action item is approval of the 2021 legislative priorities. And Jenny is on the call to talk through that.
Thank you, Dr. Presley. And Jennifer, if you could go ahead and get that presentation up, I'd appreciate it. We're joined tonight by Marty De Leon, who is our legislative consultant. He's going to give us just a kind of a brief overview of the political landscape that I think will help guide the conversation. And before we start on that, I did want to say, based on the discussion earlier about legislative advocacy, I did love the discussion about another letter on hold harmless. I did find the letter. We wrote a fairly impactful letter on October 28th from the district. And just so you know, board, and we did provide a copy, but we have 4 new board members since that happened. It did go to the governor, the lieutenant governor, our legislators who represent our district and the state house and both the Senate and House. And also to the Education Committee chairs in both the House and Senate. So I just wanted you to be aware of that. So that is a very easy a lift to dust off that letter and update it, and I can send it out to board members. In that letter, we had actually requested action by December 1st to help in budget planning, but obviously that did not happen. So I think we could kind of up the urgency at this point. So I just wanted to let you know that. So I'm going to turn it over to Marty just to kind of talk about how elections affected things, how the budget is looking, and the COVID impact, and what we're expecting for this session.
Good evening, President Weir, the Board of Trustees, Dr. Presley. Thank you for the invitation. As Jenny did mention, we are going to just briefly talk about the political and financial landscape that we face at the Capitol along with lawmakers. Trustee Vessa has done a great job this evening alluding to many of the issues we're going to be confronted with, including the budget shortfall. But first, let's talk about the politics as we go into this session. And I believe Jennifer's helping us with the PowerPoint. So this is just a quick slide of what happened this past November. I've been covering elections as part of my governmental relations career for the past 20 years. And this is one of the first elections where we saw very few turnover with regard to Senate and House members. There was actually more change with regard to the Senate than the House. Probably the most interesting item on this slide has to be the runoff that is going to happen on Saturday. It's just an intra-party contest between 2 Republicans, yet it's actually more than that. The winner will likely join the Republican majority in the Senate. But Shelley Luther, if you remember, she was the salon owner who defied the governor's shutdown order back in March and was arrested and then was actually bailed out by the lieutenant governor himself. Her experience has actually served as a platform for her candidacy. Regardless if whether she wins on Saturday, I think she's achieved a moral victory, largely because she represents, as some would say, the not so silent majority that were upset with the governor's decision to shut down the economy, shut down small businesses. So there was a lot that was at stake, but her impact has been felt all the way to Austin, because even today, the governor announced that there will not be a shutdown ever. The governor even doubled down and said that California's shutdown has increased the positivity rate and caused a spike. So if anything, she has probably inspired some of the decisions that are happening today. And we're going to talk more about the procedures and protocol in the next couple of slides. Besides this election, as I said, there was not much turnover, but actually we did have one significant change. As part of the upcoming session, the House will elect a new speaker officially. If you recall, Speaker Bonin resigned after a scandal. And this new speaker, Representative Dade Phelan from Beaumont, has received enough pledges, largely on the strength of Democrats, to become the next speaker, which suggests that his leadership will be perhaps bipartisan, much like the Joe Strauss era was marked by. Representative Phelan is, what's not mentioned on this slide is he actually began his career as a House staffer and then moved over to the Senate. So he has experience that I would say most speakers have never had, which is to work in the bowels of the Capitol. And he brings with that, brings that experience to the speaker's office. So what is going to be interesting is there's over 40 committees in the House, and we may see new chairmen in these committees that I've listed on the slide: appropriations, calendars, the local calendar, and public education. So we may see a lot of new faces that are heading these important committees. As Trustee Vessa mentioned, we do have a deficit, and some of the big issues as part of that deficit is, will lawmakers actually consider gambling and gaming? This is probably my third or fourth session over my two-decade career where lawmakers walk into the Capitol with a deficit, and always gambling seems to rise to the top as far as new initiatives to consider. The bodies are both conservative still, so I don't, if no pun intended, but I wouldn't wager much in terms of gambling legislation making it to the governor's desk. Of course, one of the big issues is the session's going to meet pretty soon. It starts on January 12th, but will they actually meet for all those days? If the positivity rate continues to spike in Austin, I know we're on stage 4, and if things don't change, the House has probably contemplated a recess at the beginning of session, but we don't know to what extent that recess will last. But I think there's consensus in both chambers that we are going to see fewer bills this session, despite the fact that there's been a record number of bills that have been filed. We anticipate there will be fewer bills being referred to committee for consideration, and even fewer still making it to the floor for an actual vote. We may see George Floyd inspired legislation as part of that social justice and police reform. These are important issues that are beyond when we talk about the session. So I'd be hard pressed to say that they might not consider this, because it's been a big topic and has caused a lot of angst in many cities in Texas. And redistricting, I think there is, again, consensus here that if we don't receive the numbers, the census numbers, by April the 1st, this issue will likely be addressed in a special session. Representative Charlie Guerin currently is the chair of House Administration. He is really a very important figure in how the Capitol operates. And these bullets represent his comments on what he expects to see. But this is the closest thing that we have to the gospel. But I'd still take it with a grain of salt, largely because members they haven't voted yet, and we won't get the official guidelines perhaps until the day of the first day of session. But one or two interesting bullets here. The third bullet that says committees may meet every other week, which speaks to the issue I broached earlier, that we may see fewer bills being considered. Members are quietly and privately saying that, without the vaccine, why do we even need to meet and congregate and convene in close quarters if we don't have this vaccine? We're just putting ourselves at risk and our family members. And again, Another important bullet to note is that while members on both sides have expressed that the public should be allowed to advocate and should be allowed to testify, largely they are going to want the public to provide virtual testimony if they can. But the logistics are still undecided at this point. But again, we're looking at a session ultimately that's going to look largely different from sessions past. And we'll move on to the next slide. So here's just a quick comparison. A lot has happened in 1 year. We had a healthy budget, a healthy surplus in the summer of 2019. And now you fast forward to the previous summer, and now we're looking at a deficit. We had a healthy fund balance at 9.4, and it's still robust at 8.8. But a lot has again happened since the June 19th summer, and now we're looking at a very different budget. And let's look at the next slide. This is I like looking at I like to measure time sometimes in a few years, and in the past few sessions, we have always we've been spoiled by our economy, and up until recently, we were doing well. As you can see, the red portion of the slide, that is the deficit that lawmakers face going into this session, and it's been close to a $10 billion swing in a matter of a year. What that means, besides the fact that we have less money, a few things to keep in mind as we go into the session. Having done this again, probably my third session where we've had less money, lawmakers tend to put initiatives, bills, proposals that cost money at the end of the line. So that means that this session will probably be largely about policy, if possible, COVID permitting. And so that remains to be seen as far as what issues lawmakers are going to consider. And we'll talk about that in the next slide. The state comptroller has made a few comments to the Legislative Budget Board, and one item stands out is that the new internet sales tax, which we call the Amazon tax, has exceeded expectations. It was only supposed to generate about between 300 and 500 million, but it's now exceeded $1 billion. I know my family has contributed to that number, so all the Amazon Prime packages on my porch say as much. But he believes the budget is manageable. I guess you could read into that. Jane Nelson, the senator from Flowermont, who is going to write the Senate Bill 1 this year, that's the appropriations bill. She has made a couple of comments that says, in regards to this comment about it being manageable, that they will scrub the budget, they will find savings, they will look for efficiencies. And she stopped short of saying that we're going to raise taxes. And so if they're going to try to make ends meet by cutting, the big question for us is what does that mean for public education? So all state agencies have submitted a budget proposal. There's about 150 state agencies across the state, and they've all submitted a budget proposal that contemplates a 5% reduction. Combined, I don't know that it even reaches $1 billion. So we're still short by the comptroller's estimate. Things to note, we actually have close to $60 billion of sales taxes that we do not collect. And I've listed a couple of them, groceries, drugs, and other things that are likely not going to be on the table for consideration because it's harder to take back an exemption than it is to give one. I just threw in information about the lottery. I used to work at the state comptroller's office, and that was one of the first questions I asked the main budget accountant for the comptroller. And he said, in a good year, Marty, the lottery generates only about $1 billion. And I said, what about the notion that it was supposed to solve public education's woes and the funding problems? And he said, to fund public schools for 1 year in the state of Texas is $20 billion. So you can see now that the lottery is really not the antidote. As far as public schools are concerned, there was COVID funding that was provided, and as Trustee Vesa mentioned, the governor is sitting on $2 billion that needs to be spent, or at least allocated by December 31st. Every district that we've talked to, along with yours, is you're not getting the true reimbursement for all of your costs. Broadband and trying to bridge that digital divide is not cheap. We can only hope that the lawmakers will come up with a plan for broadband. House Bill 3, there was such a huge commitment made by lawmakers last session. It's going to be interesting to see whether they can keep up that commitment going into this session, knowing that we have a budget shortfall. The hold harmless funding has been talked about. All across the board, districts are experiencing a decline in enrollment. And as I think Dr. Oddix had mentioned, that the district has received, along with others, the hold harmless up until Christmas. But the real question is, will they extend the hold harmless beyond Christmas? And then, of course, fund balances. There's been a lot of talk about the fund balances in tonight's conversation. And the reason I put this bullet together was because Larry Taylor, who's the senator from Houston, who is chair of the Senate Education Committee, and along with Representative Huberty, the chair of the House Pub Ed Committee, both have made off-the-cuff comments at a Texas Tribune festival saying, these school districts, they have a combined $13 billion in their fund balances. We might need to ask them to tap into those fund balances before we even touch the rainy day fund ourselves. So these are off-the-cuff comments. They're not by any way should be taken as the gospel, but it is a concern that going into this session, when we have a budget shortfall, will there be legislation on this topic? So these are just a handful of bills. There's been over 700 bills that have been filed. House Bill 35 is concerning for any of us that are supportive of bonds and opportunities to generate money for the school district. This would require a 25% turnout for all bonds and TRE elections. House Bill 30, to the extent that the district is having buses use the toll, would be helpful if this bill passes. House Bill 434, I think, is a bill that would be near and dear to Sherry Bonds' heart, because this would allow students to take 1 year of fine arts or 1 year of CTE, which means more weighted funding for the district. House Bill 538 would really change the landscape of virtual education by allowing districts to continue to offer virtual education. This year we have a waiver, but 538 would make it law. And then Senate Bill 154 is a great effort. If this was horseshoes, this would not be a ringer because of the word grant in the title. We're going into a session that, there's a deficit, and any grant programs are likely to have a fiscal note and really, again, be at the end of the line, if you will. But so these are just a handful of bills that we've seen so far. We expect a lot more lawmakers to file bills as we get closer to session. But they've both houses have instructed members to limit their bills, limit their priorities, but again, it remains to be seen what happens going forward.
Thank you, Marty. And board members, I know you all have seen the legislative priorities. We are suggesting this draft, and you've had it on your message board for comment. To create these, we look at our kind of perennial legislative priorities, but also take into account our current situation. I talked to folks in the district like Mandy Estes and Mark Gabehart and Sherry Bonds and people who are actively engaged with the legislature in terms of making sure that we have policy that is helpful and is beneficial to the school district. Dr. Audix obviously weighs in on these. But as you heard from Marty, and I know as you all have discussed on the message board, streamlining is certainly makes perfect sense because we're going to have a streamlined session and we're going to almost assuredly have a deficit. So we want to focus on making sure that public education doesn't bear the brunt of the cuts. So, and again, I know you've seen these, this first page is all school finance, and the second slide is there's some more on accountability, governance, and school choice. But I do know that it seemed from your discussion on the message board that you are primarily concerned, as I think you should be, and it makes perfect sense, on school finance. So with that, we'll just turn it over to you for discussion, and we're here to answer any questions and provide any help.
Ms. Fessa.
Yeah, so thank you so much it's good to hear from you, Marty. I haven't seen you in so long. So it's good to see you. And thank you for your presentation. I do want to, for the interest of time, just get down to the meat of the legislative priorities. And I did put up on the message board what, we were talking about really narrowing down our priorities to what is absolutely crucial. What are our core priorities? And so I put on the message board what I thought were, 3 core priorities that I felt there was agreement on this board about, that no one really had any issues with. And I hadn't really heard any issues in the community with supporting these priorities. So the first one would be to maintain the funding priorities, the funding from HB3. So I don't think anybody on this board, and I don't want to speak for anybody, but has an issue with maintaining the funding for the law that was passed last session. Then I made the case that I felt like our second priority, it wasn't necessary. It kind of incorporates a lot of the priorities that are listed in it's like a summary. It doesn't get into a lot of specifics, which we could add specifics in terms of what do you have in mind? But in general, provide additional funding to address deficits brought on by the pandemic and to enable raises for teachers. And I mean, obviously we've talked tonight about issues, deficits that have come up because of the pandemic, additional needs. The legislative priorities talk about that in terms of access to technology and internet. But also, I really want to make sure I talked earlier about our need for, as we go forward, to pay our staff according. I mean, they made a commitment last legislative session. Anybody who was paying attention last legislative session heard, from the Senate, the $5,000 promise. Oh, I'm going to give you all teachers get $5,000, right? Well, that didn't end up totally happening, but most districts in the state used all the money they got towards increasing salaries for teachers. And so I think that was a commitment that they made long term to addressing the fact that we need to compensate our teachers as a competitive wage to attract teachers and to keep them into the profession. So I feel like this also, that second priority addresses that. And then 3, to protect and enhance funding for SB 11 that addresses school safety, trauma-informed care, and mental health resources in school. I think that those are all topics that we have just had widespread agreement on this board and in our community, that those are issues that are highly important to us and our community.
And I actually felt that, especially given our conversation with Dr. Malerba earlier about having too many goals and too many things to be focused on, that Trustee Vessa's ability to kind of drill it down to 3 that I agree with. I thought that was a great summary. And I saw Trustee Weston had also commented on the message board in agreement. Dr. Bone?
Yes, I just wanted to voice my agreement. I had saw them on the message board kind of late, so I didn't reply, but thank you for going and pulling those out. And I agree that we just need to be laser focused on the funding issue.
Are there any other comments? Can we maybe assign as a board Trustee Vessa to work with Jenny and kind of maybe if there's some more details on your second one that need to be worked out, but to just maybe really just give us those 3 highlights to really focus on. Trustee Weston?
Well, can we go ahead and vote on those 3 tonight?
I think so. I mean, Doug, can we?
Yes.
It's an action item. I want to make sure that Jenny.
Getting information together for you guys and have our website updated, and so that in January we are ready to go.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, wait. So will you just repeat that? So you prefer us to do it in January, or you prefer us to do it tonight?
Tonight.
Okay. And are you? Then I guess we need to know if those 3 sort of high level priorities that we want to go for is there more detail that staff or those? I know Corey does a lot of the advocating also, but for that second one that was a little broader and sort of encompassed.
So what I have it typed somewhere, but additional funding to address the deficits brought on by the pandemic and enable raises for teachers. I think Trustee Vessa had included that language on the site. If Doug, if there's a way to phrase the motion that we can work with Trustee Vessa to make sure we get all the wording right, but that in spirit, these are the 3 priorities. Is there a way that we could approve it that way, and then the language could be finalized with Trustee Vessa's help?
Right. If Trustee Vessa wishes to make the motion, again, restating the priorities, and then subject to clarification and refinement with Jen, with you, I think that'll work.
Okay, give her 1 second. And thank you, Trustee Weston, for reminding me this was an action item.
So Doug, you would say in the motion I should read the 3 priorities and then say subject to clarification and refinement with staff?
Yes.
Okay. Just give me a second here. Let me go back to the. Okay. Okay, I'm ready now. All right. Let me go back to my. I say that and then I have to go back. Okay. I move the board approve the 3 core priorities. Number 1, protect all programs and funding in HB 3. Number 2, provide additional funding to address deficits brought on by the pandemic and to enable raises for teachers. And number 3, protect and enhance funding for SB 11 that addresses school safety, trauma-informed care, and mental health resources in schools. All of these subject to clarification and refinement with staff.
And to authorize you, Corey, I guess, is to be the designated representative for the board to work with staff in that regard.
Right. And to authorize me, Trustee Vessa, to be the designated person to work with staff to that end.
Thank you.
All right,
Need a second.
Do we have a second?
I second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second that I'm not going to repeat. Is there any further discussion? All right, seeing none. All those in favor, raise your hand. All right, I see Trustee Harrison, so we are 7-0. Thank you. 9:32. All right, so now we are to action item J2, the RFP process.
Yeah, thank you, President. Dr. Audix is back yet again with Mr. Pullman this time to discuss the RFP process for selecting a search firm to hire a new superintendent.
All right, so Danny's going to do the talking this evening, so I'm just going to introduce him, that he's here to talk with you about the revised RFP that includes the feedback he's received from the board. The goal is to get the approval tonight for the superintendent search firm for the RFP for that purpose. So, Danny? She's going to check on it.
Testing.
Yes, now you're on.
Thank you, Dr. Audix. Good evening, Dr. Presley and Board of Trustees. I wanted to start by thanking you all for your input on the RFP. President Weir sent me some input this week from some of you, and I incorporated that into the RFP draft. But it looks like we have some additional changes that are proposed by Trustee Bone. And I've reviewed all of the changes, and I just wanted to say I don't have any objection to any of them. They would all be fine to include in the RFP, but I think at this point it's just a matter of you all determining if you're all in agreement with the changes as proposed by Dr. Bone. If so, I can again incorporate those changes and could have the RFP ready to issue by tomorrow, which is our original timeline or our current timeline, so we could still make that happen. But I believe you all have a copy of it, and I'm here to answer any questions that you may have.
Ms. Vessa, did you have a question?
Yes, I reviewed her changes, and I felt they were good additions. I only had one thing that I thought, me personally, I would like to change, and that was adding additional weight to the categories of reference and reputation and cost of services, and subsequently removing some weight from strength of project team and philosophy method of recruitment. So it would bring strength of project team down to 15 points and philosophy method to recruitment down to 20 points, and increase reference and reputation to 15 points and cost of services to 15 points. But that was just my personal desire. Why don't I just read, you can go to the message board, I wrote it down.
Yeah, but I guess I'm curious. So if strength of project team you want down to 15, reference and reputation up to 15.
Right.
And then philosophy and recruitment down to 20 and cost of services up to 15.
That's right.
And was there a reason that you felt those were more important?
So what I said on the message board, and what I think is that, references and reputation, I mean, to me, that's a huge driver. Like, how did other people, do they have a good reputation? Are their references good? I think for most of us, as we make decisions, that's a key indicator. I mean, we want to know that this, whether I put the example of just college searches, because I know so many families are in college searches right now. And I just think about myself. I went to Trinity University in San Antonio, and so many people in my neighborhood are thinking about Trinity talk to me. How was your experience? Did you enjoy it? Like, what was the good things? What was the bad things? They're getting a reference. And then the reputation of the school, like, what is it? How's it ranked nationally and things like that. And then, of course, the other thing that I included was cost. I mean, 10 points for cost. I feel like cost is really important. Like, if we have it too low, we could have big disparities in cost and not really factor that into, our decision because it's weighted so low. So those are just my two desired changes.
Dr. Bone?
Sure. I think the reference and reputation, if you look right above that, there's the ability to deliver and quality of scope of work proposed. And I think that ability to deliver kind of goes into that reference and reputation. And the reason I bring that up is because I might like to leave the reference and reputation at 10% because those two combined are 25%. The philosophy and method of recruitment, it's at 25 currently, and you're proposing to take it to 20. I think that's actually extremely important because that's where we're going to get the community input and how they're going to do that, how they're going to work with the board. So I value that. Cost of services, 10 or 15 points, I'm fine with moving it to 15. But the reference and reputation, and maybe Trustee Weston can talk about this, sometimes that's really hard to quantify. So that's really kind of a qualitative measure. I know they're going to provide us information, but for us to really understand the reference and reputation, I just think that I would like to leave that at 10.
Trustee Weston?
So again, to clarify for the community, we will be the scorers of these things. And, this is probably the most, well, not the selection of the firm, but the selection of the superintendent in this process is going to be probably the most consequential decision that the 7 of us are going to make during our tenures. And, I appreciate what Corey's thinking here, and I appreciate what Mary's thinking. And yes, reputation, obviously, there's some subjectivity there. Corey, do you have any thoughts based on what Mary said? I mean, I guess I'd like the two of you, unless anybody else wants to weigh in with changing some of this, I'd like to hear maybe the two of you sort of, talk about that.
Well, I will add that, I agree that the philosophy and method to recruitment is important, as well as the ability to deliver the scope of work proposed. But I feel like the references are really the way we can determine whether people were satisfied with their work previously. And that's huge. If people, if they can provide glowing references that people were extremely satisfied with their work, then we can, not just know that they have an ability to deliver, they have a history of delivering it. So it's beyond just the ability or a good philosophy. Yeah, it's actually a demonstrated, delivery.
So maybe Mr. Pullman can answer this. The reason I hesitate is when you're hiring people, and I don't know if this is the same as when you're hiring a company. I know it usually is. It's really hard to get the reference and reputation because usually lots of that stuff is by law. Certain information is not able to be given. You can't really get a strong, I think it's very important, don't get me wrong. It's just when it comes to it, and it's only 5 points. The only thing I'm saying is that when you're adding the 5 points of that, you're taking it away from philosophy and method to recruitment, and that's kind of where I hesitate.
Would you agree, Mr. Pullman, that getting just even enough information to award a point value that part of what I hear from Trustee Bone is that it's hard to assess this category. Would you clarify that in your opinion?
Sure, and I agree that it can be difficult to quantify a point value for reference and reputation. Kind of in my head, I'm thinking how that would work is each firm would give us all their references and history, and it would be up to us to reach out to those past clients of theirs and kind of coordinating that so that you all get all of the information at the same time, whether that's some kind of a conference call or a video call with those. That's kind of the best method I'm seeing in order to gather that information so you can give an accurate score for that category. If that seems acceptable to you all, and that would be my suggestion. But as far as the point value is concerned, that's
yeah. I think we're only asking, like, it's not like we're going to get all the references for, the whole time. So we're going to get like 5 references for each of them, and of course they're going to probably give us their best. So I mean, it needs to be weighted. It's really, I'll come back to it. I just think it's a little bit more difficult, and I think that for me, the philosophy and method. So, I mean, if others want to weigh in, maybe on what's important, I don't know.
Ms. Harrison?
I wasn't really raising my hand. I'm actually fine with the point values as they were previously, with Dr. Bone's clarifications.
I guess I would say that, I maybe could go with Corey on cost of services, but I guess I would rather keep the 5 points in philosophy and method above references and reputation.
Yeah, so that would mean we would take the strength of project team to 15 and then cost of services to 15.
I guess if this is the biggest decision we're going to make, cost of services to me, if this is such a huge decision and we want a world-class superintendent, then I don't see that being more of a deciding factor. I'm not saying be reckless or irresponsible, but sometimes you do pay a premium for premium.
And I know we're not bound by the lowest, right, correct, Mr. Pullman?
Right, so the step 1 evaluation would be based on a 100-point total of these categories. So cost of services, we're discussing either 10 or 15 points being the weight for that. So no, it's not just based on the lowest cost of services submitted.
But we are locked into this weighting. So that's why we're taking some time to talk about this.
And was that your thinking initially when you picked 10, that you didn't want?
Yes, since we're doing we want a nationwide search, and as Trustee Weston clearly stated, this is an extremely important decision. I'm usually very conservative with cost, but this is something, and I don't foresee this being a huge extravagant expense from what I've seen. They're expensive, but not ridiculously. So I was thinking 10 points because we are wanting the best. So what you do when you're doing these scores is if you are wanting the best, usually you weight the other categories higher because that's really the work that you're being asked to be done. And you're weighting that work and their quality of work higher. So these are your values. If you value cost more, you give it more. If we're valuing the kind of work and the quality of work that they do more, then you weight them higher.
Well, those are just my suggestions. Obviously, it's not like the end of the world. I'm not going to... I just said that, hey, when I make decisions, these are the things that are very important to me when I make them. And so I just felt like they needed a little more weight. But if our board feels like that for this particular, that we want to weight them lower, that's fine.
So do most people feel that Dr. Bone's initial, and I'm looking this way because...
I simply say we don't put too much thought into weighting those points. And the firm, selecting firm, is not the most important. The selected candidate is the most important.
Yeah.
So don't put too much thought into this.
Yes, remember there's a step 2 evaluation, the interview presentation process, so this won't determine the actual final outcome.
All right. Ms. Feller?
I was just going to say that I think all of these are subjective in nature. So how you put the points ultimately is, it's not like you're grading a math test to be able to say that, they get 19 out of 20 points in this category. So how we distribute it is really going to be on the scorer's interpretation of, where they feel. So we probably can leave it as is and award it appropriately how that person sees fit when they're scoring them individually. I mean, not that I have an opposition to what Corey's proposed or I have an opposition to what Mary's proposed, but they are all pretty subjective measures.
So just leave them the way that Dr. Okay.
I do have one comment. Okay. Well, two. On the first page, this is really nitpicky, but there is a typo on the the second, the last line under the introduction when it says May 22,210. The year. I'm looking at the red line copy from Dr. Bone. So there's just a typo there. But the one thing I did want to talk about with the board was on page 12, attachment D, on the references. It's currently worded that it is recommended that they show school districts in Texas of like size. I would like to see that as a requirement for at least one of their references to come from a district of like size. I think that really is important that they have recruited for a district of our size. And, not like LA County where they've got 650,000 students, but not like Prosper ISD that has, 5,000. And I don't know how many Prosper ISD has, but I do know it's north of Dallas and it's small. And I think neither one of those would be appropriate for the same kind of recruiting for Round Rock ISD. And so I'm fine if I'm overruled on that, but I would like to see some record of work in a district similar to Round Rock.
Ms. Weston?
I appreciate that, Trustee Feller. Can you say that again? You're requesting that the firm has experience recruiting for a district our size at least one time?
So in Part D, Attachment D, it says it is recommended that one of their references come from a district of like size in Texas. And so rather than it being recommended, I would like to change the wording that one of their references is required to come from a district of like size. Because it's just recommended. I mean, we could adjust that in the scoring.
That was mine, just so you know, because I was really trying to, in my comments, to sort of, if we're going to hire nationally, then to have have done it in Texas on a like size, that a national search firm may not have been in Texas and done something that size.
I'm fine if it's not in Texas.
Right, so we could just cross out the Texas part.
I think it's the size of the district that they've worked with. They've worked with somebody that has similar things that we're looking for, that match up with our district.
So that sentence would say something like, Prosper must show a proposer. Sorry. Thank you. We are nearing the end of my ability. Yes.
So the second sentence would now say it is required that proposers show school district of like size and organizational structure to Round Rock ISD through references. Though references should not be limited to this category. So it's like something, it should be, it is required that at least one of the references come from a school district of like size and organizational structure of Round Rock ISD. Some of that kind of wording.
Instead of required, can we just do highly recommended? As somebody that does these, if you put required, it immediately eliminates if they can't figure one out. So just highly recommended. And then I was going to point out that on attachment B, part 3, I did add the question specifically of, what is the number of superintendent searches your firm completed for school districts with enrollment more than 20,000? I don't know, Trustee Feller, if you think maybe we should modify that. We could do a range. Like you said, we're not looking for somebody that's done these huge school districts. So I don't know, or just leave it the way it is. But I was going to point that out, that is on there also in another area.
And my only comment back to that, Trustee Bone, is it would eliminate some, but that's my That would be my intention in putting that in there. If they've not ever worked with a district of our similar size and scope, then perhaps they're not the firm for us. So that's exactly what it would do, is eliminate. So
are you thinking for that question 19, then it would be with enrollment 20,000 to 70,000 or 60,000?
Well, I wasn't even getting into the I don't have a problem with the questions on attachment B.
It's just question 19. That's the one that Dr. Bone, and if we wanted to limit, no? Okay.
No, I don't need any adjustment on that. It's just a matter of whether we're going to require them to have worked with a district of our size.
I had a couple questions. I don't know if anybody else, first of all, there were a few more typos, but
can we just put something in there to say with allowing to correct typos? Because there's quite a few, there's Aldine.
Yeah,
ISD,
Aldine is listed in there.
I saw several. There were so many, I just was at some point, this just needs to be fixed.
Right, at the beginning, Round Rock ISD currently has developed, just a complete sentence.
Yes, I saw all the typos as well. And this is just the draft and with
Right.
Dr. Bone's changes. And
It's like something I wrote.
My question actually has to do on page 3.
Wait, I'm sorry. Are we done with my question, or are we coming back to it?
I think so, because I think we were going to write down what you wanted.
No, I don't mind if we don't. I just didn't want it.
I think that was. I don't have a problem with that at all. I think
she's asking, did we say required or recommended? Highly recommended.
Highly recommended.
So my only thing with required is, what is the number then? So do you want have they had to work with a district of 50,000, 60,000, 40,000? I know, it's just, I'm okay with it, actually. If we want to give a range of, that we want you to have worked with a district, or maybe we don't.
That's why I was fine with the similar. That leaves it open. So if they provided a recommendation of 30,000, that's pretty close. I don't want
that's
to put that
subjective,
big
right?
of a,
So we can just put that in there. Is that what you were thinking, though, is 30,000 or more?
I do not have your light. Go ahead, Trustee Weston.
So my objective, what's most important to me, is that this process for our superintendent search this year for this board, that this becomes open to firms that normally would not be participating in our RFP process. So I am reluctant to put much specificity with regard to the state of Texas, with regard to even the size of the district. And I am not supportive of increasing that 20,000 number, because my whole objective is to look beyond what would normally come to us. My whole objective is to open this up beyond, and I think I've written it on the message board, to transcend state lines, to transcend industries, that we are going to make it erring on the side of being more broad, because I don't want to do what we've traditionally done. I want to do something different. I want to make it more broad, and so that's where I stand.
Dr. Zhao?
Yeah, I second what Trustee Weston has said. The goal is not to play safe. The goal is to bring the best candidate we can find.
I was actually, Mr. Pullman, trying to find your original one, because I do believe that is the sentence that I changed, right, on attachment D.
Yes, I believe so.
So I was, and I can't find in my email right now. Do you remember how that initially read? Did it say highly recommended, or did it say required?
I don't believe it said highly recommended or required.
Yeah, I believe it just read, it is recommended. So the wording didn't change there.
Change that part, okay.
Yep.
Well, then I guess just a consensus, because I think, well, I'm not even sure how, we haven't heard from Trustee Harrison really on that one.
I'll weigh in. I err more on the side of Trustees Weston and Trustee Zhao. So I would like to see us remove those constraints to really see what we get, keeping in mind and bearing in mind that this is the first step of the process, and then the second step of the process we can vet. And I think it's easier to vet when we have more variety, and I would like to be bold with that aspect of this RFP.
And look, let it go. I'm fine with it. It was just a proposal and it doesn't have the support, so move on.
Okay. All right, so we're going to leave it the way it is then? Yeah. Okay. All right, Dr. Bone?
Yeah, I was just going to start going down the RFP input needed from the board that was posted up on the message board. As I was going through the RFP and looking at what I thought needed to be changed, one thing became clear to me is that as a board, I believe we need to choose a start date for the desired superintendent. I just threw out there July 1st of 2021, but when these RFPs come back, they're going to they're going to show us everything they can do in the time frame that we give them. So if we could just have some discussion on that July 1st, and again, that was just me throwing that out there.
And Dr. Presley, can you tell us, I'm trying to find that on my calendar, but what dates is the district closed? I mean, I don't know that we would want to have a start date when the district is closed.
It's usually the week, and I don't know where July 4th falls, but it's the week that includes the 4th of July. And it's
4th is a Sunday. So would y'all be here the 1st and the 2nd, and then? Yeah, right before.
But is that the best time for a person to start, like right before they go on their break? That seems like I don't know. It seems bad.
My personal experience, when I was hired by the district, I started the week of the break. I was the only one working. Everybody else is like, well, welcome to Round Rock, and I was the only one here. I got a lot of good work done that week, but I think it would. I mean, you would want, I think, a start date that would be congruent with the return of everybody after the 4th of July break, whatever week that is. And I don't have that in front of me right now because the district totally shuts down. But
Okay, so maybe we can just find that date, and if the board agrees with that.
Oh, Patty had it. The 5th. So we can change it to the 5th.
Well, no, the 5th is the first day of the break, right?
yeah, so sometimes the 4th of July falls in different ways, and so the way it is this summer apparently is it's the week prior to the 4th, leading up to the 4th, and then on the 5th everybody's back at work.
Okay, Ms. Fuller.
Well, I would want to take this timeline out a little bit further. If we're looking at presentations and interviews on around Tuesday, February 2nd, and then making a decision maybe that night, maybe not until say February, let's say worst case scenario, February 8th or 15th, then that now gives them 2.5 months. Because it says they want a superintendent selected no later than May. So that means you have March, April, and then you've got to have, community involvement. You've got to have, we're asking for 5 to 10 community sessions. We're talking about a survey. And you're looking to do this in really 3 months after we select this firm to have them named. And
So
that's not a lot of time.
The May date, what page is that on?
Isn't that just on your post?
No, it's on page 4.
Oh, yeah, I was going to say, I think maybe that's just a left in from me copying and pasting and playing with some dates.
Trustee Harrison, you may just need to jump in.
Yeah, I feel like we're getting a little lost in sauce here. And I think we need to move on the RFP and not set dates right now. We can do that in the second phase because I feel like we're getting into the territory of micromanagement a little bit here.
So my only comment to that back would be that the proposals that we get back that we will be scoring, we need to ensure that those, even going into the second phase, that those firms that we're looking at are able to fit into our time frame. These firms will have other searches going on. They'll have lots of other things on their plate. If we don't give them an end date, it's really hard for them to give us a good proposal back and what kind of resources they have in their firms to provide us. So that's why the start date, and by the way, these are things, I went out to lots of other RFPs to make sure that what was an RFP for a superintendent search, and a start date is usually provided in the initial RFP. So just to confirm, we're not getting into the weeds or doing something different than most other school districts would do.
Ms. Weston?
So I share Trustee Harrison's sentiment about, getting too granular here, but I think on this one particular decision, I think we need to begin with the end in mind, and I think it would be good for us and it would be good for potential firms to know what our goal is as far as, we're trying to hire a superintendent and when we want this individual to start. In my head, I was thinking August 1st. I think that's realistic, even if it has to shift up. I mean, if all the firms that come in and present to us tell us that's an unrealistic date, none of us can meet that, then we say, okay, that's fine. But
and there is like a 21-day, once the superintendent is named, there is by state law, there has to be 21 days before that person can actually be named. And to be hired. They're named, and then there has to be the 21-day.
But I do agree with Dr. Bone that I think that we need to put something down at least, even if it's sort of in our own, for us, it's more in pencil than in pen, but that we all are working towards a common date, even if it doesn't actually work out to be that exact date.
And can I add where this will go in the RFP? There's a statement that if you feel the timeline should be altered, please propose a timeline you feel is more appropriate for Round Rock ISD. So basically, we're proposing to them everything we want them to do. We would propose an end date, and if they think we're crazy or they don't think that can be met, then they can propose another end date. But again, this also, the other thing with RFPs is we want to be able to grade these firms equally, and if we don't give an end date, we're probably going to get a lot of different schedules back, and then it's hard to score them. Yeah.
Doug, can I ask you a question? Does the 21 days, does that include, it includes weekends, right? It's 21 calendar days, right?
It's calendar. Okay,
so August 2nd is the Monday, and if you go back 3 weeks, that's July 12th. So if that week of July 5th, if there was someone named, say even by the 9th, they could start on the 2nd, if that's what you're...
So you're proposing that we say superintendent selected no later than July 5th?
Or even July 9th.
July 9th with a start date no later than August 2nd?
Yeah, I think so.
I just want to say that I love the idea of having somebody in place at the beginning of the school year and hiring them in the summer, doing the evaluation process. It makes it more congruent with the school years. I love the idea of it. I just want us to be realistic about all the things that we're facing. So I'm glad that we're adjusting it a little bit.
Yeah, and I think too, if it looks like when we get them back and 8 of the 10 say we can't do it in that timeline, then we'll know, right, that we have to adjust it at that point.
So are we adjusting it now or leaving it as is?
I think we should go ahead and adjust it now.
Okay.
So, yeah, I'm good with August. So the start date would be August 2nd.
Yes.
Confirm? Yep. I'm good with that.
Dr. Presley, how does that align with the campus improvement plans and district improvement plans development? Would a new hire, if they had a start date of August 2nd, be able to be entrenched in that process?
Yeah, and there would already be work going on towards those plans, but they could be involved, because I don't think they're fortified, and somebody else on the call can help me until October usually.
I think that's when we vote on them in October.
In the October meeting.
Yeah, they're really low. I think they're down low so that there's no feedback from the wireless mics. So yeah, we're having a little bit of a hard time hearing those of you that are virtual, so speak up.
All right, so are we good with August 2nd?
I think so. It seems like.
Okay. Can I move to my second? Because I think there are some big conversations in here. The second conversation I think we need to have is the type and frequency of community stakeholder involvement during the process. And again, I know these seem like they're detailed, but again, if we don't put these in the RFP with some kind of detail, we're going to probably get a wide range back. And actually, I can probably say that I also saw in lots of RFPs, this really depends on the board and what kind of community stakeholder involvement we want. Some school districts really didn't have any. Some school districts, I saw one had a committee that they assigned that actually worked alongside the firm. So these are, of course, things the firm will need to know when they're giving us their proposals.
I actually liked what you had in here, your 5 to 10 focus groups. I'm guessing that you got these from other RFPs because school committee isn't something that we have in the 1, 2, 3, the fourth bullet point. And I guess that was one of my questions, and it kind of relates to this, because at the very bottom you have the ability to conduct a community process that provides useful guidance to the board. And I was just sort of curious why you pulled that out separately. Is that different from organizing and facilitating somehow the other?
No, I think that's a word issue, and I have track changes on, so I think it pulled the bullet out. So that bullet just needs to be spaced over. There's no difference.
Okay.
I think Trustee Vessa is probably not going to want any community involvement in this process.
Right, and I know that's on your questions, how does the board want the firm to work with the district and the board independently or with the community committee? And then you have another question, how often do we want communication? And I feel like, probably weekly or biweekly, the board should be getting updates. I don't know if we want a community committee if we're getting that often, especially right at the beginning. Maybe we have the community do help with the interviews after we've kind of gone through this process a little bit, because it sounds like we're going to score through a couple times and hire them, and then they're going to have a lot of input already from the community, and then it seems to me then we'll see who's most active, and then those people can be asked to be on a committee at the end to help us do the last interviews.
So you're talking about interviews for the superintendent or interviews for the firm?
For the superintendent, actually.
Okay. I just wanted to clarify. Yeah.
Yeah, if I could just add a comment. My experience has been that's a pretty exclusive thing towards the end with the board and the candidate, because what happens is you'll be interviewing people who have jobs, and it's a very high level of secrecy, and that's just the way it is, because I think you would lose out on some good candidates through the process if they thought everybody would know who they were. And so it's a pretty high level of confidentiality through this whole process, and that's just what it hadn't been through it, but I've seen it, and that's what I understand. So,
no, I appreciate that feedback, because I think that goes to why we need to make sure the community is involved in other ways, so that we can actually, kind of have their interview questions, and then we can. But the firm would be the one probably, getting that input from the community. And that's all we just needed for the RFP is, what level of work do we need from this firm? What do they need to go get from our community for us? So interview questions, if that's something we want, that's something we could put in here. If we want interview questions from the community. I think that's what I was hearing Amy say.
Yeah, I think so. And I mean, I don't know if that needs to be from a very large group. Obviously, that needs to be from a more, tailored group. I don't know how.
Well, that's what the firm will do.
Yeah.
I mean, we can probably give some direction. At this point, we just need to make sure they know what kind of work they're, because this eventually becomes contractual, right? So.
Yes, it does.
Then yes, I would put in, I mean, I guess that would be something I would like to add, that they help come up with community feedback, what the interview questions will be, so that we're asking. And I'm assuming it's the same. I mean, I haven't obviously done one of these, but I've been on principal and assistant principal search committees, and we have to ask the same questions of every candidate. Is that going to be the same for this? Do you know? I mean, and maybe that's a Doug question. I'm not sure.
Well, if you're talking about the interview questions to the firms, yes. In the evaluation process of the RFP, yes, they would all need to be asked the same questions.
Okay.
When it comes to the actual superintendent interviews, I can't advise on that.
Okay.
I think you can have some latitude. I mean, if the RFP will be obviously the same questions or requirements for everyone. And when you do the interviews of them, they may present certain things that are unique or unusual and that you want to pursue. So you don't have to be rigid in that regard.
And the superintendent interviews, but in the RFP, okay.
Well, and also I think in the search firms, you can, if you find something in the presentation that intrigues you in that interview process, you can certainly pursue that.
Okay.
In questions.
Well, that would be my one thing then to add to this section.
Okay, yeah, I captured that. And then I also captured, I think, weekly updates. Are we good with that? Is there anything else? Again, this is important that we make sure we know how we want to work with the community during the superintendent search. And right now I put 5 to 10 forums. But again, I'm also thinking if we're due nationwide, do we want these in person, those type of things? It's good to put an RFP to understand. Plus, it's also good for us. I mean, we're kind of doing some of the pre-work here for our scoring too. So,
and I think especially at the beginning, virtual is going to be fine. I mean, weekly, I would hate if it's a national firm for them to fly down weekly or even written updates. I mean, there may not be much every week if we just sort of had at the very least, a written update of where they are, and maybe we do bi-weekly virtual. I'm not sure.
So Trustee Harrison, would you mind providing some feedback on the community stakeholder involvement? I think you would have some good ideas on how we can do that, things that we might want to add, how to reach out to some of these communities that might be underrepresented. I did put that we did ask the firm, to reach out to non-English speaking, but are there other things that you can think of?
So I'll kind of tell you my experience and why I think we're getting too granular, because if we tell them everything to show us, it's going to be really difficult or more difficult for us to parcel out what's really valuable for us. As part of the Equity Task Force leadership, we didn't ultimately end up going with a search firm, but we had an RFP process. And so I got to see, and it was good that we didn't inform every single thing because there were clear distinctions. So I would like to see what a search firm is going to bring to the table in terms of how they plan on engaging the community. I think having some very broad things like you need to engage the community in languages other than English and need to be prepared to do that, that's great. And I don't want to sit here and list out every single way, because that's part of what we're looking for in a solid firm is what do they already bring to us? That may not be what you're looking for, but what's part of
that's
the
okay.
culture? How do they normally do this search?
Yeah, there is no normal, by the way.
Something they don't do.
Yeah. I think that's what I found, just so we know. There is no normal process because every district asks for something different. And as somebody that does RFPs, usually when you get an RFP back, by the way, they've actually went off and tried to find your values. They're not giving you their values. They're actually trying to figure out what yours are. So the more we can give them, the better this is just my experience. So that's the only reason. But I appreciate that, Trustee Harrison.
Ms. Weston, did you have a comment?
Yeah, so again, I'm going to agree with Trustee Harrison, and I also want to thank Trustee Bone, because the truth is that you really took the time to invest in this, and you have made this RFP better. So I appreciate that. I thought we needed to begin with the end in mind, and I am all for setting a target date. But like Trustee Harrison said, I'm really interested in seeing the contrast between these firms and them demonstrating how they distinguish themselves from one another. And I'm just reluctant to get any more specific than this excellent RFP that you have made better. So that's where I am.
Yeah. I appreciate that. And I think we've gone through all the questions. But I will just for a little lesson, like I said, I can't reiterate enough. I've done these, and that to distinguish them, there'll be plenty of information that distinguishes them through their process. But really, if there are specific things that we want, when you do an RFP, you don't just kind of throw it out there and be like, oh, I hope they respond in the way I want them to. That's not. Lots of studies done with RFPs. For us to get the best superintendent, we want to have an excellent RFP. And if we want our values, and the way that you get your values is to make sure to ask questions of the firms. So that's all I'm asking, is just to make sure that we have enough questions and detail. So, but I think you guys have answered all these questions. I think the only other thing was if there's any specific information the board wanted to know about the firms that weren't already captured.
I think we all loved what you did. And really, I think the only things that we ended up deciding we wanted to change were the dates, and then possibly asking for interview questions.
Yep. And just to reiterate, and the only reason I'm doing this is because, and Mr. Pullman sitting right here, this becomes contractual. So the proposal, once we get that in, I understand that, and the only reason I'm doing this, and if you guys already know, just say, hey, we know. Once you get the proposal, that's the beginning of the contract. These proposals end up working into the contract. And so if we ask them to do things later that's not in the contract, of course, that's additional money. It kind of messes up your scoring that we did at the beginning with cost, because maybe somebody else perceived that we wanted that and actually put it in the original. So it all plays in. So it's just, that's why if there's other things that we want them to do, this is the time to make sure we get that in here.
Though I think, Mr. Pullman, you said there wasn't an ability to add at some point later in this process for us.
There is. We always build that language in that we reserve the right to do that, though we typically try not to. That's usually if something comes up and we find there's a change we need to make is when we would do that. We really try to set it all out
like this.
Prior to issuing them. But we do always have the ability to do an addendum to make a change at any point while it's issued.
Like the date, if we needed to change.
Yeah, if we needed to change the date. But again, in the RFP, I think these would just be, our target dates.
Okay.
They're not necessarily set in stone, just giving the expectation to these firms.
Yeah, and this is why I know I'm spending a lot of time on this, but what usually ends up happening is you'll get RFPs back, you'll get a proposal, and somebody will propose something that you're like, wow, that's really awesome. And then what you do is you send it back out to all the other companies because you want to see what they would have proposed. So that's why it's really good for us to spend this time. So I appreciate you guys bearing with me and reading through this and making sure it's got everything we want captured.
Did anybody else have anything? When you're doing the typos, Mr. Pullman, since we do not have a school committee, if you can make sure that that's one of the things on page 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, on the fourth little bullet point, it just says school committee in caps. And then we'll just assume that you can get all the other typos.
Got it. And what I would do is put together kind of a final draft, send it to you for you to review before it actually gets issued.
Okay.
I think we could do that tomorrow. I could have it to you as early as I can in the morning and give you the opportunity to review it, send it back to me, let me know it's good to go, and then I would issue.
Doug, how does that work, though, if we vote on it tonight?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think we need to have clarity tonight. I mean, I think certainly he can send it back to you just to show you what he's done based on your input tonight. But I wouldn't want a situation where there's a question that was left unaddressed and the board is split on that, and now's the time to make those decisions.
Ms. Weston?
Doug, is this something that we could vote tonight to designate Amy Weir as board president to approve tomorrow based on what we've discussed today? And I know there's an element of trust. And would that be highly
decision, or authorize a trustee or a couple of trustees to finalize this based on the input from today? And that does involve trust, because they may have to make a decision that they think is what they thought was appropriate based on the input. And you may not agree with that, but you've delegated that authority.
Could we vote to have trustees Weir and Bone? I mean, how do you guys feel about that? Just to empower them, vote.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too, because I mean, obviously Mary has put in the time and effort and has a lot of, and then Amy is the board president. So yeah, I'm good with that.
Okay. So then I think, just so we're all clear, the only two things other than the typos were just to add the interview questions and to change the dates, really, if I'm understanding correctly. And was that your understanding, Mr. Pullman?
Yes. And just to clarify, I have the goal is to have a new permanent superintendent selected no later than July 5th.
It can even be July 9th, because if the second, I think it can be any time that week, because if we're going August 2nd, 21 days before that is the 12th.
Okay. July 9th, and for that person's employment to begin no later than August 2nd, 2021.
Right. That works, Doug, right, legally?
If it's 21 days, yes, it does.
It's a little bit extra. Ms. Weston?
Doug, can you please email me the language for me to make the motion to appoint,
Sure.
or for whatever vote language needs to be tonight, for us to vote to have Amy and Mary make this decision tomorrow? And I'd also like to know, Trustee Harrison, how you feel about this?
Thank you, Trustee Weston. I feel that we need to move forward. So I feel very comfortable with Trustees Bone and Trustee Weir working on this tomorrow so that we can get to this last discussion item. And I understand that this is important, but I feel like this RFP is like the wrapper and not even like the food that it's wrapped in. So this is a start. It seems like a really strong start. I'm fine with whatever they want to say moving forward, having heard our comments tonight. But once again, it's about to be 10:30 or later, and we're just now getting started on something that's actually really important and ties into student outcome.
All right, thank you. Did you get the email yet?
No, hold on. It's coming. Okay, I just emailed it.
Okay. I move to authorize Board President Weir and Trustee Bone to work with the staff to finalize the superintendent search firm RFP.
I will second. Or did Tiffany? She can second it.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to allow President Weir and Trustee Bone to finalize this RFP. And we have, are there any further discussion? Okay, seeing none, all those in favor, raise your hand. And I see Ms. Harrison, so it passes 7-0. Thank you.
Thank you all. I'll be in touch in the morning.
Thank you. All right, we are going to take a very quick 5-minute break and be back here at 10:31. It is 10:31, and we are back from our quick break, and we are our discussion and possible action on COVID-19 update. Dr. Presley.
Thank you, President. On this topic, we had the special called meeting last week. And so it was my understanding tonight, we didn't put together a presentation, but just if there were some lingering questions. And mainly the focal points, I think, were 3 topics that you and I had talked about. On the reopening in January, maybe a little discussion of that. The monitoring and communication during the break, what does that look like? And then if Austin Public Health goes to stage 5, does that change anything as far as extracurricular activities? So that's kind of what we've teed staff up there who are on the call to kind of prepare to answer questions. And so with that, I can make some initial comments, or we can go right into questions, whatever how you want to go.
I think you were just making some comments right when we went on break, so about Austin and stage 5. So I think probably start there.
Yeah, we know that there's a possibility that Austin will go to stage 5 if the spike continues that we're seeing, and how would that affect extracurricular activities? And having some discussions with other districts in the area, how would that affect, winter sports and other things that are going on? And as you know, we don't have to follow the guidance of any health authority. We're following the guidance of we weigh all that, but we don't have to do exactly what they say. And so what I'm hearing from the districts that we've visited with in our areas here in Central Texas, specifically in and around Austin, I haven't heard anybody say they were going to shut down everything completely. There are some changes that could be made, like no fans allowed at a basketball game, and I'm not suggesting we would even do that. But there are some things stopping short of just saying we're not going to play basketball, for example. So I don't think we're postured to do that right now. I think we would get guidance also from UIL because we obviously play teams in other, tournaments and things outside of this area. Nothing overnight right now, but we do play teams that, are further away than the Austin metro area. So that's kind of the answer to that. Is right now I wouldn't be trending towards shutting down activities unless we receive further guidance from UIL or TEA, along with the recommendations from the health authorities.
Ms. Vessa.
So are there any other recommendations from Sharon or Brandy in terms of, I brought this up at several meetings now, my concern for athletics, winter athletics, especially given their nature. What additional, if we don't go so far as to, cancel extracurricular activities as Austin Public Health has recommended, what can we do to make them safer?
Well, I'll let them speak, but I think I alluded to that in that we could eliminate fans in the gym altogether. We're doing a great job, I think, of cleaning and sanitizing the facilities and social distancing the fans who are there. So I don't know if Brandy or Sharon would have any further comment on that, but that's the way I see it. If we keep playing, the next step would be to eliminate fans in the stands.
Yeah, I agree. And Dr. Presley also, I would also say that, when we looked, and I believe it was Mark Escott, Dr. Escott, who said that we limited first to 50% in the stands. And so he may go down to limiting it at 25%, or he may say no spectators at all, whatever the case may be. There's lots of different things that we could do. We could say no spectators. We could say 25%. And currently, as it stands, we are asking that only students can only come. They can't, there's no student section anymore in the stands. It's specifically they have to come with their parents. And I believe they're limited to 2, if I remember correctly, but I can't remember for sure. But essentially, we could do a lot of different things when we look at limiting, having a whole bunch of things that I guess I would say we could look at when we're looking at limiting but still allowing students to play as well. And then, of course, there is also the masking situation as well. So UIL does not have in their guidelines anything about masking athletes, but that is a recommendation that we heard in the call from Austin Public Health and Dr. Escott. And again, it is something that we could look at as well. Just some options.
I had a visit with one of the trainers this morning, and we were talking about some of the athletics cases and how really, as like I said on the last call, we've really tried hard to learn from the cases that we've had and tried to move forward in positive ways as we learn things from our athletics cases. This particular trainer I was talking to this morning was talking about how powerful the Rank 1 app is and how well the parents are using it, how well it's working. They really don't have the kids that are having their symptomatic show up at the practices. Those kids are staying back, so they're really starting to eliminate a lot of those close contacts. It's really working well. I talked to them. I was discussing the possibilities of having the Binax program, the rapid testing happen for our athletes. And they said, they're kind of doing the same thing I am, visiting with their peers around the state that are doing that and finding out the pros and cons as far as that goes. We have George Scherer, the Director of Risk Management for Round Rock ISD, that's looking into the rapid testing program for us. He, the trainer that I spoke to this morning was still gathering data. He wasn't hearing a lot of good things from his peers about it. But I asked him if he would mind coming to our next COVID meeting and speaking to the group and kind of presenting from the trainer's point of view, because the athletic trainers have been an amazing part of our team. Sharon and I have grown to really depend on them and their expertise with their kids. So we thought it might be good, since we have our own, kind of COVID designated meetings that second Thursday of the month now, to have one of the trainers come and discuss from their side and let you know a little bit more about their processes. So we have a meeting tomorrow morning with the trainers that continues our planning with them. So we're in constant thought about what we can do to make it better.
Well, I'm sorry. I didn't wait for you either. I'm sorry. It's getting late. I'm sorry about that. Should I wait?
Dr. Zhao actually had a question.
Okay, Trustee Vesta can go ahead. If it is a follow-on question, okay, you can just go ahead.
So, okay, sad to eliminate fans, that would be, but better than, when I had talked about rapid testing, I was trying to get to a place to make it as safe as possible to continue sports, because, I talk about my kids all the time, and I'm sorry for those that hate that. My kids are both athletes. They both play sports. So this is, I know how important it is to students, and I know how important it is to families and to their mental health. And so I get that, but I also know it is our, in terms of spread, it's where most of our spread comes in high school, and I would venture to say middle school as well. So, but in terms of eliminating fans, I would say please let somebody at least video it. I know that at our school, my family videos all the games that my kids participate in, and then we post it to my YouTube channel. And that at least enables people, especially now, who, we get 2 tickets to go to a middle school. So just the parents can go, basically. So that enables, family members, friends, other people to watch. So maybe eliminate fans, but not eliminate somebody to video it. But also, masking. My daughter's playing basketball right now, and I know that she would hate that. She'd be like, I have to wear a mask. It's so hard. I can't even breathe. But I would be okay with telling her, no, you have to wear a mask. They'll just rotate, give breaks or whatever. We'll do something. We're just trying to make it safer so that you can play. My son plays baseball. He'll be fine in a mask. It's not that big a deal.
As far as the testing goes, George will probably present a little bit more information. He's gathering that for our district. But just to kind of just as a little overview, one of the reasons I haven't been really excited about this testing is because with part of the TDEM program, they give an allocation for how many tests that they give the districts. So they'll give they allot one test per month for each teacher, and then 5% of the on-campus students. So, the number that I wrote down, I should have done a high school because I'm thinking about athletics, but one of my campuses I was working with today was Jolie Johnson. So taking their on-campus enrollment, they would get 15 tests per month. So when you're what is 15 tests per month going to do? How am I going to pick which 15 kids are going to get to have those tests? When you're in a high school setting, we were talking last time, there was the suggestion that we test more often the athletes and try to have that consistency so we can catch the kids who might be positive, kind of like some of the collegiate sporting groups do, but that's not the number of that's not how the allocations work. We wouldn't be given enough tests to really have a true testing program where we could really weed out kids and be able to do asymptomatic kids and catch the kids that are falling through the cracks. It sounds a lot better than what's actually happening in practice in these districts. So, George, that's just a little preview for you, so you can kind of know some of the information that we have now. But George sure can present more information about that in January.
Now, Dr. Zhou.
Thank you. My comment is actually, at the beginning, it's not related to the administration team. It's for my fellow trustee members, because I read the posts on the message board, and I'm very concerned. I want to lay some ground for our discussion on the COVID. Although I agree with Trustee Bone and Trustee Weston on many points regarding our COVID response, I strongly disagree with the statement that we should encourage the student to go back to school now. I believe every school board member has the best intention to help struggling family and students who are falling behind. But encouraging the student to go back to school in January will be counterproductive, in my opinion. We want to keep our school open to students who really need it, special educated students. Kids have severe mental distress, family in urgent need of childcare, but not to folks who simply want it. I want to make the distinction between people who need it and people who want it. If we have to close the school again due to the spread of COVID on campus, or because of lack of staff, because of people on quarantine, we are doing a disservice to the struggling student and family. By betting on we will get lucky in January and the virus will not hit us after holidays, which is a place a bet. I'm a scientist who works on viruses and vaccines. I read research papers on COVID studies as part of my day-to-day work. But I'm not a health expert, and none of us are. Quoting some officials, what they say out of context, without qualification, picking out only the data that support a certain view, does not instill confidence in the general public. As a board, we receive tons of passionate emails from parents, in person versus virtual. Both sides, either side, believe the other side is in the minority, but simply more vocal. Okay, that's the fact. We as a board see we care about our children, then we should actually practice it. Care about all children as well as teachers. So that is regarding the comment in the message board. Now I would like to say a few things about COVID planning in the coming month. I support the idea of getting rid of the grading period requirement for changing in-person and the virtual options. for the elementary school level students. We can execute, I suggest we can execute a rolling gradual predictable return to classes in February and March if the community transmission numbers goes down. I also support improving the quality of in-person instruction by providing direct teaching at a secondary level. But we need to do it safely, applying all possible, aggressively possible mitigation strategies regarding the athletic sports activities and the rolling classes. And also I want to talk about calendar states. As for the learning loss, I think we should be laser focused on core subjects of reading and math courses, subjects that build upon itself each year, and those courses are hardest to catch up. I want to stress again that for all the presentations I go to see, I want to see disaggregated, breakdown data from administration. I'm a number guy, not a PPT bar chart kind of person, okay? And the last point I want to make is also I want to talk about cheating. I think everyone by now should know that if virtual learning is not optimal, virtual testing is absolutely a disaster. I suggest we look at our grading policy and weigh more on the first 9 weeks and the final test results when they are in school, on site, when most students can be back on campus. That's just my suggestion. And lastly, as a board member, I would strongly encourage people to get vaccinated when it's available, regardless what your view on this, so that everybody can be back on campus and return to normal as soon as possible, as early as possible. Now, Madam President, is it possible to bring up the school calendars on the screen so that everybody can?
That I don't know. Can Jennifer do that? It's online, yeah.
So maybe I could just talk about it. If we look at the school calendar, the first day is January 6th. So is it possible to put 6, 7, 8 into asynchronized, for example, using 2 asynchronized days on the 6th and 8th, and move a holiday, for example, student holiday in April 2nd to the 7th. So we basically can push the opening into January 11th, the next week. That's the first reaction, first possible way you could do it. Now look at the next week. January 18th is Martin Luther King Day, it's another holiday. So if it is possible, somehow get all those, the first week, the January 11th week of the school calendar, then we have continuous 2 weeks that can give us some time, buffer time. So the one suggestion I had is moving the spring break, right, which I think is going to be very unpopular. A lot of people don't like this idea, right? That's the reality. But is there other ways to move a week here? We have 2 more asynchronous days. Is it possible to stick in to January 11th and January 13th and put another student holiday, staff development day on the January 12th? So we have 3 more days. And again, we have another student holidays in February. So we can stay on the 14th. The only day left is January 15th, which is it possible to extend the semester for 1 more day. So we can instead end on Thursday in May and a Friday in May. So we can cover the we can delay the school opening.
So what is your goal there? Why delay the school opening? What's the achievement? What do you think? Is it that kids are going to quarantine for 2 weeks? Is that your goal?
No, that's not my goal. So
Can I just add something real quick? Because I know this has started from a conversation that was on the message board that I started. And we are not experts. And as I've mentioned in the past, the health experts won't come to us. So this week, the health experts were having a press conference. So I go and I listen the whole time. I think it was about an hour. Dr. Escott, he is an expert. In fact, he's the Austin Public Health interim director. He's got some other title, but that's what he is. He was specifically asked over and over again by multiple media outlets about teachers, about schools. I wish he would come and say this himself because it would give it much more credit. But he said over and over again, we are not seeing transmission in schools. Schools are safe. His team verified that. They did talk about extracurriculars. So I'm just wondering, what are we doing here? What are we trying to do? The expert this week, yesterday, today's Thursday, sorry, it's almost another day. Yesterday, the expert, one of the experts, we could also listen to Williamson County if they would come, but they don't have press conferences that I find. The experts in Austin, who seem to actually tend to be a little bit more, open on shutting things down, they said over and over again, not just once, I listened very carefully, I care about my kids, I care about your kids, I care about the kids, I care about the teachers. They said, the experts said, it's safe, the schools are safe. People were asking about vaccines for teachers, and he made the comment that yes, teachers should get it, but he was talking about 25-year-old teachers that were healthy. He was like, no, they shouldn't get the vaccine, right away. These are our experts telling us our schools are safe. For us to sit here on the dais and say something different is reckless, in my opinion.
Again, my point is all those experts' opinion.
No,
they cannot bring those opinions out of context. Depends the time, depends the location, depends what they are talking about.
So he was specifically talking about right now.
It's really the opinion, right? If we should just pick, for example, CDC says, the government, CDC is the government agency, the health expert. If the CDC says we should open a school, then you say, oh, the CDC expert says we should open a school. But looking at the local county, Williamson County, they suggest closing the school. They're also health expert. They're also health department. Who are they going to listen to? You just pick whatever person that fit your view and talking about their viewpoint, their opinion. That is not appropriate.
Can I break in here and say some things? Because, the contextual thing, I'm looking at what the CDC says. I'm looking at what the World Health Organization says. And in big, bold letters, this is what they say. They say, schools being open did not lead to rise in community spread. So that's in big, bold, colorful letters. And then it says where infection was low. Outbreaks rise when community transmission is high. And one thing that I want to point out, and I've been asking for this, and I got this data today, is I would love for Brandy and or Sharon to speak to transmission rate. Like when we're talking about transmission rate, what do we mean? Can you explain that? Because the numbers we were presented for transmission rate at the last meeting are vastly different than the update we just got today. And I feel like this is information that our community needs to know. And I would love for you to share it, because if I was a teacher teaching and being told that everything is safe and I saw some of these numbers, I would not feel safe.
Can I preface this, though, Brandy, with the numbers from the high school and middle school? We've got to pull out the extracurriculars, because that was my other comment. Extracurricular versus the classroom. When we know the spread, when we know the transmission rate was from one football player to another football player, I can actually make sure my kid's not on the football field. I can't make sure my kid's not in the classroom. So I did see those numbers, Trustee Harrison, and I would like Brandy and to talk about, I think those actually included those extracurriculars, which I feel needs to be pulled out, because I'm not trying to give a narrative here. I'm not trying to go one way or another. I'm trying to look specifically at the data. I'm trying to actually go back, by the way. I want to ground this conversation in 3 things. Cheating is a disaster virtually. College readiness, failure rates. I want to ground this conversation in student outcomes in the classroom. So that's why extracurriculars to me has got to be pulled out. I need to know, are the kids safe? Are the teachers safe in the classroom? Dr. Escott said yesterday, yes, repeatedly. I'm not taking it out of context. They asked him multiple times in multiple contexts, and he even addressed in high infection rates. I don't want to sit here and debate this. It's not a debatable in my...
Yeah, I agree. It's not a debate. It's not a debate. It's not a discussion. It's not a yes or no question. Is opening school safe or not? No, it's not a simple yes or no question. So what I 100% agree with you that we need to focus on the learning loss. How we're going to address this issue? I have different approach. I'm not going to simply say encourage all the students back to school. That is the approach. No, that is not our goal. Our goal is to improve the quality of in-school learning as best as we can. So one way I see it is the best way to recover the learning loss. The best time to do so is later in the semester, when we have fewer constraints by the COVID, not in January, when our hands are pretty much tied, because everybody is still on edge with COVID, and the stress level is so high for both the student and the teachers. Why doing so in January when we can do safely after March? If the goal is to address the learning loss. That's the whole point. I want to change the calendar.
Because some of these students are juniors and seniors, and I expressed this to you all in our training. My hat is always a poor kid, a Title I kid, trying to get to college. That's my viewpoint when I sit on this dais. I am the poor kid. I am the Title I kid from these failing schools trying to get to college. I don't have learning loss. I don't have time to make it up in the summer. I have a job. I've got to work.
Again, that's my whole point. A lot of people against moving the spring break vacation is because they want vacation. For those Title I school, for those low-income families, do they really about vacation? I don't think so.
But I would disagree with your thought of like, oh, we want to go on vacation. My kids today, my daughter was so tired. She was just like, oh my gosh, I have to get to vacation. And we just had a week off at Thanksgiving. But kids get exhausted. Teachers get exhausted. And they need a break.
I get exact opposite view. You can do the vacation in January if you prefer to. But I prefer when we go at school. We continue the school. Instead of in the middle of because in January it's tough. Everybody is on stress. The school may close, on and off. This disruption is really not good for families. That's all my concern. If I want to be in school, I want to be continuous in school and study things. Not in the middle, in March, suddenly go out spring break.
Thank you. Actually, I saw
to explain the transmission data so that we can talk about that, because I do think that that's very important to this conversation. And then, also I just wanted to put in here that, I'm an educator. I am, not a statistician, and I am certainly not a nurse or anything like that. I'm not going to pretend I am. I've been in education for 30 years. I've been a teacher. I've been an assistant principal. I've been a principal. I've worked at central office. I've worn lots of hats. And I would just share with you that we do need to consider the mental health of our folks. And I know that that's a priority for all of you. And I think that if we talk about this transmission data, hopefully we will be able to lessen the anxiety, but also just know too that if, it is a long and hard road. And those of you who know, February is one of the most challenging months for a teacher. You're exhausted by then, and it's a long road till the end of the year without a break if you go that way. I'm just putting that out there as an educator, again, not a health person. But Brandy, you want to talk about the transmission?
Sure. I mean, this is just straight numbers from the dashboard. And they look a little bit different than last week's, Trustee Harrison, because the nurses who compiled this data went through yesterday's data. So there's extra numbers on here in the elementary cases. So they counted the number of probable and positive cases for each grade level, or each type, elementary, middle school, and secondary, their number of close contacts, and the number who converted to positive or probable. So in elementary, it was 1.25%. In middle school, it's a little bit higher, 3.04%. That's when we're having more sports teams. I'm thinking of some specific football teams that made that number higher. And then in high school, it goes up to 6.44%. Again, a lot of those student conversions are related to sports teams. So we're having a hard time pulling out the ones that are related to athletics that were virtual learners at the time. So when we go back and look at eSchool right now, it's, a lot of those kids are on-campus learners now. But when some of these football teams went down, when some of these volleyball teams had these cases, they were virtual learners. But when we go back in eSchool, we're having a hard time because it doesn't say when they went back to campus. Does that make sense? So it's one of those things where at the time, it didn't seem to be that much of a ripple at some of these schools because those kids were, according to the trainers and the staffs at the high schools, largely virtual learners, just coming onto campus for the sport. But we're having a harder time pulling that data, as we make these, Sharon and I made these spreadsheets. Sharon made the spreadsheet. I'm not a computer person. Thank you, sweet baby Jesus, for sharing. So we made these spreadsheets all those months ago to capture this data that we needed. And we just had no idea the stuff that we needed to be collecting. And we just these aren't set up to punch a button and compile the data. So these two charts that I sent you guys this afternoon this data was extrapolated from two of my nurses who were taking time away from their usual job to pull this information. It's been a cumulative 48 hours over the last couple of days pulling this data when I asked them how long this took. So this is them going case to case to case to case. It's not like you just punch a button and it comes up. So we're happy to provide data as best as we can, but it's very laborious to do. And it's just something that we can keep up with. We had talked to, Sharon and I have had a couple of meetings with Kathy and her team, because what we'd like to do is retool and revamp our spreadsheets and our data collection so we can get the information easier that would be helpful for people to make decisions in the future. Did I say that, Sharon? Is there something?
You did, and we're actually trying it out this holiday break with our district self-reporting button. So we're hoping that will be like a pilot, and we can see how that data can be pulled. So it's going to be sort of a test for us too, but it's not a test in the reporting piece. We get the data, we will get the information. I want you to know that there are, I believe it's 8 folks who are going to be paid extra duty pay to help assist us during the holiday break. They're going to do the case reviews. We are not stopping. We're also reporting to Austin Public Health and Williamson County over the holiday break. And so that will continue every single day. What you won't see is the update on the dashboard until January 4th. However, some campuses, if they have a case that showed up and we found out about it, let's say on Saturday, they will still get their email on Saturday, because that's a 48-hour period when their students could have been on the campus. After that, we pass that infectious period of 48 hours. But we are still working on it. We still have case reviews, and that's the reason for that district button, which is now on the website, and it is on every campus's website as well.
And Dr. Escott and Williamson County continue to have their meetings. So I have 4 meetings scheduled over the break because we're continuing to stay plugged in with them. Like Sharon said, we'll continue our reporting, but we'll definitely be still attending meetings and in contact with them to stay updated as things change in our area.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I appreciate your commitment. Can you talk about this second table that we have about staff transmission, please?
Yes. So this is, they looked at all of the cases and we're looking at cases that were purely staff to staff. So one thing that as we're trying to go through our cases and try to figure out where some of our spread is and what we can do to make that better, we have people that have some really good routines as far as their social distancing within their classroom when they have their kids around. And what we're finding is some of our staff seem to be letting their guard down when they're around their staff members. So we have these clusters of staff members that I'm trying to think of a nice way to say it. Sharon and I call it take each other out. But they have close contact with large amounts of their own staff based on eating lunch together, lots of different things. So we're trying to figure out ways to help staff realize that they are infecting each other. This doesn't have as much, this isn't always related to a student case. It's very often related to other staff cases.
And we know that in the workplace that they're trying to, you're trying to have some normalcy. And Tiffany, as a teacher, you want to communicate with your peers and you want to talk to each other and you want to plan together. But what they're doing, in one way is hurting them in another way. And so we have really stressed to our principals to do everything they can to prevent teams from meeting together. So that's why they have a lot of PLC Zoom meetings instead of meeting together in a classroom. But, we hear things like the teachers wanted to get together and they wanted to exercise in somebody's room. Well, it's one of those things that you're like, you can't do that. You just can't do that. And I'm sorry about it because there's no one who wants to be around people more than me. But it's just, you can't right now. And we don't want to, we're not saying anything bad about our teachers because we love our teachers. We love them. We just know that they want to be together. They love each other. And unfortunately, it is causing this. You'll see in middle school, we've got almost a 13% staff to staff, transmission rate. But in the same middle school for kids, it's 3%. So you're really not getting, it's almost it's like a 10% difference between staff and students. And, I'll say they're doing everything they can. I believe principals are really, really on this and doing everything they can to prevent this from happening.
And Trustee Harrison, you say a lot how what a difficult time it is to be a principal right now. And so much is on the principals. They have a very large, heavy load right now, and it's really hard. They're trying to strike a balance with their staff members. Nobody wants to be the COVID police and go around and break up meetings and lunch dates and all those kind of things. So we're trying to, we've got to brainstorm some new ways to try to help get some buy-in from some of our staffs. But we're having pockets. We've had 8 staff members out of school, 13 staff members out of school. Oftentimes it doesn't involve any kids. It's just pockets of staff that are close contacts that they're having to quarantine because of positives, and then they're converting over. So that's where these numbers come from.
So you're saying that all of these are from them gathering pretty recreationally or not in a job-related way?
Well, that's not something that I know. I don't know exactly how it's happening, but, in a job-related way, that again, another thing that we're saying is just so difficult. How do you police what's social and that they shouldn't be doing and what's job related, but trying to, I think a lot of our administrators are trying to figure out how to help people do their job without having to be within 6 feet. And sometimes it's possible and sometimes it's not.
So I have to tell you, I'm not always a nice person when I'm like, what do you mean you had close contacts? What's going, And so when I hear the stories, I'm just going to tell you, I think they dread telling me, we had staff members eating lunch. And I hear the stories. So I will say that for the most part, what I know of it is that the stories I hear are just what I said. It is not job related, but we wanted to eat lunch together. We decided that we were going to sit together in a conference room, and instead of staying 6 feet apart, they had 5 or 6 people in there, and they were all kind of close contact. Those are the kinds of stories I hear. I don't think I ever maybe once ever heard it was because we were in a PLC meeting and we all sat together in the PLC meeting, or anything job related like that.
Well, a lot of our teachers, you know, having been work for the school for so many years, the people that you work with are your best friends, your family. So a lot of our close contacts are happening in social settings outside of school day too. So, you know, people are just like Sharon said, trying to find a way to cope and get through this horrible time, and in the efforts to cope in ways that we used to cope the transmission happening. So this is an effort to show that not all of the cases are from students to staff, but a lot of it is happening from staff to staff.
Yeah, and I'll just add, you know, you guys are hearing the real stories every day because you are having to be involved in all the contact tracing and cases that we have. I wanted to go back to an earlier item and just kind of make sure everybody had clarity on how we're teed up for second semester as far as the calendar and that kind of thing, and talk about the asynchronous days just a little bit. So right now, our teachers return to work on January 4th. As you know, they have 2 days of PD without kids on the 4th and the 5th, and then students come back on the 6th. And we've given the liberty of families that if they want to delay and not return until the 11th, that's been communicated out and will continue to be communicated. If they feel like they need a few more days at home, they can be an on-campus learner who stays at home until the 11th, and they can still return on the 11th. I would also tell you, and I've mentioned this before, that our numbers of in-person versus virtual have stayed relatively the same. We have almost all of our campuses have an increase in in-person learning in January of what parents have signed up for the third 9 weeks. I think out of all of our campuses, we have 3 that have less kids back on campus than they did before. But most of those numbers are a 10% increase or less. So it's kind of in that range with a couple of outliers. So the asynchronous days, and we talked about this in our meeting last Thursday, because that was the day that TEA said you can have, because we don't go by days, now we go by instructional minutes. And so I keep looking this way. I feel like I'm not talking to everybody, but I'm usually looking at Amy. So there are some rules to that. For one, you can't, if you use the 2,100 additional asynchronous minutes during the second semester, which was not available to us before last Thursday, they can't be consecutive days. And 2,100 minutes equates to, an instructional day for us is 435 minutes. So that equates to about 4.82 days that we can have a maximum of. They're not saying you have to use all of it. You can use some of it, none of it, and it's going to require board action for us to use those days. So our plan right now is to come back to the board in January, hopefully on the 14th, and talk about this and see if you want to grant us the waiver or approve the waiver for us to submit to have these asynchronous minutes. So what we've done in very short order, and I'll thank Mandy and the area soups and other people who have worked on this, is trying to get input from as many people as possible, because since it's minutes, it can be half days, it can be full days. And so we met just this week. We've put out information to the district advisory committee, which has an elected representative from every campus. And then the questions we're asking them are, what works better for you, a full day or a half day? Knowing that some families are inconvenienced when it's an asynchronous day because you may not have anywhere for your kids to go that day. And we need to, going back to do anything in January, I would be opposed to that because I think that's too short of notice for parents to make arrangements for what they're going to do with their students if, in fact, we do put asynchronous time back in the calendar. So we met with we're gathering information from the district advisory committee. We met with the PTA council and asked them to put out information to all PTAs in the district. And so we've gotten some information back, and this is all just within the last couple of days. Also met with the representatives of the Teachers Association and met with them to get their input, and told them to talk to their constituents and have them let us know which way, half day or full days. I had a conversation with Ms. Harrison as well. So what I'm hearing right now from what I've looked at, and I don't have all the information, we're still getting it, is that the preference seems to be full days rather than half days, because teachers function better if they have a full day of additional planning. And that's the purpose of the asynchronous time, is so teachers have a little more time to get grounded and have some planning, a little bit of an exhale without kids there where they can get their work done to get into the new teaching formats that they've been thrust in by the virus with the virtual, in-person, all that. So we're gathering that information. So our plan would be to come back to the board on January 14th and say, this is what we've heard. This would be our proposal to use some of those days, maybe not all those days, because some of the parents I'm hearing from are saying, do we have to use all 4.82 days? And no, we don't. We can use 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 4. And how that's spread out will be strategically recommended for calendar days, but keep in mind you can't have 2 days in a row. That's one of the rules from TEA. And so we're looking at strategic days. For example, just like when we come back after the winter break, there are no students back until the 6th, so staff's back on the 4th. And so we at least have 48 hours there to kind of calibrate and see what happened with the virus over the break. And it won't be like the first time we're looking at it, but, you know, it's a little bit of time before we populate our campuses with students. So one thing I like the idea that's been suggested is to have an asynchronous day the Monday after spring break, because it gives, once again, a time for staff to come back, teachers to come back without students for 1 day and see. And, you know, you can't do 2 days because they can't be consecutive. So just strategically place times like that best fit in our calendar with the PD days that we already have, and how that may calibrate through the semester to give more time for teachers to catch up with everything that they're having to do. I don't know. I know Mandy's still on the call. Ms. Estes, would you want to add anything to that?
I think that captured it well, Dr. Presley. I think for all of us, and I feel for the board too, what we're balancing is this need for teachers to have more planning time. We all acknowledge that they're in a very different situation. We also grapple with this learning loss that we want to address as quickly as possible. And so it's great to get the feedback from everyone to see where our community is and where our teachers, and we also reached out to our principals. They're completing a survey as well. But that, when you boil it down, it is teacher planning and prep, which is desperately needed, and instructional time with kids.
Yeah, one thing I left out is we've asked our principals when they return that week in January, either the 4th or the 5th or sometime very early, to convene their campus site-based teams, which includes community members, parents, teachers, in some cases even students, to get input from them so we can get as much information we can in a really short time period to see what the best recommendation that we could bring to you on the 14th. So that's our plan right now for January.
Thank you. And I had actually... Sorry, did you have a follow-up, Tiffany? Trustee Harrison?
Yeah, I just want to redirect our conversation back to our priorities. Thank you for all of the information. But, you know, the posts on the message board were pretty inflammatory and contentious. I don't think we're on the same page. I don't think we share priorities. And, you know, here we are again. It's 11 o'clock at night. But I'd really like for us to be able to come together and figure out how we're going to move forward and what we're going to be prioritizing. There's a push for in-person learning. Dr. Bone, I would love some clarification, because I know it's been interpreted that what you said is that you want people back in person in January and you want more people back in person. And I'm trying to hear the subtext of, we don't want to offer virtual learning in the fall as an option, and we should focus on in-person learning in the fall as the only option. I feel like there are things that we need to clarify and figure out what our laser focus is, and have some guiding principles that will help us make decisions, because that is what this says. Outbreaks rise when community transmission is high. And we're going into unprecedented community transmission in Williamson County and in Travis County. So I feel that to just ignore that and act like that's not happening.
I think Ms. Harrison makes some... Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Harrison.
Go ahead.
No, I was going to say, I think she makes some really good points, because priorities would help us as well to kind of guide our work and what we're planning. It would be very beneficial to us. And I would just say this, I feel like we've kind of assured our community, since we're able to do it, that we would offer a virtual option for this school year, because we've said that since the beginning of this, once that was an opportunity that TEA had offered us. And I can tell you that our campuses, our principals and their teams are working really hard to get kids back in school who really need to be in school. And I'm talking about knocking doors, still looking for kids that, you know, are not doing well in school or not doing their work at all. And so that's a daily process for our principals, that they work with their teams to do that. And there is a method, though, because originally the rules of engagement were, if you have a virtual option in your district, any kid can be virtual. And how do you make a kid come back to school? Because you can strongly encourage them, right? But you can't make them. But they put a tool in place where a committee can decide, Mandy, and you can help me out on that, but it's kind of like a graduation committee for students who hadn't quite finished all their requirements. They can waive some things or have some alternative assignments for the student. But we can convene committees to tell a family this kid has got to come back to school. So, Mandy, you want to add to that?
Yes, it's based on absences, so it's attendance and based on class average as well. And so there is a mechanism in that attendance FAQ document, trustees, if you want to dive into that a little bit more, where the board could opt to force students with excessive absences or failing students back to school. It would necessitate that a committee at the campus level meet, Trustee Harrison, much like a grade placement committee or graduation committee, and determine whether or not they're going to allow an exception for that should the parent request one.
So this was one of the ideas that we had. So do you recommend that, Andy? Or, I mean, what is your thought on that?
In a perfect world, I'd love kids to be in person. We have the pandemic going right now, and so I worry about forcing a child to come back to campus or a family to bring their child back. And then even though the transmission rates are very, very low, what if that child is one who gets COVID and really struggles with it? So, you know, for me, I think in this community, what we've tried to do as a staff, and certainly we serve at the will of the board and we can adjust that, is to provide options for our families so that everyone can make the best informed decision for their circumstance. As Dr. Presley said, our campuses are doing a lot of work to encourage kids to come back to campus for whom they feel it's really, really necessary for academic success and also for social emotional needs. So there is a lot of outreach going on, but it is not being, I guess, forced upon families or students to that degree. But that said, we can certainly pursue that if that's the will of the board.
We have a lot of, and I know Ms. Weston and then Ms. Feller have had their buttons on for quite some time. Ms. Weston.
Gosh, where do I start? So when I got in my car to drive over here today, it's about a 15-minute drive, and, you know, I had the KUT NPR on, and for the whole 15-minute drive, it was a piece on how these mental health therapists and psychiatrists and psychologists are just inundated with adolescents who have no history of struggling with mental health, and they're all saying the same thing. It's virtual learning, it's isolation, and given the low transmission rates in our schools, when you take out extracurriculars, you know, I find myself evolving on this. I mean, a month ago I would have said, you know, as a mom with fine arts students and student athletes, I would have said, you know, this is very important. And I don't support turning those things off. But today I do, because, if that's the will of this board, because I prioritize, I realize that we're not here for fine arts, and we're not here for sports. We're here for academics first. And again, I say that as a mom of fine arts and students and student athletes. So, for me, it really is a priority, because for me, when I read, for example, if Dr. Shaw and I disagree, I don't think that that's inflammatory. I think that, that's just my opinion. I think that we can disagree with each other, but understand that we're all here wanting the best intentions. And just because we disagree doesn't mean that I think that he doesn't want what's best for students, because I think that he does. So I find myself evolving to a point where, I'd make a lot of concessions that I don't know, a month or two ago I would have made, but I prioritize on-campus learning, and I do think that we should encourage students to return to campus. That is my opinion. That is where I stand. And I don't know if we need to reach a point where we, vote on this, but if we do, that's how I would vote. I just don't want to be. I'm one trustee with one vote, and for me, I'm not going to participate in the ongoing damage that virtual learning has brought. I'm just not going to do that, and I'm also going to respect other trustees who may see it differently. I think that's okay. I'm also, on one of the breaks, I looked up on the KUT NPR website, and their lead story is about a lost generation. And it's about, it goes into details about the sharp decline in enrollment at community college campuses in the state of Texas and what virtual learning has done. I mean, you can read it for yourself. And I think this is something where I think reasonable people can disagree. And the other thing, in addition to, if we had to turn off sports in order to encourage more students to come on campus, even last week in our meeting, when Dr. Shaw was talking about calendar adjustments, I'm thinking, well, that's crazy. But now here I am, and I'm listening to him, and I'm like, that makes sense. I could see myself getting on board with that now. But then I hear Dr. Presley, and Sharon Wilkes is, sort of guarding against that. But I think that this is obviously unprecedented, and I find myself being more open to concessions than I might have not have been in the past, just because I want to do everything possible to encourage more students to return to campus for school. Let me see if there's anything else I wanted to say. I think that's it. Thank you for the time.
Ms. Feller?
I don't remember why I pushed my button the first time.
It was a while ago.
It's been a while ago. And I'm not going to belabor the point, but I will say that I think parents know their students the best. I do think students need to be back on campus, and that's what public school was designed to do, was to be an in-person thing. But I have a family member, as we speak, in the ICU on a ventilator with COVID. I don't know what everybody's situation is, and I don't think it's our responsibility to force someone to come back into school. I do think there's some other things that we can do to think outside of the box, requiring asynchronous time to be in person, have these kids show up during asynchronous time to be getting extra help, extra time, things like that. As far as calendar changes, we are in pandemic fatigue. If anybody's been to any store recently, any park, there's no masks in parks. There's people out everywhere. If we adjust our calendars, people are going to just see it as another longer vacation. We're not going to change that philosophy.
I would just say on a practical matter, we can't do anything with the calendar tonight.
Yep.
Even though we posted for COVID possible action, we did not post for anything regarding a calendar. So we are unable to take any action on a calendar tonight.
And that's why I think I originally pushed my button, was call the question on the calendar discussion, because I think that wasn't going to go anywhere tonight. But so I don't know where our next steps are in this discussion and other action items that we're planning to get out of this as we prepare.
We have 2 more buttons that were pushed. I don't actually know that we have any action coming out. The only thing that I've written down right now that would, I think, be helpful for our discussion is a definition of encourage. But I will let Trustee Vessa.
So I'm 100% fine with what is currently happening right now. I mean, I'm familiar with it, what Dr. Presley is talking about in terms of staff talking to parents, going to home visits of students that aren't coming to school, that aren't doing well, whether academically or, in the mental health wise, and talking to them about coming back to campus and encouraging that. 100% okay. Requiring it, I'm not there yet. I agree with Trustee Feller that parents are making decisions for their families, for their students, that they feel are in the best interest of their students and their families. And I don't know all of those circumstances. And I could say that in my opinion, this is what I think you should do. But I just don't feel like I can say that my opinion is what's right for them. Like I just can't. So I'm not I made this clear on the message board too. So I can't do that. But I do think it's important, I made this point in the message board, to keep our schools open. And if that means that we can't have athletics so that we can make it, because I agree with Trustee Harrison. This is, it's not unprecedented. The summer was worse in Texas, at least in Austin, but we didn't have school in the summer. So that's one thing. But in terms of being in school, we have not seen these types of community spread while we have been in school. I am, watching the dashboard very, very closely, and I don't see this explosion, which definitely is good. But my priority is keeping schools for in-class instruction open. So if it means that we have to, eliminate extracurriculars to do that, I will do it. Does that pain me? Of course. I want our kids to do these wonderful activities that bring them so much joy. But I don't want it more than I know that they need to be in a school. If they need to be in school to learn, that's the priority. So, there's that. I also made clear on the message board that I was not in favor of changing the calendar, but I will say this. I am in favor of adding those 30 half days that we get funded for. So if there's any way that we can make that happen, because there may be, students right now that aren't getting everything they need in virtual learning, and we can come back in the summer and get funded by the legislature. They have a methodology of doing that already, and get them the extra help they need this summer in person. Hopefully we will not have all of these concerns. So yes, like mandating the extending the calendar, I'm not in support of that, but adding options for kids who are struggling this semester, that their parents, for one reason or another, maybe their parents have decided they need to be virtual learners, but maybe they're in-person learners and they're still struggling. To add that this summer, I cannot stress enough. We have 30 half days. Heck, I'd make it 30 full days. I'd pull the money out of fund balance and say, let's just give them the whole day. Like we'll pay the other, other part of it. It's worth it. Let's do it. Let's add 30 days to those families that think their kids need more help this summer. 30 full days. We will split the difference with the state. I'm willing to do that because we're in a pandemic. If now is not the time to use the fund balance, I don't know when it is. So, but I don't know that I would. And like I said, I'm not for extending the school calendar unless it's obviously, if circumstances change and is absolutely and utterly necessary. Like if the governor says, okay, schools are going to close, which evidently he just said he wouldn't do that. But if it's something changed, he changed his mind, it happens. Obviously, then we need to change something with the calendar. But probably they would tell us that. Anyway, I've gone on enough.
Dr. Bone. So I want to clarify a couple of things. For one, I want this to go way on the record. I am not suggesting that we cancel virtual instruction this year. I think us as a board, I think the district has said 2020 to 2021 school year, we will have virtual instruction and you will have a choice. So hear me, everybody. I'm not suggesting we take choice away. And I'm not suggesting we get rid of virtual. I hesitate to use this word, but I'm going to use it. We are failing our students. We talk about students as if they're all
5, 6, 7 elementary. I guess we need to have another conversation about middle school and high school students. I know there's trustees that can't get their own high schoolers back on campus. I heard a trustee tonight talk about not being, they had to force their high schooler to go and study. High school is totally different. Middle school is even different. Look at elementary, there's 45% back. That indicates to us we need to look at these numbers. 45 on elementary indicates there's 45% of those families that are sitting their kids back. Why is that not represented on high school campuses? I can only speculate, but I can guarantee you 15 to 45, it's not, these are the same demographics. So we're failing our high schoolers. We're failing them. Can I say it enough? I have sat on this board now for almost a month, and I've heard about college readiness tonight. Did we all already forget? Our students aren't college ready now. These students aren't going to college. And we can sit here and say, well, this is across America. Well, when I grew up, my family, you know what they used to say? I don't care what other families do. This is Round Rock ISD. We are not other school districts. I expect our students to be college ready. We can talk about this pandemic. I understand we're in the middle of a pandemic, but we're over these students. And I have to sit here and say, I know my child will be okay. But I know that me, personally, if I was a senior or junior here in Round Rock ISD, I might not be okay. Because my parents, you guys talk about parents as if they're all the same and have the same bandwidth. My parents didn't have the bandwidth to make these detailed decisions and dig into the data. They had to trust my teachers. They had to trust my administration. My parents loved me, but they had to trust that the board and the administration was making decisions. We know the failure rates. There's parents that don't know these failure rates. There's parents that don't know about college readiness. It is up to us. And when I say encourage, so the other word that everybody wants to know, what does Mary mean by encourage? I mean, we as a district need to figure out why our students in middle school and high school are not back on campus and get them back on campus, because we absolutely know that the data shows that kids that are back on campus in traditional in-person, which means offloading the teachers. So here's the other part of this. Teachers, I'm fighting for you. I'm getting back to traditional in-person school where we're not this hybrid crazy model where my kids tell me, it's weird sitting in the classroom sometimes and the teacher's not talking to you. They're not interacting with you. I've heard parents talk about this. The other thing I will say is I have had parents grab at my arm and beg at me to get their students back. They're high schoolers, by the way. So when I say students, I think we need to start clarifying, because elementary, doing all right. 45, 50%, I'm sure those numbers are going up because they're back to real in-person, guys. Elementary's back to real in-person. Look, they're 45, 50. I would say it's going to be, 55% of elementaries. We need to take note. Middle school, high school. Transmission rates, I'm watching them. I'm an engineer. I'm a math person. Dr. Escott, I go and look at the experts. This is the way we get, things to Mars and to the moon. We go and look at the experts. I'm looking at Dr. Escott. He is the most senior expert that I know that I can go listen to in this area. So I'm not even going outside of this area. But I think we need to soak it in. And I said this on the message board. We sit here and talk a lot. But we take no action. Because you know what? I know there's people watching this, or probably they've already turned it off. They're going to watch it in the morning, and they're not going to like what I say because they're going to think I'm still saying that we're taking virtual away. No, we're not taking virtual away. But I know that I'm going to get love emails in the morning from these parents that want their high schoolers back in person because they can't they can't force. If you have a formula for forcing a 16, 17, 18-year-old back to high school, please let everybody know. So it's up to us. The other thing is, by the way, there's a vaccine. It arrived this week. So I do have a motion. I don't know if it's worded correctly, and we can discuss it if it gets the second. But there is a COVID-19 vaccine that's beginning to be administered. We know this. This is here, and it's going to keep happening. So I move that the district start a recovery plan. This is not you're not going to see a change. By the way, people at home, administration, I think you understand this, and maybe you'll appreciate it. We've got to get out of the reactive mode. So what I'm planning, or what I'm asking for, is a plan to start a recovery plan to support our students and teachers as we move back to traditional in-person education, which includes phasing out and ending virtual learning at the end of 2020-21 school year, which from the outside world before I was on the board, that is what I thought the plan was. And by the way, as we talk tonight, that's also in line with the current laws. So the laws have to change if we want to do it next year. I think we need to move to this so we don't get 3-4 months down the road when everybody's been, a big majority starts getting vaccinated, and we're still trying to figure out how we get these kids back into the classroom. So this is not to remove virtual as an option at any time for this year, but to clearly communicate our intentions to end virtual learning and not extend it for the 2021-2022 school year. I know, Dr. Presley, you had asked about that. This is meant to allow a district to have the time and resources to start preparing and planning for the desire of the board corporate. And this is to further meet our mission and goals of the district for developing college-ready students. I mean, we talk a lot about equity. We saw the numbers tonight. We sure do a lot of talking. And you guys will find this about me. I want action. Because people are expecting us to do action. And you know what? We can do this. We can take away virtual for next year. And if we decide later that we need to add it, we can. But we need to start making progress and clear and not giving indirect guidance to our administration, and actually really no guidance, right? That's why you have 4 new trustees, because people saw the board was giving no guidance to the school district. We need to provide, as a board corporate, guidance to the administration and to our district that we value our students and we want them back to in-person learning because that's our wheelhouse. And the other thing is, I have done a lot of research about virtual learning. I teach virtually, by the way. People may not know this, but I've taught virtually. I've taken virtual classes. I understand the virtual world. And I just look, I don't know how that works in elementary. And I go and I read all these superintendents across the state of Texas have said it doesn't work. But somehow it works here. And I'm not saying we take that away as an option, but I think we just recognize the elephant in the room. Virtual is not working. We're failing our students. We don't have the bandwidth. The teachers are just maxed out.
Okay, so, all right. I'm going to go ahead and jump in here. Teachers had 8 days to prepare for virtual learning. 8 days to prepare for virtual learning on a brand new platform. To assume that coming back in person, putting all those students back in person, let's go over this virus timeline. If teachers may have early access to the vaccine in March, and at this point, this vaccine has not been tested for children, right? How will we start the 2021 school year with no virtual option? It still won't necessarily be safe. I hear you. We need compensatory education. We know that students are behind. And it's interesting because Round Rock ISD numbers, virtual learners are doing better than in-person learners. I believe here in the power of choice. And we also had a lot of families email us and tell us that virtual learning is working well for their students. And let me be clear about something. Trustee Feller, I'm coming to adore you more and more every day. You are funny. You always bring a little lightness to everything. And at the same time, I want to pick something that you said. You said, we know that and I'm paraphrasing, in-person learning is the way that schools were designed. And as an educator, let me tell y'all something. Schools weren't working for many populations of our students before the pandemic. That's what we know. The same students that were struggling before the pandemic are struggling now. The same students that had disproportionate outcomes and were being underserved are the same students. We just have more. We have students that haven't experienced this level of hardship before, and it's difficult for them. So I don't agree with that motion because I don't think that the answer is, I think that we're guessing to say the answer is to bring everyone back in person in the fall and to plan for in-person only, because physically, we don't know if that's going to be safe. And maybe that's something that Dr. Zhao can speak more to, having experience in science and vaccines. But we don't know that that's safe. But what we do need to do is we need to plan either way, because what you just said, Dr. Bone, about planning to go back in person and if something happens, switching virtual, we know that doesn't work. That's why we're in this right now, because we had a very short runway on planning virtual learning. So I'm not advocating that everyone goes back virtual, but I'm advocating that parents continue to have a choice until it is safer for all involved. And another thing is, encouraging more students to come back means that we have to lessen some of our safety protocols. We don't get more teachers because students come back in person. So that means we're not following social distancing guidelines as closely. So you don't have necessarily that 6 feet that makes students not be close contacts. We have to look at the totality of the whole picture here.
I think Dr. Zhao had his button after you.
So Trustee Harrison said exactly I want to say. I also taught in-person class and also taught virtual class just once. I just gave up. I know it's hard. I know for many cases it doesn't work. But in certain cases, for certain teachers, for certain classes, it works. That is what I get. Another thing is guidance. If we want to, if our board, as a board, we want to provide guidance for the administration, I would vote no if we put a motion on encourage a student to go back to school. I definitely vote no, because that shouldn't be our guidance. Our guidance, our priority should be improve the quality of in-person learning and improve the quality of virtual learning. That should be the goal. No matter what the parents, what the student choices, we need to support those choices, not eliminating choices, not pick favorite. We need to support the in-person. We need to eliminate virtual learning in the fall next. We don't know. There's a lot of, as a scientist, I always respect things I don't know, because I said I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen in the fall. I can predict things, but I don't know. I'm not 100% sure right now. I predict things will go better after spring break, in the summer, and in the fall. I predict it will go better, but I'm not sure. That's another point I want to make. And the third thing is, as Trustee Harrison said, if you look at the failing rate, if you really, really care about students who fail, we cannot force the student who fail to go back to school, because those kids are most likely to get COVID. They are in the category, the high-risk categories. We cannot just force those kids to go back to school if we want to help them to learn, because we need to help them to be safe first, not help them to learn. The learning has happened after the safe. For them to go back to January, it's not the best thing we should do. So force is out of question. Encouragement is also out of question right now. But if we're looking at, if in the future, looking at the data, it's good. In February, March, the data good. Then I might consider putting the words out, encourage the student to go back to school, if the situation is good. But not right now.
Ms. Wesson, I saw that you have your button, but can I just kind of try to wrap up a little bit? because I've been trying to take notes on what everybody's saying, and we're not any place, I think, where we can give sort of cohesive guidance maybe yet. There's still a lot, back to Ms. Harrison's point, that we're not all on the same page. But as I'm listening, what I think I hear, and that maybe a majority of us could get behind, would be to ask the administration to start that recovery plan, but to use Dr. Zhao's words, to improve in-person learning and virtual learning moving forward. And, how we do that next year, I mean, we may need it next year. Like that if that's going to be an option that we're still going to have to be looking at, it does have to be better. I think we can all agree on that. And in-person has to be better. And hopefully the interactive whiteboards will get to the secondary schools, and that's going to help the same way it has clearly helped at the elementary schools. And I mean, I guess if that's something that people feel like maybe we could get behind tonight and then Dr. Presley, I don't know if you can even frame a timeline for that for us, but, I think that would be sort of our clear direction. And Ms. Weston.
So, as I said last week, there are vendors in the online school marketplace who do online school. They make it. It's free. It's administered by Houston ISD, and if you're one of the 5.5 million students, K through 12 students in the state of Texas, and you want to do virtual learning, this has been available to you for decades. It's available to you today. It will be available to you in the fall, and this is a vendor that does it well. I actually, the other day, I called this vendor, and I posed as a parent who was interested and had a student who supposedly was interested in their online learning program. And I asked a lot of questions about it, and I learned a lot. And I asked them, what's the biggest challenge that, my student would be likely to have? And they said, well, to be honest, it's a big learning curve. This is a very, very different than what your student who's, on campus is used to. And it doesn't work for everybody. So just be very cautious that, your student is going to have this steep learning curve into how this works. So your family, they told me, needs to be prepared for that. And so, given that feedback, I really think that at the conclusion of the 2020-2021 school year, in my opinion, we need to recommit to our core mission, which is educating students on campus only. And for students and families who want a virtual option, there are vendors in the marketplace who do that and do it well and have done it well for a long time and serve that marketplace. That's my opinion. I think that a different person who's reasonable could see that differently. And that's okay. And that's why our decisions are made as a body corporate and not as individuals. And if and when we need to vote on this, I will respect whatever the decision is of this body. Because I believe that even when we disagree, I am comforted to know that all 7 of us want what's best for students. And I believe that in my heart. I do need clarity whether Trustee Bone has a motion on the floor. So, President Weir, whenever you deem necessary or prepared to address that, I would appreciate it. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. And I was going to get back because you didn't actually say the right words, but I know, Corey, did you, real quick, and then we're going to.
So, real quick, you're the president of the board. You haven't put what you think on the message board, and you haven't said anything here. Please tell us what you're thinking, because you haven't said anything. So I'm actually literally asking you, President Weir, What do you think of all this? We have been talking about this meeting after meeting. You don't put anything on the message board. You facilitate our discussion, which I very much appreciate, but you are the president of the board. What do you think?
It's very good. I think here we are at midnight, and I think I'm somewhere in the middle, because James tried to go back to in person and lasted one day. He didn't make it, right? He didn't like it. He has really struggled at home. I mean, we're doing better. We're getting into the swing of things, and I know he misses being in person, and he will go back. We're going to try again in January. That's my own personal thing. But I also do know that there are people kind of, I don't want to say against what you just said, Danielle, but there are people that would like to stay in this community and not do virtual outside of it, that have enjoyed it, that have really thrived on it. And I know we have teachers who would like to stay virtual and maybe be virtual going forward. And so I mean, it's kind of why I wanted to know the definition of encourage, because I do feel like the majority of students are going to do better in person, and that is our main focus, and I think that's where we need to get back to. I think there's the picky part of me that wishes interactive flat panels had started at the secondary schools first and then moved down to elementary, because elementary was already more like the old way, and that's wasn't my decision. So I would, there are things that I would have done differently where we are right now. I want to keep both options open, quite frankly. I mean, I really do feel like, I don't know that we're going to be all vaccinated and all good by the fall. And I know that, the previous board had discussed with the administration possibly having that option for virtual learners. I mean, we're down 3,200 kids and a lot of those left. If we can have even an option for a fraction of those to come back and stay with us virtually and be part of Round Rock ISD, I think that's something that's very valuable for this district to at least explore that option. Obviously, you need more than 8 days to learn the system, more than 8 days to do the lesson plan, because as you just said, it is a totally different environment, and we did not allow our educators or our students or their families, no one had that option to get prepared. And so my opinion is that we're in a terrible spot. We're in an absolute terrible spot where there's no right answer. I would agree with, and I had written down earlier, I think keeping classrooms open. I would agree with Trustee Vessa and with you, Trustee Weston. If we got to get rid of fine arts and we have to stop athletics for a while so that we can keep our classrooms open, absolutely that's going to be the most important thing. We've got to get kids college ready. We've got to get them up to date, math in particular. I mean, that's like a foreign language. If you're not doing that every day, I don't even know what's going to happen, right? I mean, you're going to lose all of that. And I just sort of think about that. But then I think about the kids we were already not doing what we needed to do for them. And, how do we make sure? I mean, I guess to me, that's a plan of recovery. I mean, it's thinking outside the box and saying, okay, these were the kids we were failing before the pandemic. We're just failing more, so it's more obvious. What are we going to do? How are we going to truly recover coming out of this with our in-person and maybe with a small virtual platform for, if there's 100 or 200 kids that want to still stay virtual? I don't know, is that?
I think that we're talking about in the fall. I mean, I don't even know how much, many in the fall. It probably a good 10% for sure. I mean, no doubt. Probably more like 20, because there are going to be a ton of people who are like, I'm not vaccinating my kid. Like at best, the study will come out. I don't even know when. June, you know when the study's going to come out? I mean, they're just now doing some trials with kids. just now. So they started the trials, believe it or not, they started the trials for the current vaccine in March. They started the trials for the thing that is coming out today in March. So that's March, April, May, June, July, August, September, October, November, 9 months. So they're starting now. So that's December, January, February, March, April, May, June, July, August. In August, they may have a determination on the trials of how kids fare in the vaccine. In August. That's not even how many kids. I mean, we have 5.5 million kids in the state of Texas. Then there's going to be a percentage of them that even after, they're going to be like, well, I want a couple million kids vaccinated before I even try. So at least 20% of our kids are not going to be willing to come back into our buildings in the fall.
So I just quick comment. Those study results is not because of time constraint, it's because of the number. We need to get the number big enough to get a statistical significance. To get the number higher, we need to get people actually infected. Right? In March, April, and this past half year, it's actually easier for us to get the number of people that required by the statistics to get infected. But past that, for the next year, it's actually even harder to get the same number. So it will take longer to get the verification required for the kids' study group.
Can I just repeat what you're saying? So what you're saying is that we were only able to get this timeline the 9 months for the adult vaccine was only able to be 9 months because they had to have a certain number of people that actually got the virus.
Yes.
And so we have several factors with the kids. One, by the time they have these trials in mass, the rate of infection in the population will be lower, so it'll be harder. And two, we know for a fact that you didn't say this, but I just know it. The kids actually don't even get it as much, really. So you're saying it could take a lot longer to have a trial on the study for kids could take longer than 9 months. So even the August
for the
might be.
But for the safety, it takes
Right.
shorter. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm going to let Ms. Harrison say one thing, and then we have to get back to Dr. Bone.
Yeah, thank you very much. A couple things. The mission statement does not say anything about educating students in a building. It says each student of Round Rock ISD contributes to society, continues to learn, and confidently embraces the challenges of a competitive and ever-changing world. If this is not an ever-changing world, then I don't know what is. We are a district of innovation. Some of our goals say that we will implement, enhance, and support innovative teaching and learning models. We will design school by creating flexible programs and learning environments. I think the fear, if I'm connecting to what I feel people might be afraid of, the fear here is that in-person learners and parents of students that are in person are getting a subpar in-person experience in a lot of places. I feel like a lot of elementary schools really have got it going on, right? And I feel like virtual students are getting a subpar experience. And instead of moving forward and focusing on one or the other, it would be great if we could be prepared to the fullest extent to be able to meet the needs of our community, which I think will still be the needs of our community in the fall. And I would hate to think of the parents that would pull their students from our district to homeschool them or to take them somewhere else virtually. That's just as big of a problem. And so I think that we need to be mindful. I would like to hear Dr. Bone's motion be addressed because I have another one that's maybe a portion of that. And so I'd really like for us to address Dr. Bone's motion first, and then I have another one.
All right. Thank you. Dr. Bone. Yeah, I'm going to repeat this because I must not be communicating very clearly. We have high schoolers and middle schoolers
There's trustees sitting here right now that can verify this, that their kids would love to go back to high school or middle school, but they are not. And I keep hearing, oh my goodness, we're going to have all these people leave our district. We had 3,000 people leave our district. I know multiple people, they left the district because they took their kids to in-person. So we keep creating narratives that just aren't true. And I work with data, so I don't know what this means for administration, but I think we need to know what our customers, what I call customers, we need to know what our students need, because I know high schoolers particularly, I've had multiple pleas from parents to get high school to where their students want to go back. What that means, I can't tell you. I don't know what that means, but I know we're failing them because we have customers, we have students that want to go back to school. And these parents, by the way, their kids are failing. Their kids are running away from home. The stories I heard, the pleas. And I can tell you from campaigning, let me address the virtual learners real quick. Virtual people, you can rest assured we're not taking it away for this year. Obviously, there's discussion for next year. So please, virtual learners, I'm guaranteeing you, maybe we can vote on that. So virtual learners will be very assured that you're having it the rest of the school year. What I am needing from the board is to address that we have students that will not go back to high school or middle school, but they want to. They want to be there, but not under the conditions, not the way we have our schools operating. Whether it's because they have to go look at their screen or because they have to wear a mask, which I'm not advocating we remove the mask. I'm just saying it's our job as the board. And I guess the reason I was removing virtual is because I do understand we have a finite amount of resources. So when we keep virtual on the platter for next year, that means Dr. Presley has to have his team, part of his team, keep looking into that. So my whole reasoning for saying we're taking it off the platter for next year is because we're in we're coming out of a pandemic, by the way. I'm moving forward. We're coming out of the pandemic. Okay? So we're moving out of the pandemic. So we need to start a recovery plan. With that said, we need to move kids back to campus because they want to be there. Not because so when I say encourage, I guess encourage isn't the right word. We just need to make the conditions, so maybe I need to rephrase it. Let's make the conditions of the school so our kids want to go back. So it's not even encourage. And actually, June, I think you're saying the same thing. Make in-person education like it is in elementary, so that the middle schoolers and high schoolers will go back.
I'm not sure that we need to vote on saying that we need to improve the in-person experience in middle school and high school. I'm not sure.
I think we need
Is there anybody here that doesn't want to improve the in-person experience for middle school and high school? Please speak up. Anyone here?
I think we need to give clear direction, though, and I would like it in a formal vote, I believe.
Okay, yeah, so if you have it all written out, if you can just read it so that we know exactly what your motion is.
So I make the motion to move that the board direct the district to start a recovery plan to support our students and teachers as we move back to traditional in-person education.
Okay, Doug, I saw you pop up.
No, just in case.
The problem with this motion is I don't think we're all saying that the only way to move forward is to move to traditional in-person education.
Well, I just need to make sure that if she's got a motion, I've got to ask for a second. So
okay.
And so I removed the part about, there was a second part of that, just so you're clear when I first stated it, about ending virtual learning at the end of 2020, 2021.
Yeah, can you read it again one more time?
All right. I make the motion to move that the board direct the district to start a recovery plan to support our students and teachers as we move back to traditional in-person education. And I think that's where I would end it. I would leave off now the virtual. Maybe we can have that discussion at another time.
Was the last word community?
In-person education.
Education.
As we move back to traditional in-person education.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second that the board direct the district to start a recovery plan to support our students and teachers as we move back to in-person education. Is there any further discussion? Ms. Weston?
Yes, I want to reiterate Dr. Bone's concern about resources. If we know nothing else about public schools, we know that resources are finite. And that is the reason that I feel like we need to recommit after this school year to in-person, on-campus instruction only. That is my opinion, because virtual learning is completely different. It requires expertise, time, human capital, resources, money. All of these things are finite, and I'm concerned. I don't want to add to our list of competitors. I don't want to add lines of to our business model where we're now taking on online competitors. I think that we have tremendous competitive advantages in Round Rock ISD. That's why I live here. Y'all, I could have lived anywhere. 10 years ago, we moved here for Round Rock ISD. I am confident in our competitive advantages. I think we need to have faith in those competitive advantages and understand that what we can offer, we need to focus on making it the best that, these online vendors and other school districts, they can't compete with our extracurriculars and our fine arts and the staff that we have. And, I have a lot of confidence in our competitive advantages. And so I want to make sure that all of our resources go to our core mission. And that is why I can support this as a first step. This is not a silver bullet, but I think that, and regardless of, I totally respect however the vote goes, but our community needs to see where we as individuals stand and where we as a body corporate stand, and I will respect whatever that is. Thank you.
Ms. Feller?
So even after 2 years on the board, I will say I'm not an expert in Robert's rules. If I would like to make a change to this motion or a second, I really want to just propose a small change, maybe not small, but I would like to
You want to amend?
I want to amend the motion. Can I do that here?
Yes.
Can we have a conversation about amending the motion? Because I also have the same desire.
So can we put the amend in, and then you put it amend in, and then we can talk about all of it?
Okay, I also
And then I'd
would
love
like
to just throw it all out on the table.
to propose to amend the motion, and I would like to have a discussion about proposed amendments to the motion.
Huh?
I don't know. It's like 12:14. We're doing the best we can here.
So I would like to amend the motion. I move to direct administration to develop a recovery plan to support students and teachers to counter the effects of COVID-19 on student outcomes and social emotional learning, and not put the caveat of moving back to any kind of learning format.
To counter the effects?
Direct the administration to develop a recovery plan to support students and teachers. That's all of the same language as Mary's, except I changed start to develop. And then change it to counter the effects of COVID-19 on student outcomes and social emotional learning.
So, Amy, as you write that down, I would consider that a substitute motion, which, if it's seconded and is to be considered, it would be considered first. And if it passes, then there's no need to vote on the first motion that Dr. Bone proposed.
Okay.
So if there's a second, then you can consider whether to vote on that motion.
Can I ask a clarification before we vote? I'm hearing kind of distinct things. Dr. Bone, what I'm hearing in your plea is you want in-person learning to be fixed right now. Do I have that incorrect?
Yes, very soon. I think there is an urgency for these kids that are failing, that are especially in high school.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Feller, I like your motion, and I feel like it's like we just need to fix what's happening with COVID, right? There's not the immediacy in your motion. It's like we need to be prepared to recover from COVID, and we need to be putting our focus and energy towards recovery.
So my motion is because I think there are so many students that are suffering effects from COVID, whether it's their grades or their mental health, and we need to start planning on how we're going to recover these kiddos now before we get another semester deep. And what's the plan? Because are we going to wait until end of the school year's grades come out and then we're like, well, what's the plan of getting them back on track? Let's have a plan now.
Okay, so do we have a second for Amber's?
I second.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so then to take them in order, we start with Amber's because the main motion is a number one, if everyone still has their sheet that I gave you. The lowest number goes last, the highest numbers go first. So Amber's, as a replacement motion, I'd have to look on a separate sheet, but thankfully Doug knows. So we had a motion and a second to move the board direct the administration to start a recovery plan to support our students and teachers to counter the effects of COVID-19 on student outcomes and social emotional learning. Is there any further discussion on Ms. Wesson?
So, Trustee Feller, you do not want to use the words specifically, prioritizing more students on campus, is that correct?
The only language that I took out of Dr. Bone's motion was as we move back to traditional in-person education. And because I don't feel that our trajectory for that is very clear right now. And if that is our agenda, then we are eliminating a whole group of people that are going to stay virtual for a while. And I'm not of the philosophy, I agree with Trustee Harrison that I don't want to send people away from Round Rock ISD if they want virtual education and they need it. I know at some point it needs to end, but I can't say that by August 20th or whatever the first day of school is for 2021 that we're going to be ready to say, yep, we are safe 100% to open our doors to everybody, get in here, there's no excuses. I don't think we're going to be there. And, I sat in a meeting on March 12th, 2020 with Dr. Flores, and he said, closing our schools is not a problem. Opening them back is going to be. And that's going to be our problem from here on out until we are completely vaccinated or we have got a better handle on this. It's just too toxic. So I just don't think we're going to be ready to say we are 100% in person come August of 2021.
So I appreciate that. And I do want to point out that Dr. Bone's motion does not say that we're not going to make sure that our virtual learners through May of 2021's needs, are not addressed. Nor does it actually say that we for sure, even though that's where I am, not wanting to have virtual learning in the fall, but it doesn't say that. And if I'm correct, Amy, mechanically, if Trustee Feller's motion passes, then we don't vote on Mary's. Is that correct?
Correct.
That's correct.
Okay, so I'd like to know where Dr. Bones stands on Trustee
Well,
Feller.
we actually, so right now, the conversation, are you asking how she feels about Amber's?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I'd like to know that.
So I guess I felt in a way that it was part of my plan. I think it's just a different approach. I don't think it's as committal as mine. And I really think that's where we have to get as a board. And maybe it's not tonight, but I think we keep, hounding people about the transmission rates. We have all this data now. Okay, we have all this data. We know we're failing students. I've listened that, hybrid, teaching, Trustee Harrison has talked about it. So, so the way I feel about it is that I think it's a step in the right direction. I think mine was just even a bigger step. Because I don't know what develop a recovery plan, for social, emotional, and what COVID. I'm not for sure what that looks like. I do know, I guess I'm just trying to set that goalpost, and I know what in-person education looks like, so I know what that looks like. And I know we were really successful at that, by the way. So, we can have a whole nother conversation on what we weren't successful at, but we are a very successful district at in-person education. So I'm trying to get back to our wheelhouse. So that's where I'm coming from with that. I just don't know what the COVID recovery plan is to recover those students. And I do think that could possibly be interpreted a whole different way. And really my whole goal was not to give the administration more work. It was actually to start offloading them and give them direction of which end of the football field they're running towards. So yes, it makes it very different. I would probably vote no on that. I really want us to set the goalpost.
All right. Well, let's go ahead and vote then. So we do have the motion that the board direct administration to start a recovery plan to support our students and teachers to counter the effects of COVID-19 on student outcomes and social emotional learning. All those in favor, raise your hand. All those opposed? Okay, so that passes 5-2, which means we will not go to the other motion.
That's correct.
Right, okay. Did you have any questions, Dr. Presley?
I do not.
Okay. Bless you.
I can come up with something.
I am so glad that we were so clear with you.
All right. Yes, Ms. Trustee Vessa.
So I don't think we're done with the priority discussion. I don't think this one vote is it. I think there's more priorities that we need to establish, and I would encourage us to continue down this road on the message board, to continue using this, to continue doing exactly what we did just now, which was vote to give clear direction to this school, the school district, as to what we want to do. And we have a lot of other things that were on that list that are not addressed in this one motion. So I'm very happy we gave direction on this particular, I'm very happy, but I would encourage us to continue to use the message board, to continue to dialogue about the other priorities that we have outlined. And then we can come back after the break and also give direction on those. So that is my encouragement.
Thank you. That's good to remember. Does anyone have anything else that they're going to say on this topic? Okay. No? Okay, thank you. Then we will go to board announcements and requests for future agenda items. And real quick, I'll just say the two that I got from this meeting earlier that I wrote down was to discuss with Dr. Presley about scheduling an update from Sherry Bonds on that one budget item that we were talking about, CTE, and then scheduling meetings for Dr. Bone and any of the new trustees with Mr. Worcester on the boundary changes from last year. Those were the two things I had written down. So, Ms. Weston.
I want the Bond Oversight Committee, I guess if we need to put it on for a future agenda item, I am disappointed that that has fallen by the wayside. I think that it's extremely important. We're sitting on literally hundreds of millions of dollars in bond sales that we have made. We're talking about enormous projects that are already underway. Dr. Presley, do you know the last time the Bond Oversight Committee met?
I do not. I don't have that.
Yeah, I haven't been able to actually find anybody who can answer that question for me, which tells me it's been too long.
I believe it was February of this year. Somebody on the bond committee contacted me, the Bond Oversight Committee.
Okay, so do we need consensus that the Bond Oversight Committee needs to be prioritized, re-energized, and if there's anything I can do to that end, I stand ready to do that.
Thank you. I mean, I will add it. We will definitely add it. And actually, I had already sent Dr. Presley and Mr. Worcester an email with that exact same thing after our discussion with City Folks. Ms. Harrison?
It's just something real quick. I sent you and Dr. Presley an email about it. The chamber typically has a representative from the school board on their board. And I would like to be that representative, but I don't know if we need to have a discussion, a vote, et cetera. So I don't know if that needs to be a future agenda item.
It does need to be a future agenda item. You are actually the second trustee that has mentioned that they would like to take that position. Okay. So we will definitely have to add that to an agenda.
Duke it out. Thank you.
All right. Dr. Bone?
Yeah, I had sent you a big long email. I won't go through all the agenda items, but there are many topics. Single member district is a big one that we would like to see brought up. I'm seeing some heads shaking. But yeah, you have that list.
I do, and I have it printed out at home. I know single member districts, just that people know. When I did talk to the attorney here in Austin that specializes in that for school districts and has all of the equipment to sort of do it, she said after the census comes out is the time to do that, because if you have single member districts, you have to redistrict. Just like the state does,
right? With the census data.
So
we're doing a good time. This is a good timing.
Yes,
then
it's absolutely the perfect time, and we can just do it as a board if that is our will after April.
Okay. Yeah, I just want to make sure that.
But can we start a discussion earlier? Do we have to wait into April?
Right. I think we should start a discussion to make sure it's what we want to do and get it ready so that we can go ahead and get it done. Because we have board elections, right? No, we don't have anybody next year.
We do. I will tell you, it's a lot more complicated than I thought it was. After talking to the attorney, we can maybe even start a discussion that says, if
All
that's
right, so it
the
sounds
way,
like it should be on the agenda item maybe
yes,
soon.
we can
and
talk
then
about it, and we could actually invite her. But we couldn't just say, let's do it, and we want this area to be this one.
Yeah,
it's very complicated how to pick them, whether we wanted to go 5-2 or 7.
Yeah,
that would be us, and then they would figure out sort of the boundaries and the populations and the number of voters and all of that for us.
Awesome.
But yeah, it is.
So the other two comments on agenda I have is CTE. I almost wonder if that shouldn't be a workshop. We do have the $8 million, it appears. I don't know. I am new. I'm not quite for sure what the difference is between a workshop or a meeting, but I do see that as being a topic that we'll want to spend some time on. I think lots of us have interest. And the other comment I have is I really believe COVID-19 update needs to be on the agenda until we move through this phase of figuring out our priorities. I would just like to see it on almost every agenda that when we meet, if we can.
Just so that door is always open, not that we need to walk through it, but just so that door is always open for discussion and action.
Sure, yes. I mean, I think I would like a small update from that way Dr. Presley can always give us a small update on how things are going. We just we just passed a motion, so it would be nice, when we meet, that he can give us a quick update on how that's going, or if we need to clarify anything or have another long discussion, we can.
Can I just make a clarification? We have 4 grievances set. Would you want them on that?
No. Honestly, I think it needs to be on there. I just think it does. We're working through a lot.
Doug, we should actually talk about that. I quite frankly can't imagine doing that on the same night as a grievance.
Yeah, the grievances are their own, require their own focus. I mean, if we think it's going to be a shortish grievance, then perhaps you could add something else on the agenda. You're not prohibited by law from doing that. You certainly have that latitude. So perhaps we gauge it based on what we're expecting a grievance to require in terms of time.
I'm just going to say from experience, and I think Trustees Feller and Vessa will join me in this, there are never short, and it's not adversarial, but it is almost like a court, and it is not the same as this type of meeting. So it wouldn't really lend itself to have a COVID update during that.
I will say sometimes they're short because at times people don't show up. But in general, if they come, I don't think we've ever gotten out of one in under an hour and a half.
I will trust your guys' experience, but I would just like them on agendas when they...
Yes. Regular meetings and called meetings.
Yeah, pretty much anything where we can have them, I think it should be on there. Because, we're still kind of in a reaction stage, so.
Ms. Feller?
So I am the board representative on the PI Foundation, the Partners in Education Foundation. Did have my first meeting with the PI Foundation board on December the 11th. I'm not going to go into a whole lot of detail, but I do have another meeting with them in January. A lot of good things going on with the PI Foundation, employee giving campaign. I think you saw the emails that came out about that. Their scholarship opportunities are open, so if anyone's interested in applying for scholarships, they are open. Lots of really, really good things going on with the PI Foundation, though, but at 12:32, I'm not going to spend any more time talking about it, but I'll give you a better update later. Let me know if you have any questions.
Thank you. All right. Are there any other announcements or future agenda items? All right. We have no need for closed. So it is 12:32, and if there are no objections, 12:32 a.m. If there are no objections, we are adjourned.